Tizala in Estion becoming a skilled torturer demands years of relentless practice. Most young men lack the patience to master the craft. Loth of Edelbreck royal torturer, think of it like cleaning a fish, the old man muttered to his grandson, his blade peeling another thin strip from Tizala's finger. His hands were steady despite his wrinkled face. Except the fish doesn't scream, the boy muttered, looking queasy. Tizala recognized that expression, the same shell-shocked stare she'd seen on fresh recruits after their first skirmish. The torturer scoffed, "Stop whining, pay attention." The next cut snapped Tizala's focus back to the pain. She knew she'd break eventually, everyone did, but if she held out long enough, her confessions would be useless. Still, less than 2 days in this place had already left her body wrecked, and her mind recoiling from the horrors inflicted on it. "Just tell me about Elizan's little rebellion," the old man coaxed, his voice sickeningly gentle. "I don't enjoy this, girl, but you're keeping secrets. A brother shouldn't turn on his own blood. You know what he's doing is treason. Give me names and the pain stops." Death didn't scare her. She'd faced it too often on the battlefield, sometimes as an enemy, sometimes as a mercy. But betrayal, that was the real terror. Better to die quickly than risk endangering those she loved. Maybe she could provoke the torturer into a mistake. Her sharp tongue was the one weapon they hadn't stripped from her. "How do you stand it?" the boy burst out, his voice shaking. "Why not just use magic?" The old man rolled his eyes. "Magic makes people babble nonsense. Truth comes from skill from men like me. We win wars before they're even fought. Then why hide her here?" The boy's tone was defiant, not curious. He already knew. "Secrecy," the old man snapped, his voice cracking. The boy smirked. "Because if the nobles found out you were torturing one of their own, they'd turn on the king too. This isn't justice, it's butchery, and when you're done, he'll toss you aside like the rest." Tizala silently agreed. "I serve my king," the old man growled, but his hand trembled. The knife slipped, blood splashing over both of them. The boy gagged, bolted for the door, and slammed it behind him. Left alone with his failure, the torturer cursed the boy's cowardice, and the woman who'd raised him soft. Tizala stared at the old man's slack grip on the knife, stunned by his carelessness. Blood coated her fingers as she wrenched her wrist free, then slammed her shoulder into him. In one brutal motion, she seized his hand and forced the blade across his throat. Strapped to the bench, she couldn't dodge the spray of crimson or the dead weight collapsing onto her. But she clung to his limp fingers, ignoring the pain in her own mangled hand. When his arm finally slid away, the knife stayed in her desperate grasp. The blade made quick work of the ropes, though her body protested every movement, stiff from confinement, trembling from shock. She tore a strip of cloth to bind her wounds, her mind racing. No one came running. The boy had claimed they weren't in the castle, but trust was a luxury she couldn't afford. Still, if he'd lied, she was already dead. A bitter laugh escaped her. Royal halls. In this state, she'd be lucky to crawl past a drunk guard. Maybe the kid wasn't lying. The thought sent a jolt through her, making her fingers slip on the makeshift bandage. Where now, Estion had allies, but leading pursuers to their doors would doom them. Orenstone was out. Her father's temper would spark a war the moment he saw what Jacovin's men had done. She gritted her teeth. 5 kingdoms under Jacovin's boot, and not a single safe corner. Talvin's endless grasslands offered no cover. Avenhel, last she'd heard, its lords were busy selling out their own people. The irony wasn't lost on her, surviving the knife only to bleed out on bad choices. Think, damn it, there had to be a move left. Somewhere the remaining nobles, cowed by harsh punishments, would surely turn her in once they recognized her, hoping to prove their loyalty to the king. West meant Seaford, but she had few connections there. Its people were sailors who cared more for the open sea than landlocked politics. As for the north, Shavigmen were ruthless, brutal warriors. A childhood memory surfaced, pale-haired riders thundering down on a defenseless village, their monstrous horses shaking the earth while terrified voices screamed Shavig, in warning. "Barbarians," Ward scoffed, brushing his pale hair from his eyes with a smirk. Tizala were stubborn, loud, and rough around the edges, but barbarians, please, we even cook our meals, when it suits us. Ward of Hurog. The last time she'd seen him, his sword had been slick with Vorsag blood. He had the strength to defy King Jacovin if necessary, and more importantly, he hadn't been tangled in Elizan's failed rebellion. His coastal keep wasn't far from the Talvinish border. She could find it, and she had something to offer him, information, a bargaining chip for his help. She pulled on the old man's shoes and draped his cloak over her bare shoulders. His clothes were ruined, the stench of death clinging to them. She'd steal fresh garments before leaving the city. The door creaked open, revealing a long stairway that led to another door, and beyond it, cool night air and a narrow alley. A guard stood watch, his back turned, scanning the rooftops. "He'll learn, Master Edelbreck," the man muttered in his thick Estion accent. "Boys grow up." He never saw her coming. The blade was sharp, and she took his belt and sheath, leaving the crude eating knife beside his body. The sword tempted her; its weight would have been a comfort, but in Talvin, only soldiers and nobles carried them. Unarmed, Tizala vanished into Eschen's twisting streets, leaving no trace for the king's men to follow. Wardwick at Hurog after the harvest, there's time for old friends and political debates. "You're cheating," Orig snapped, and pain lanced through my skull, draining my focus until the flame I'd conjured over the water sputtered into a feeble glow before vanishing. "I warned you not to rely on Hurog's magic. What happens when you're somewhere else and need it?" I wiped my brow and shot him a glare. He appeared more like a dark-haired young man with striking violet eyes than an ancient dragon, but I knew better than to trust appearances, something I'd learned the hard way. Orig might seem fragile, and I might come across as a brute, but neither assumption held any truth. Ignoring my frustration, he gestured to the bowl between us. "Give it another try, Ward." The barrier he held between me and Hurog's magic made every attempt agonizing. Being cut off from Hurog was like losing a limb, raw and disorienting. "Focus, Ward," he urged, and I gritted my teeth. Those words had become a thorn in my side over the years, yet working magic with Orig was the one thing that kept me sane when the weight of rebuilding Hurog pressed too hard. Technically, the keep and its lands belonged to my uncle, Dura, but 4 years ago he declared me Hurigmet in my father's stead. The irony: it wasn't his wealthier estate, Iftihar, that gave him the authority. It was Hurog, the ruined stronghold I'd once torn apart. This place was the heart of Shavig, the northernmost of the 5 kingdoms under Talvinish rule. If Duro named me Hurigmet, all of Shavig would rise to defend that claim. King Jakovin, too unstable to risk a civil war, chose to pretend Hurog didn't exist, and I stayed here, where being ignored suited me just fine. Even if my uncle hadn't handed Hurog back to me, it would have been mine regardless, bound to me by blood and bone. I stared into the water-filled bowl, willing flames to erupt from its surface. The world narrowed to that single point. Then, with a sharp crack, the stone bowl split, and fire surged upward before collapsing in a hiss of steam. Power roared through me, shaking my very bones as I struggled to push it back where it belonged. When it was over, the only sound was Orig's laughter. He flicked a hand, and the remaining flames vanished, leaving nothing but a damp stain on the tower floor. "If you can shatter my shield," he said between chuckles, "then pulling magic from Hurog anywhere shouldn't be impossible." Triumph surged through me, replacing the hollow ache. "So I broke your spell. Hurog broke through when you called it," he corrected, his amusement fading into curiosity. I gathered the broken pieces of the bowl, setting them aside. "The magic feels different now," I admitted. "Not like before I killed you." It was a strange thing to say, but neither of us could forget that moment, even if death hadn't stuck the way we'd expected. "Different how?" He perched on the room's lone stool. "We'd kept the tower sparse for good reason, less to burn when my control slipped. The scorch marks on the walls were proof enough of Orig's wisdom in choosing this place. Even after nearly 4 years of effort, my magic still had moments of unpredictable failure." "Remember Menog?" I asked. The hill with Ethervin's abandoned temple still loomed outside Eschen, abandoned by mortals at least. We'd learned the hard way that the god hadn't departed when his priests perished centuries ago. Orig gave a quiet nod. "The energy here at Hurog isn't as concentrated as it was there," I continued, "but sometimes it feels aware. Like something might tear through your wards if I called it." I met his gaze. "It's grown stronger these past few months, ever since you showed me how to untangle my power from the lands." Orig frowned. "Fascinating. Has your bond with Hurog shifted?" "Not that I can tell," I admitted. Leaving him in the tower, I crossed the courtyard toward the keep. With some time before weapons training, I threw myself into reconstruction. The original fortress had been built entirely of blackstone, but Orig's death centuries ago had shattered most of it. Now, with no known source for fresh blackstone and our coffers nearly empty, we'd resorted to granite from the old quarry. The patchwork result, dark stone streaked with pale gray, lacked the imposing grandeur of the past, and the loss still gnawed at me. The inner walls were mostly restored, though the gatehouse remained a temporary wooden barricade while our smiths hammered out proper iron reinforcements. The dwarves' help had sped things along, but at this rate, the keep wouldn't be whole until I was long dead. By 5 Kingdoms standards, it wasn't even large, just stubbornly slow to rebuild with our small crew. The outer wall, a crumbling ring of debris around 30 acres of land I couldn't bear to touch yet. This year's harvest had been the richest in living memory, thanks to the vanishing salt blight that had plagued our fields for generations. The villagers whispered about magic and eyed me with reverence. Dragon bones, I thought, praying the wheat wasn't tainted. So far it seemed safe, no poison, no strange effects. With autumn's work done, while others hunted, I labored on the keep alongside whoever volunteered. The dwarves came and went as they pleased, and right now the place felt emptier without them twice a week. I hired extra hands to help with repairs, but even in good years, Hurog barely scraped by. Last winter, we'd managed to patch up the keep's roof and reinforce the inner walls, but most of it remained a hollow skeleton of unfinished chambers. The Great Hall still resembled my father's era. I'd insisted on preserving the granite where it wasn't visible inside. Reconstructing the wall etched with our family curse had been the real challenge. Matching the shattered stones and arranging them just right was harder than any noblewoman's puzzle, especially when some fragments weighed more than a grown man. My uncle called it a waste of time. After all, the prophecy about Hurog falling to the mythical Stygian beast had already been undone. Tostin claimed I did it out of guilt, since ID helped break the curse. But the truth hit me when I caught Orig's expression. I'd rebuilt it to shield him. For someone who lived centuries, even good change came too fast. Running my fingers over the rough stone, I grabbed a bucket of mortar. Lately, we'd been wrestling with the floors. One of the Blue Guard, an Avanhellish mason's son, had taken one glance at the shattered flagstones and declared them beyond repair. If I'd known the nightmare ahead, I'd have just laid wooden planks or left it as dirt. Months of backbreaking labor later, we finally had something level enough for the mason to work with. I swear he secretly relished bossing me around. The keep's main doors still lacked hinges strong enough to hold them, so nothing stopped the kid who came sprinting in. He skidded to a halt, gasping like a fish on dry land. "Breathe, kid," I said, studying him. His clothes were too fine for a farmer's boy: linen shirt, dyed wool pants. Then I recognized those shadow-dark eyes. Atwater's son. "Bandits, sir," he wheezed. "Near D's farm, he sent me for help." A quick pulse of magic told me the fight was already over. Hurog always whispered its troubles to me. Orig said it was the land's way of claiming its own. Right now, it murmured that Atwater's farm was quiet. Too quiet. If anything had happened to Atwater or his family, word would have reached me instantly. Their bond with Hurog ran deeper than legal ties. It was in their blood. "Relax, kid," I told the boy. "Atwater's been dealing with bandits since before I could walk. Let's grab my horse and get moving." In the end, our group grew to 3 as we followed the anxious boy. He clearly wanted more men, but I figured fewer would do just fine. Riding with Orig and my brother, Tostin, was never what I'd call relaxing. Tostin showed up as I was saddling my stallion, claiming his new roan warhorse. A gift from our uncle needed exercise. Though he'd never match my height, the last few years had sharpened his features and filled out his frame. Some noblewoman once called him cool, competent, and clever. I agreed with 2 out of 3. Coolness would have to wait a few decades. Orig arrived without a word, saddling his gelding as if he'd been invited. With his dark hair and slightly shorter build, he and Tostin could have passed for brothers. "Bandits," I explained when Orig gave me a questioning look. Tostin spotted them near the farm and sent the kid to fetch help. The boy's tone carried an unspoken doubt. 3 of us didn't strike him as enough. The air carried the bite of approaching winter, the last of the harvest gathered just days before. Orig muttered something about snow, but for now the trees still clung to their fiery leaves, bright against the evergreens. My stallion, Pansy, snorted and sidestepped dramatically as a leaf fluttered too close. In battle, nothing could shake him, but off-duty, he loved a good performance. The quickest route to Atwater's farm wound along the rocky foothills where nothing grew. His land sat tucked in a high valley, separate from Hurog's other fields, a fact that had tempted bandits before, though none ever walked away with anything. I doubted today would be any different. The ground was still soft, easy on the horses at a steady trot, but our young guide fidgeted impatiently. "We have to hurry," he insisted for the 3rd time. I'd given him a gentle mare, but he rode bareback, restless with our pace. "Never rush into a fight winded," Tostin snapped. I shot him a warning glance before reassuring the boy. If the farm was overrun, we'd see smoke by now. Maybe your father already chased them off, or worse for them. Either way, speed won't change much. There probably aren't many of them, or I'd have heard rumors before they got this deep into Hurog territory. "Don't fuss over Tostin," Orig said with a grin. "He's just as restless as you are." Tostin fell quiet, but Orig kept up his playful mood, needling the boy until he finally cracked a smile. Moment he did, my brother urged his stallion ahead, leaving us behind. The boy shot me a glance before nudging his mare into a quick trot after Tostin, clearly expecting me to follow. "You shouldn't provoke him," I muttered to Orig. He just smirked, though his usual spark of amusement was missing. "Your brother's had years to realize I'm not his enemy. Time he acted like it. If I want to poke at him a little, that's our business. He doesn't need you fighting his battles anymore, Ward." I sighed. "You egg him on?" "No," Orig countered, his expression turning serious. I unnerve him. He must have seen my doubt because he shook his head. He knows I'm not a threat to what you two have. That hasn't been the issue for a while now. His smile returned, genuine this time. Poor kids wrestling with dragons. It was an old Shavig phrase for someone acting recklessly out of fear. The irony in Orig's voice was deliberate, because in his case it wasn't just a saying. His father had been part dragon, and Orig himself could shift forms at will, seeing both shapes as his true self. I considered his words. Tostin was the only one who knew everything about Orig. As my brother and heir, I'd thought he deserved the truth. Maybe I should have kept some of it to myself. Atwater's boy waited for us at the trail's crest, though Tostin had already ridden ahead. Tostin told me you used magic to check on my home, he said. Some folks get nervous about that sort of thing. The comment felt personal, and I studied him closely. He flushed but held my gaze. Most people know you have magic, my lord, he said firmly, and most of us are thankful for it. My father says you're the reason they found my brother's hunting party before the blizzard took them. I gave him a nod, and he fell in beside us. Tostin had a way with people when Orig wasn't around, twisting words and smiles to get what he wanted. He claimed it was a bard's skill, but I suspected his charm was what made him a good bard in the first place. As we approached Atwater's farm, the land whispered of recent death. Death wasn't unusual in Hurog. Its people didn't live forever, but this felt different. Whoever had died wasn't tied to Hurog's soil, which meant it wasn't Atwater or his kin had to be the bandits. As we crossed the farm's boundary line, my hand went to my sword. Tostin, who had slowed to let us catch up, and Orig mirrored my movement. The trail led us toward the farmhouse, though from the back it looked more like a small fortress. A watchman spotted us descending into the valley and blew a familiar signal on his hunting horn. Atwater's personal call. The tension in my shoulders loosened. Moments later, the unmistakable figure of the holder himself rounded the corner. He whistled an all clear, so I slid my blade back into its sheath. The boy beside me exhaled sharply and kicked his mare into a full sprint. War veterans and reckless young men could afford to gallop wherever they pleased. As a young lord still trying to shake off certain rumors, I kept my pace steady. Riding my father's old warhorse, even a walk could be an adventure. Pansy knew better than to misbehave, but I let him prance and snort, making it clear to anyone watching that he could outrun that little mare in a heartbeat if I gave him the chance. Atwater gave me a nod as we closed the distance. "Appreciate you coming, my lord," he said, "but the bandit problem's been handled. Got the bodies if you want to look." The man was built like a boulder, nearly as tall and broad as me. His pale blonde hair, streaked with gray, was braided in the old Shavig fashion, uncommon these days but not worth mentioning. His beard, though, was something else, a wild, fiery cascade that covered half his chest. A bit uncivilized by kingdom standards, but lately, my people at Hurog had started embracing our Shavig roots with pride. Like many of the older men here, Atwater had fought in Orenstone under my father. Somewhere along the way, he developed a grudge against the former Hurigmet. I hadn't been fond of my father either, but even I couldn't deny his skill in battle. Most of his men still wouldn't tolerate a word against him. Whatever my father had done to Atwater, it had taken me nearly 2 years to prove I wasn't the same man. We followed Atwater and his son around the building, where chaos reigned, children, relatives, and farmhands all buzzing with excitement. In the middle of it all lay 3 dead men, their faces respectfully covered. I dismounted, handed Pansy's reins to Orig, one of the few horses the stallion tolerated, and lifted the blankets just enough to study the bodies. One face looked familiar, though it took me a second to place him. "Mercenaries from Teofanig," I said, letting the blanket fall back. The nearest port town was just half a day's ride south. Hurog's coastline met the ocean with jagged cliffs and treacherous rocks, making it impossible for ships to find safe anchorage. Guess these men couldn't land merchant work down south, so they turned to highway robbery instead, I muttered. Some mercenaries blurred the line between battlefield spoils and outright theft from innocent travelers. "I'll check if Teofanig has any use for the bodies. If not, we'll handle the burial ourselves." "Yes, my lord." As I turned to leave, something about the wounds caught my attention. Who took them down? Atwater was known for his archery and could wield an axe as well as any woodsman, but he wouldn't have faced armed bandits with just a knife. Yet the 2 most obvious kills bore the marks of a short blade, nothing like an axe. The third body's wounds were unclear, and I wasn't about to inspect it further with children nearby. Atwater shook his head. "Wasn't me, sir. My boy Fennel spotted them first and raised the alarm. I sent Rowan to fetch you while we waited. Later, I followed Fennel's trail and found the bandits all dead, and you won't believe what did it." Just then, Atwater's wife stepped outside, a tiny girl skipping beside her. "It was a lady," the child announced proudly. "She killed all those bad men by herself. Atwater's brow shot up in disbelief, but his wife just shrugged. My aunt could have done the same, I pointed out. Why is it so hard to believe a woman handled them? He exhaled sharply. Maybe Stala could have managed it, but I'd be shocked if even a man in this woman's state could walk from here to my door, much less take down 3 fighters with nothing but a tiny blade. Come see for yourself. Curious, I nodded to Oreg. Keep the kids from trampling Pansy, will you? Tostin handed off his reins as well. Inside, Atwater's home was dim and cramped, the walls stuffed with dried grass for winter insulation. I ducked under the low ceiling, the hearth's flickering light barely cutting through the gloom. One of his daughters sat mending by the fire, a water bucket at her feet in case of stray sparks. She gave me a shy nod before returning to her stitching. How she managed in such poor light, I couldn't fathom. Near the hearth, a figure lay buried under furs. The stench of infection hit me before I even saw her. Kneeling, I pressed a hand to the woman's neck, burning with fever. Hasn't stirred since I brought her in, Atwater said, her weapons on the table. After what I saw outside, I figured better safe than sorry. I examined the blade, too short for hunting, barely the length of a finger. A skinning knife maybe, but unlike any I'd seen before, the blade was forged with the precision of a master swordsmith, its intricate folds visible even in the dim light of the cottage. Tostin let out a low whistle. She took down 3 mercenaries with just that. Men always underestimate her, I replied, placing the knife back on the table. Stala once told me that being a woman gave her an edge. Men dismissed her until it was too late. Tostin, go hold the horses and send Oreg in. She needs more than basic field care. The stench of infection was unmistakable, and Oreg had the skills to handle it. Without a word, Tostin left. When Oreg stepped inside, the air shifted. No one feared him outright, but they kept their distance. Wizard of Hurog or not, his presence unsettled them. His dark hair stood out among the fair-haired Shavigmen, but those violet-blue eyes, identical to Tostin's, marked him as Hurog-born. Freed from the spells that once bound him, he'd lost the boyish look, though his slender frame still made him seem unassuming. Hard to believe this was the same man who'd walked back from death. It spun the tale that killing him had broken an enchantment, and people accepted it, but they still gave him space. Oreg raised his hand, and light pooled in his palm, flooding the room like midday sun. He sent the glow upward, where it hovered as he peeled back the furs covering the woman. Fever painted her cheeks red, her eyes hollow. Even in better days, she'd never been called pretty, not by any common measure. Tizala, I breathed. Oreg paused, studying her face. So it is, he said dryly. Lucky they disarmed her. You know her, my lord? Atwater asked, as if this were just another of my strange feats. Ever since I'd found his son last winter, he'd decided I was capable of anything. I fought beside her, I said. For a Shavigman, that said everything. Atwater nodded, satisfied that his lord remained as unpredictable as ever. The last time I'd seen Tizala, her dark curls were cropped short. Now they hung limp and tangled, stark against her pale skin. Oreg's touch was careful, but when his fingers brushed her left hand, her body went rigid, a pained groan escaping her. Torture, Oreg stated flatly. I didn't need confirmation. Her hands and feet told the story plainly enough. The left hand was worse, but neither had been spared. The extent of her injuries was unclear. She wore ragged, oversized trousers and a shirt with sleeves that barely reached her forearms. They didn't keep her long, he finally said. She'll pull through if infection doesn't take her, but we need to get her to the keep where I have proper supplies. That meant magic. I'd warned Oreg not to reveal the full extent of his abilities. He couldn't heal her outright, but he could purge the infection, giving her body a fighting chance, something no other mage I knew could manage. If word spread about the Hurigmen's wizard, we'd have every power-hungry schemer in Shavig at our door. Better to stay unnoticed, avoid another Karairn situation. I wrapped Tizala in a thick fur, lifting her carefully, then promptly smacked my head against the low ceiling. Atwater grimaced in sympathy. Once we were a safe distance from the farm, my brother nudged his horse closer. What was Tizala doing here? Oreg chuckled. Why does every lost soul end up with Ward? Good question, I muttered. Had she been running to me, this morning I'd have called it impossible. We'd barely known each other years ago, and I'd been an arrogant kid while she was already a seasoned warrior. I wasn't exactly memorable, aside from my size, and she was one of the few women I'd met who could hold her own in battle. Yet here she was, battered and desperate. If she'd cut ties with her father, who else did she have? The mercenaries, Oreg suggested, then dismissed it just as fast. She'd have carved them up before they dragged her this far. Tostin frowned. Didn't Havernus disown her after she backed those rebels in Estjen, the ones pushing for Elizen over Jakovan? The king's name sent a chill through me. If Jakovan was involved, her choice made sense. Few nobles could stand against the High King, but Hurog could. Our keep might not be wealthy, but its legacy carried weight, especially among the Shavig, who never forgot a grudge. Wouldn't surprise me, I said. Explains why she came here instead of her father or allies. Tostin's voice hardened. We'll protect her. The memory of my cousin's death at the king's hands would haunt my family for years. Tizala had picked her allies well. No one in our stronghold would turn her over to the crown. Though I couldn't prove Jakovin's involvement until she regained consciousness, I had to act as if he were responsible. Oreg, I said, ride ahead and warn my aunt. Be subtle, but make sure she knows royal soldiers might show up at our gates soon. He nodded and took off at a gallop. Once the dust settled behind his horse, I turned to my brother. You're next in line. If the king discovers I'm harboring a fugitive, he'll brand me a traitor. Head to our uncle's estate and fill him in. My brother gave me that infuriating grin of his. You don't get to shield me anymore, Ward. I'm older now than you were when you faced Karairna Vorsag, and quit giving me that look. Stala does it better. If Hurog's safety is at stake, I'll bolt. But let's be real, Tizala wouldn't have led them here, and the king has no reason to suspect she'd come. I've barely seen her in 4 years, and you avoid court like it's plagued. Only in my dreams, I thought. She might not remember me, but I sure as hell remembered her. I'd sleep easier knowing you were safe in Iftihar with Dura. Too bad for you, he muttered under his breath, though not quietly enough. Clearing his throat, he added, I always liked Tizala. Mother ruined me for those fragile court ladies. I carried Tizala into the library, the only finished room with enough light, and laid her face down on the table. Tostin muttered something about finding something useful to do and bolted. He never stuck around when magic was involved. I cut away her ruined clothes, revealing her back, a mess of whip marks so precise they left barely an inch of unbroken skin. Some wounds had started to heal, but others still oozed. Behind me, Oreg sucked in a sharp breath. When I glanced back, he was pacing, hands rubbing together, never a good sign. I sat on a bench, hoping my stillness might steady him. Oreg, I said carefully. His flashbacks could be dangerous, not just for him, but for everyone nearby. Tizala needs you. He met my gaze, chest heaving, then looked away before offering a weary smile. Right. The next half hour was brutal as we assessed the damage. More than once, I was grateful Tizala was unconscious for her sake and ours. Tizala's left hand had taken the worst of it, not just from the initial injuries, but from the infection that had set in afterward. The broken scabs on her back were swollen with infection, and dark bruises covered her hips and thighs, telling their own grim story. Oreg muttered under his breath as we examined her, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. Her feet were torn up, though Oreg guessed that came from miles of walking in bad shoes rather than deliberate cruelty. He set her foot down and moved to the small table where he kept his supplies, herbs, salves, and fresh bandages. You think Jakovin did this? He asked, gesturing at Tizala's battered body. I nodded. Why else would she come all this way? She liked you, Oreg said bluntly, carefully lancing one of the infected wounds on her back. I didn't argue, it was true, but I hadn't seen her since leaving Orenstone. We worked together, cleaning and dressing the wounds, but her left hand was the real problem. Swollen and reeking, it needed more than basic care. Oreg soaked it in hot salt water, and Tizala didn't even flinch, which said everything about how far gone she was. After cleaning it thoroughly, he poured alcohol over the wounds and still nothing. Healing magic was tricky. It demanded as much knowledge of the body as of spells, and even a small healing drained power most mages couldn't spare. I had strength, thanks to Oreg's training, but I wouldn't have known where to begin with that ruined hand. She might lose the fourth finger, Oreg said, frowning. Too much dead tissue. I clenched my jaw. She fights right-handed. Should we just take it off now? Oreg hesitated, turning her hand in the light. Once it's gone, it's gone. Let me try healing it first. If that fails, we can still cut later. He settled onto a stool, took her hand again, and let the magic flow. Oreg had been tied to Hurog since before memory, and I'd grown up steeped in its power. When he worked magic, it was like being touched in a way that wasn't quite physical, intimate, unsettling, but impossible to look away from. There was a rhythm to it, a precision that bordered on art. And Oreg, he was a master. As Oreg's energy started to fade, I steadied him with a hand on his shoulder, transferring some of my own strength while keeping an eye on Tizala's injured hand. Strange violet flames licked across her skin, burning away the damaged tissue to reveal fresh pink flesh beneath. He left some questionable areas untouched, seeing something in them I couldn't perceive. When he finally finished, her hand looked worse than before, swollen and discolored. After helping Oreg collapse onto the cushioned bench, I turned back to Tizala with clean bandages. Leave it unwrapped, Oreg murmured, his voice thick with exhaustion. Air will do more good than cloth, and she won't be using that hand for anything strenuous. I examined her other injuries. I think she's got a cracked rib, I said. Should I bind it, or would that cause more problems? Oreg dragged himself up with a groan, moving like a man twice his age. After a brief inspection, he shook his head. Just bruised, he muttered before shuffling back to the bench. Leaving Oreg asleep in the library, I carried Tazala up to my room. She looked strangely delicate in my oversized bed, an amusing thought since she'd probably punch anyone who called her that. The forge smelled of hot metal and sweat when I entered. A bald, middle-aged man glanced up from shaping an iron bar, his forehead glistening from the heat. "Afternoon, Hurigmet," he said. "What do you need?" "Hinges," I replied. "A portcullis for a gatehouse we don't have, bars for every window. Oh, and an army to wield 1,000 swords." The armorer smirked. "Same as always, then." His hands moved with practiced ease, though working iron was beneath his usual craft. From the back, the blacksmith spoke up while pulling shoes off a horse. Younger, with sun-bleached hair tied back, he wiped his hands on his apron. "Stala mentioned the king might pay us a visit." "Possibly," I admitted, "but I'd rather avoid a fight. Our gate wouldn't last 5 minutes against a battering ram. He's after the woman we brought in, we just need to make sure he doesn't find her." The blacksmith chuckled. "Heard you picked up another stray." "Not exactly," I said, then reconsidered. "Well, she needs help, but she won't be staying." "You finished most of the window bars," he added. "Bolts and brackets for the interior doors too. Even the hinges except for the main keep door, that one's still on the list." We were still well stocked on nails and hardware, but the carpenter's apprentice stopped by earlier. No doubt we'd be forging more soon. The forge's warmth was a welcome relief from the chill, so I lingered, pumping the bellows and hauling water from the well. Tazala's condition weighed on me, but hard labor helped push the gloom aside. Stepping back into the cold, I trailed my fingers along the rough granite of the curtain wall, marveling at how far we'd come since Hurog's fall. Rebuilding those inner walls had been my first priority, thank the gods for that. After my father's death and the Vorseg invasion, scavengers and bandits swarmed like vultures, testing if Hurog was easy prey. My aunt's blue guard held them off, but without that wall shielding our people, the outlying farms would have been stripped bare. The new wall stood just as tall and unyielding as the old one, built to endure Shavig's brutal winters. 15 feet thick at the base, solid stone on the outside, packed with rubble of which we had no shortage. The top narrowed to 9 feet, still wide enough for patrols. It wasn't pretty, with more granite than blackstone, but it did the job. Inside, the bailey felt strangely empty now that the clutter of old outbuildings was gone. Leveling the ground had been a nightmare. The keep's foundation had sunk when underground caverns collapsed. The new barracks hugged the wall near one of the towers, the only stone structure in the bailey besides the forge. Compact but efficient, it took up half the space of the old quarters, yet housed twice as many. Most of the horses were pastured outside the inner wall now, where the outer defenses used to stand. I sighed, thinking of those lost fortifications, then turned my attention to the main hall's flooring, a project that might outlast me. Tostin was already there, grumbling as he set tiles into place. The work was messy, and the lime grout stung every scrape on our hands. "Why do you make Hurog so damn big?" he muttered, squinting at the pattern. "We're not some wealthy southern lord. A smaller hall, 2 stories, fewer bedrooms, even smarter." I didn't argue. It only felt empty because the 3 of us, Tostin, Oreg, and I, were the last Hurogs left. Syra had married Bekram and moved to Iftihar, leaving these halls too vast for the handful of us. Iftihar's fortress buzzed with the laughter of children, making the grand halls feel cozier than their size suggested. "The cost won't be much," I said, running a hand over the rough granite wall. "The stone's already ours, just needs to be cut. And since the guard's on payroll anyway, they might as well put in some real work." Tostin chuckled, pressing another tile into place. "You should say that to Stala's face." I feigned wide-eyed innocence. "Do I strike you as an idiot?" he smirked. "Not even close to the dumbest idea you've had." With a laugh, I glanced around the keep. "It's modest compared to the king's palace in Eschan. You could stack this place inside it 10 times over." Trade with the dwarves is still slow, but Axiel says their people are finally recovering. After years of sickness, they've got children again. Soon they'll have time to craft more than just necessities. Tost nodded. "Good for them. Haven't seen Axiel since he helped finish your quarters last winter." "Same," I admitted, though Oreg drops by to see him now and then. "How's Tazala holding up?" Her left hand's still a concern, but she'll pull through, even if Oreg can't fix it completely. He hummed absently, then broke into a ballad. I joined in, our voices drawing a crowd of giggling children. Tostin picked a playful duet, pitching his voice high and squeaky for the male part while I rumbled the female lines in my deepest tone. We kept at it until dinner, our throats raw but spirits high. The cook rewarded us with spiced cider, pressing a grateful kiss to Tostin's cheek for keeping the little ones entertained. Later, after the meal, I headed upstairs to check on Tazala. A maid mentioned she'd been asleep earlier, so I moved quietly. The Lord's chamber at Hurog was unlike anything else. Even Estion's royal suites paled in comparison. The dwarves had outdone themselves while I was away, transforming the space with intricate carvings in rich, swirling wood and walls shimmering with crushed gemstone. Sunlight streamed through crystal skylights, casting delicate patterns across the floor. Tizala's voice, rough but amused, cut through the silence. Not bad for a so-called barbarian. I grinned, courtesy of the dwarves. Her sudden smile was worth every extravagant detail. Rescue a people from annihilation once and you're stuck with their gratitude forever. I took down a few outlaws and blacked out. Never imagined I'd come to in a place like this. Not exactly the welcome I expected at Hurog. Her smile vanished as fast as it appeared, likely smothered by the dark bruise spreading across her cheek. One of my men found you, I told her. We got you here at dawn. There's probably stew and fresh bread if you're hungry. She barely glanced at the mention of food, her attention locked on her left hand, unwrapped now, the wounds far less severe than before. Her shock was plain. Just this morning, Orig knows his craft, I said. Lucky for you, that hand was rotting. Anyone else would have taken it clean off. She flexed her fingers, testing them in silence before murmuring, I hate dragging trouble to your doorstep, but I had nowhere else. You're safe here, I said and meant it. He'll hunt me, she replied, voice low, because he believes I hold the answers to two things he craves. Jackoven, I guessed. She nodded, meeting my gaze. He thinks I know which nobles are sheltering Elizan. Do you? I asked. Not all, but enough to ruin good people who are only shielding a man from the king's unjust vendetta, unlawful, at least until Jackoven brands Elizan a traitor outright. The king's half-brother had vanished nearly a year ago, right as royal forces stormed his lands. Elizan had slipped away with little more than the clothes on his back, and a network of allies willing to hide him. The king, ever calculating, had made no formal accusations, claiming he'd wait for his brother to face trial. Tizala pushed upright, jaw set against the pain. I just needed somewhere to heal. I never meant to endanger you, though I doubt he'd ever suspect Hurog. Jackoven and I were never on friendly terms, I said dryly. Stay as long as you need. You're not costing me any favor with the crown, she exhaled. I didn't arrive without leverage. The second thing Jackoven wants, proof to condemn your cousin Bekrem for treason. Her fingers curled slightly. Apparently that's urgent. I caught what she didn't say, that Bekrem might actually be involved. Turning, I studied the dragon etched into the fireplace. My uncle, rarely wrong about court intrigues, claimed Jackoven saw his brother's supporters as a nuisance, not a true threat, a dangerously short-sighted view. How'd you get away? I asked. His torturers usually keep their victims locked down tight. A shadow crossed her face. They didn't hold me in the castle. Jackoven had stashed me in the basement of some nondescript building in the city. That was his way, always scheming, always playing people against each other. But this move made sense. Keeping Tizala out of the castle was smart. Torturing a noblewoman would cost him allies fast. Let me get this straight, Tizala said, tapping her fingers against the bedframe. Jackoven's already killed the queen's other lovers. He tried to take out Bekrem years ago and ended up killing his twin by mistake. Wouldn't it be simpler just to have Bekrem assassinated instead of dragging him through a treason trial? I dropped onto the foot of the bed, resting against one of the carved wooden posts. You're not wrong, but when Erdrick died, Jackoven underestimated how much the Hurog name still means in Shavig. A public execution for treason would humiliate Bekrem more than a quiet knife in the dark, and my uncle already forced the king to back down once. This way the punishment fits the crime. I shifted, slouching lower, and Tizala subtly edged away. Even though Jackoven failed with you, you're not the only one he could force a confession from. I need to warn Bekrem. Do you know if he's in Estion right now? I didn't keep track of my cousin's comings and goings. Iftihar was closer to the capital than Hurog, and Bekrem visited often. Her voice dropped to a whisper. I don't know, but do you think Jackoven took others, to force them to accuse Bekrem? Been focused on protecting my cousin, but her question hit me differently. Anyone Jackoven had taken was probably someone Tizala knew, maybe even cared about. I leaned forward and she flinched. The second she realized it, her face flushed, but she didn't relax. I'd fought beside her before. Seeing her recoil like that made my fists clench. I wanted to say something, but the way she shut down told me she wasn't ready. Do you really think he's taken more people? She pressed. Depends on what he's after, I said slowly. If he's trying to weaken Elizan's support, he'll start with the lesser nobles, the ones he can break without consequences, use their confessions to build cases against the highborn. She frowned. What do you mean if he's trying to weaken Elizan? Think about it, I said. Elizan's on the run. He's got no money, no land, just what the king's already seized. 4 years ago, maybe he stood a chance if Karaern had taken Orenstone and if Elizan hadn't been born on the wrong side of the sheets. When Elizen is captured, Jackovan will humiliate him and lock him away somewhere discreet, perhaps the same asylum where the king's younger brother, Kellen, is kept. There Elizen will meet a quiet end, forgotten by everyone, maybe even choking on his supper one night. Jackovan's clever enough to avoid turning his half-brother into a martyr. No public trial, no obvious execution. Tizala hesitated before asking, "Then what do you think Jackovan's planning?" Her voice had a hollow edge, as if she truly believed Elizen stood a chance against his brother. "I think he's targeting my cousin," I replied, though it's a bold move, one that comes with risks. Her posture slumped slightly, her face paling further. She tried to lean back against the headboard, but winced when her wounded back touched the wood. I could have stepped aside to give her space, but I didn't want her thinking I pitied her. She needed to remember I wasn't the one who hurt her. "Kidnapping you could have caused an uproar," I pointed out. "Even disowned, you're still highborn. The Talvanish nobility take their women's honor seriously, and they're the backbone of Jackovan's power." "Not that seriously," she muttered. "They wouldn't turn on him over a woman, especially not an Orenstonian who fights like a soldier." The bitterness in her voice made me wonder how stifling she'd found court life in Estjen compared to the freedom she'd known. "True," I admitted. "Most wouldn't ride to your defense, but the scandal would tarnish Jackovan like getting caught with his hunting hounds. Respect matters more than loyalty sometimes. If he's willing to risk this, my cousin must be a real threat." Her breath hitched, so I'm not the only target, and I might not have been the first. There was an edge of panic in her words. Was there someone specific she feared for? I shrugged. Hard to say. Jackovan wouldn't move against Beckram without solid proof from a trusted source. Someone known to back Elizen. Anyone like that gone missing? She shook her head. Not when I was taken. No idea about now. I leaned in slowly, giving her time to steady herself, and rested a hand on her shoulder. "You can't do anything from this bed, just rest." She stayed still under my touch but didn't relax until I stepped away. "Need help?" I asked, keeping my tone light. "I know how much your back must ache." "No," she said flatly. She paused, then settled back under the quilt, wincing as she shifted to ease the ache in her ribs. "My head's too foggy," she mumbled. "Don't fight it," I told her. I'd been through Oreg's healing enough to recognize the bone-deep weariness dragging her under. Magic takes its toll. Her mouth quirked into a tired smile. "They call you the Shavig Wizard like you're the only mage the North ever spat out. Did you really tear Hurog apart with raw power?" "Not even close," I admitted. "Maybe with my soul, mine and Oreg's tangled together, but never just magic. Stories stretch the truth. Oreg's the real wizard here. Best I can do most days is light a fire without flint." That was underselling it, before Oreg decided I needed to rely on my own magic instead of Hurog's. Her smile vanished as she pushed herself up, blinking hard. "I shouldn't have come," she slurred. "Too risky." "The real danger," I said, "would have been not knowing Jackovan was coming for my family. You're welcome to stay until you turn to dust." That seemed to settle her, and she let me tuck the blankets around her again. I waited until her breathing evened out before brushing my fingers against her cheek. Objectively, she wasn't beautiful. Her father's sharp nose looked regal on him but gave her a fierce edge. Her face was all planes and angles, softened only by those tilted eyes and a mouth too wide for elegance. Tall but not the delicate kind, strong, solid, probably stronger than half the men I knew. To me she was breathtaking, even bruised and exhausted. For years I'd compared every woman to her, and they'd all fallen short. Now here she was in my bed. Tizala recovered fast, trading weakness for restless irritation. I dug out a chessboard to distract her. "My father's fault," she said when I gaped at my demolished pieces. I leaned back, scowling. "Never apologize for winning, that just twists the knife." Her grin was slow, deliberate. "I know, wrong," I said. "If you're going to win, make sure they never want to play again. Humiliation breeds revenge. Crushing them, that ends it." I took a breath, then slammed my palm down, sending chess pieces flying. 15 moves, I roared. "My blindfolded cousin plays better. Next time, ask if I actually know the rules." I let the outrage fade, watching her laugh. Tizala barely reacted when I first moved toward her, just a quick flinch, nothing more. Even as I stood over her, she stayed perfectly at ease in her chair. It had taken me months to earn that kind of trust from my father's warhorse, yet here she was, relaxed after only a short time of suffering. "Graceful as ever, Hurog," she remarked dryly, "like a bull in a pottery shop. My father raised me with better manners, but then again you are Shavig, prone to wild impulses, aren't you?" I dropped back into my seat, clutching my chest in mock agony. 5 days here had done wonders for her. The wounds on her left hand were healing cleanly, and though it would never regain full strength, she'd still be able to wield a shield or draw a bow. Abandoning the theatrics, I reset the chessboard, crawling under the bed to retrieve the black rook before we started again. This time I played ruthlessly. Hours slipped by, lunch came and went, and the fading winter light forced us to light candles before the match ended. I won, but barely. Ha! I slammed the table in triumph, and she laughed. The sound was better than any medicine. She still hadn't spoken about what had happened to her, and I didn't press. Some scars need quiet to mend. There'd be time for questions later. As much as I enjoy losing to you, she said once her laughter faded, don't you have responsibilities here, or does Hurog run itself? I gathered the scattered pieces from the floor. The harvest is stored, my aunt has the guard well in hand, and the main hall's new floor can wait. Tucking the last pawn into the case, I finally asked the question gnawing at me. What were you really doing in Estjen? I always assumed your fight with Havernus was staged, but I never understood why. What was the point? She arched a brow. What do you think the point was? I scowled. No one who plays chess like you does anything without a plan. What was the game? Was it really so foolish? She countered. I disagreed with my father. He demanded obedience, I refused, and he sent me away, probably hoping I'd cave. Straight to Estjen, I said flatly. Convenient, I snorted. That might fool Talvin nobles, but not me. Your father adores you. He'd never exile you over Alizen's doomed rebellion. So why really go to Estjen? She stayed silent, arms crossed, her expression daring me to piece it together myself. Growing up with a sister who spoke through looks alone, I knew that challenge well. Tizala's involvement with Alizen's cause puzzled me. Why would someone like her risk traveling to Estjen? Then it clicked. A nobleman openly backing Alizen would be charged with treason, I said, finally understanding. She gave me a knowing smile but stayed silent. But a noblewoman, Talvinish customs would protect her, at least in theory. They'd need someone unmarried, or else her husband would be expected to intervene. But why? I studied her face, searching for answers, while something inside me whispered, this woman is meant for me. The fading bruises on her cheeks, her sharp features made more pronounced by weight loss, even the grease stain from lunch on my old robe she wore, none of it diminished her. Maybe, I ventured, hoping my thoughts weren't obvious. There's a nobleman who wants Jacobin gone. Someone with resources, money, information, even just a message, but who needs complete anonymity. A trusted messenger, a servant, even a street kid could deliver it if people knew who to send them to. She arched a brow. You've got quite the imagination, Ward, and an accurate one, I shot back. How did you reach Alizen? She hesitated, then smirked. I'm not biting. Let's just say you're on the right track and leave it at that. But I couldn't let it go. Jacobin had already tried to use Tizala and failed, but he wouldn't stop there. My cousin Bekrem was in danger, and I couldn't afford to wait for the king's next move. As winter settled over the mountains, frosting the air with cold, I realized I had to act first. At dinner one night, I made my decision clear. I'm going to Estjen. The hall was drafty, the unfinished doorway letting in gusts of cold despite the roaring fireplace. Tizala, now well enough to join us, sat quietly. Orig leaned back in his chair, grinning. You're insane, he said, sounding almost proud. Aunt Stala shook her head, though I suspected it was more at Orig's amusement than my plan. She was the captain of my guards and my mother's half-sister, a proud, Talvinish woman who'd carved her own path through life, leaving her mark on the world. Her battle scars were worn like badges of honor, and every soldier in the Blue Guard, myself included, would have laid down their lives for her without hesitation. You trapped me here, my brother shot back, his voice tight with frustration. Every time I tried to leave the capital, you followed, risking your own neck just to keep me in place. What if the king decided to enforce his decree and toss you into that pit of exiled nobles he calls a prison? Tostin had been dead set on backing Alizen, a move I knew was reckless and pointless. But grief had a way of clouding judgment. Erdrick's death had shattered him, and he wasn't thinking clearly. Exiled mad nobles, I muttered, savoring the sweetness of fresh carrots in my stew. Winter had dragged on too long. Soon we'd be down to nothing but salted meat. I caught Tizala's eye, and she offered me a tense smile. She was on Tostin's side. Exiled mad nobles, Tostin repeated, slamming his hand on the table. And now you want to charge straight into Jakovin's schemes. Remember what happened to the last Hurog who got too curious. His throat was slit before he could blink. He murdered Erdrick, I said quietly. Now he's hunting Bekrem. I need to know what he's planning before we lose him too. Tostin's fists hit the table hard enough to rattle the dishes. And you think you can protect Bekrem better than he can protect himself. It wasn't the words that stung. It was the way he said them, like Bekrem was some untouchable hero, and I was just a fool stumbling into trouble. I swallowed the bitter retorts on my tongue, especially the one about how Bekrem's reckless affair had gotten Erdrick killed. Instead, I steadied my voice. I'm Hurugmet. My duty is to protect Hurog's blood. If I fail in that, I'm nothing. That's a new take on the title, my aunt remarked dryly, thinking of my father and grandfather. Meaton means guardian, Orig added between bites of bread, and Ward is Hurugmet. What can you do that Beckram can't? Tostin argued, though the fire in his voice had dimmed. He knew the old songs better than I did. He understood the weight of duty. If Orig's first-hand knowledge had stripped the legends of their shine, the core of honor still held power. I need to see the court for myself, I said. Jakovan kidnapping Tizala was just the beginning. Something worse is coming, and Hurog will be right in its path. Aunt Stala leaned forward. Who's going with you? And just like that, the decision was made. The meal was winding down as we finalized our travel plans. Though Tostin barely touched his food, he stayed quiet this time. Just as we rose to let the kitchen staff clear the table, the thunder of galloping horses echoed outside. A pale-faced guard burst in, breathless. "My lord," he gasped, "the king's soldiers are approaching." My throat tightened. Were they after Tizala? But I'd already dismissed that idea. Jakovan wouldn't risk exposing what he'd done to her. That left only one reason, the writ. Running crossed my mind. Orig could get me out, but fleeing would doom Hurog and my family. My uncle couldn't deny involvement, nor could Beckram if the king targeted him. Fighting back, that would spark a war. Shavig might rally behind us, but Orenstone was still recovering from the Vorseg invasion. I shook my head. A rebellion might work next year, but today, Hurog would crumble in hours. Our defenses were barely enough for bandits, let alone an army. No gatehouse, no portcullis, just a wooden door and prayers. Stala's grim voice cut through my thoughts. "No need to seek him out, he's come for you." Fear pounded in my chest. "Tizala," I snapped, "get to my room and stay there. If they find you, we're all dead." She didn't argue, vanishing up the stairs. I turned to the others. "Stala, keep the guard from fighting. Protect Hurog and Tizala. If the king's men don't mention her, neither do we." She gave a sharp nod. "Tostin, stay hidden. Ride to Uncle Dural, warn him about Beckram. Our message might have been intercepted." "You're surrendering?" Tostin asked. "I have to, but I'll find a way out." "Orig, can you reach me in Estjan unseen?" Orig smirked. "Obviously." Hoofbeats clattered on the courtyard tiles, jolting us. All the guardsman's horse had wandered into the great hall, drawn by the commotion. The soldier muttered an apology, but I barely heard him as I adjusted the two short stirrups and swung onto the mare's back. "Good luck," I said, then nudged her forward before hesitation could take hold. Outside, I dismissed the men at the gates, but Soren refused to leave. He knelt on the frozen earth, his voice steady. "You sheltered my family when we had nothing. I won't abandon you now." The others murmured agreement just as a shout came from the wall. The king's soldiers were closing in fast. I tried to reason with them. If I stand alone, they'll have no excuse for bloodshed, but if they see armed men, they'll take it as provocation. My aunt's sharp voice cut through the tension. "Orders aren't debates, Ward. And if you must explain, make it plain." She turned to the men, her tone softening just enough. "Orig will watch from a distance. If things turn ugly, he'll intervene. Now go before your loyalty gets him killed." One by one, they retreated. Soren was the last, his jaw tight, but he finally turned away. My aunt lingered just long enough to yank my ears and plant a quick kiss on my forehead before vanishing into the dusk. Alone, I moved toward the gates, then a thunderous crash shook the wood. They weren't even bothering with demands. The rhythmic pounding told me everything. They'd come for a fight, not a surrender. A grim smile tugged at my lips. Of course they'd found a battering ram, probably from the junk heap outside the walls. No negotiations, no mercy. Just the asylum waiting for anyone foolish enough to resist. A few splintered beams might have been salvageable, but the hinges were twisted beyond repair. Only a pry bar could have forced them open. Without one handy, I stepped back and let them break through from their side. As the doors collapsed, a flood of the king's soldiers poured in, and I was suddenly grateful I hadn't tried to stand my ground. There had to be at least 200 of them. Flattering, I thought bitterly. With no resistance, they hesitated, scanning the arrow slits in the keep's upper floors and the watchtowers along the walls. I lingered near the wrecked doors, unnoticed at first, a mistake the Blue Guard would never have made. But these men hadn't been trained by my aunt. A sharp blast from a war horn beyond the walls froze them, but their attention stayed fixed ahead, completely missing me. If I hadn't been so uneasy about what I was planning, I might have laughed. At my height, towering over most, being overlooked was a rare luxury. Their ranks grudgingly split, and 3 riders advanced commanders. The nearest was one of the king's sorcerers, perched on a striking piebald mare with eerie blue eyes. Vanity, I mused. He went by Jade Eyes, refusing to share his real name. I'd never met him, but the descriptions were unmistakable. His face was striking, but those unnaturally pale green eyes, rarer in humans than his horse's blue ones, were impossible to forget. They glowed against his deep wine-red hair. Beckram had once mentioned Jade Eyes was among the king's lovers, though his rank came from skill, not favor. His magic prickled against my skin as he scoured Hurog for something, but he found nothing. Not even the strongest sorcerer in the 5 kingdoms could breach these walls with magic while Orig stood guard. I doubted Jade Eyes even realized he'd been blocked. Most days, Oreg was just Oreg, his power so seamless I barely noticed. But moments like this, when he outmaneuvered the king's best, left me humbled. My focus shifted to the second rider, a general by his insignia, and then to the third. Garanon. Even at a distance, his lean frame and tousled brown curls were unmistakable. His presence surprised me. Once the king's favorite, he'd fallen from grace after choosing Orenstone over royal whims. He still held influence, but Jade Eyes had taken his place in more ways than one. Oddly, I liked Garanon, despite him delivering the writ that stripped me of Hurog. He'd had his reasons then, but seeing him here again, that I didn't like as the sorcerer and general halted their horses at the front of their forces. Garanon urged his mount a few steps ahead. Wardwick of Hurog, his voice boomed against the keep's stone walls, sharp enough to cut through battle noise. I leaned against the courtyard wall, forcing a lazy grin. Lord Garanon, always a pleasure. My attempt at casualness sent nearby guards shuffling backward, though I stood empty-handed. Garanon wheeled his horse around and approached, handing me a crumpled vellum scroll. His face betrayed nothing, but the tension in his jaw spoke volumes. "The king," he announced loudly, "has learned his previous orders were disregarded. He summons you, your brother Tostin, Lord Dura, and Bekram to Eschen immediately." I turned the parchment over in my hands before passing it back. Fascinating. Had I not already known the king's temper from Tazala, I might have believed this was a genuine summons. But Jacobin didn't hold discussions, he held executions. "The others aren't here," I said, keeping my voice light, "but I'd be delighted to join his majesty." "Care for supper before we go?" Garanon flicked a glance at the general, some new pawn in Jacobin's game, who shook his head. "We ride now, no retinue, just you and Tostin." I sighed dramatically. "Ah, about Tostin, he's off courting some local girl. Young love, you remember how that goes, don't you?" I drew out my words, savoring the general's twitching impatience. "No idea where she lives, but he'll be back, eventually." This wasn't a request, it was a trap, and Jacobin, he wasn't just after revenge. He wanted something far worse. "Would you care to wait?" "Absolutely not," the man bit out, his jaw snapping shut. "If the king wants him, he can send another messenger." The polite charade was over. I was a prisoner, and he wasn't about to let me slip away. His impatience meant he wouldn't waste time hunting for Tostin, and that alone eased some of the tension in my chest. At least my brother and Tazala were safe. Garanon stood closer to me than the general, his expression hidden from the others. He shot me a knowing smirk, well aware of the game I was playing with the general, but he didn't interfere. "Well then," I said, feigning irritation as if the delay were his fault. "If you're in such a rush, why are we standing around? Where's this horse you promised?" The animal they led forward was sturdy enough to carry me, but it wasn't winning any races. A decade or two ago, it might managed a trot. Garanon clearly expected me to protest, but I didn't. Escaping now would be pointless. Oreg, bound to me by more than just the old platinum ring on my finger, would track me down in Eschen. With a shrug, I adjusted the saddle, swung up, and rode out without waiting for an escort. Looking back would have ruined the act of a careless, slightly dim noble, so I kept my eyes forward. The dumber they thought me, the easier Oreg's job would be. We rode until nightfall, stopping short of Teofanig. The soldiers set up camp in an open field, and when they tied my wrists, I put up just enough fuss to keep up appearances before letting them. The ropes were loose, they'd already written me off as harmless. To them, I was just some oversized fool who still believed this was a friendly visit, despite the restraints. Garanon could have corrected their assumptions, but he stayed silent. Interesting. I hunched by the fire, my head pounding, my body weak from being away from Hurog. The ache would fade in a few days, but only returning home would banish it completely. When I finally lay down, the general secured my arm to his with a tight knot. He wasn't taking chances. Fine by me. I wasn't going anywhere tonight. As I drifted off, I could feel Jade Eyes watching, silent but relentless. The constant surveillance unsettled me, but knowing he was a mage sent a real chill down my spine. Oreg lingered just beyond the tree line, barely a football field away. Locating him came effortlessly. It was the one gift my father hadn't managed to strip from me during that brutal beating. Sure, I could wield magic now, but tracking was instinctive. I wished Oreg had kept his distance. Even in human form, his magic pulsed faintly, though he masked it well. I wasn't sure if he realized how sharp Jade Eyes really was. Dragons, I'd learned, had a way of underestimating everyone else. When I opened my eyes, Jade Eyes was already there, his frost-colored gaze locked onto me. "Tell me," he murmured, smooth as syrup, "what happens when you dream?" The question threw me. Was this some kind of test? Instinct kicked in and I defaulted to playing dumb. "I sleep mostly," I said, feigning confusion. Had I done something in my sleep? "Your magic clung to us all night," he continued. It carried your scent, just like your home did, but the moment you woke, it vanished. Why? Had it backward. My home carried traces of Auric in me, not the other way around. Relief washed over me. No one would believe in dragons. Jade Eyes would sooner invent some new power than accept their return to Hurog. The hunger in his eyes wasn't desire, it was pure unbridled greed. I lost my magic, I lied. Power-hungry men were dangerous, one had already ruined Hurog. Magic doesn't just disappear, he countered. It lingered here, watching over you. You've given it a mind of its own. That happened when your father nearly killed you. If there's magic here, it isn't mine, I insisted. Auric must have dozed off and let his guard down. Jade Eyes had spun quite the tale, though. He barely acknowledged my words, rocking back on his heels with a thoughtful hum. Standing, he muttered, "The king will want to hear about this." Garanon shot me a concerned look. I shrugged. Catching Jade Eyes' attention wasn't ideal, but what could I do? Auric was supposed to wait in Estion, yet here he was, trailing us. No way to warn him off now. At least Jade Eyes thinks it's just me, I reassured myself. No threat to Hurog. He didn't speak to me again, but his eyes never left me. Every morning, I woke to find him looming over me like some overeager scholar. The urge to make a face at him was almost unbearable. But I was the Hurog met. I had an image to uphold. I settled into prison life better than expected, passing the time with dice games at night and joining in on the rough songs during daylight hours. After a while, General Lowen, whose name I'd finally learned, only bothered tying me up after dark. I didn't pretend to be slow-witted like before, but I also didn't go out of my way to debate battle tactics or deep philosophy. Garanon kept his distance, weighed down by guilt like a man who'd sold out a comrade. I would have reassured him if I could, but seeking him out would raised eyebrows. He hadn't had much choice. Jackovan got a kick out of watching people squirm. Truth be told, I wasn't exactly Garanon's friend. Men like him couldn't afford friendships. Still, I'd always liked him. On the third evening of the march, Garanon dropped down beside me, watching two soldiers pitch a tent with practiced ease. "Damn it, Ward," he muttered, low enough that only I could hear. "I'm sorry." "Don't be," I said. "We both know who's really calling the shots." We sat in silence, oddly comfortable despite everything. Then with a bitter chuckle he said, "He still can't make up his mind about me." Anyone else might have been confused, but I knew exactly who he meant. "Jackovan, Jade Eyes is the new favorite," he replied. I nodded. "Does it eat at you?" Garanon let out a sharp laugh. "Not if he'd just let me go." "I've got a son, did you know? 3 years old, and I've only seen him twice. Every time I ask to visit my lands, Jackovan claims he can't spare me. Still punishing you for siding with Havernus to drive the Vorsag out of Orenstone. It wasn't really a question," he shrugged. "Who knows what goes on in that head of his?" He buried his face in his knees. "Sometimes I wonder if even he does." I disagreed. I was sure the king knew exactly what he was doing, but I kept that to myself. We stayed like that until it was time to turn in. Maybe I gave him some small comfort. He certainly helped keep my own dread in check. Auric was close, but any escape would mean dragging Hurog into war with the king. Maybe my uncle would handle things better. Keeping up the cheerful, easygoing act got harder the closer we got to Estion. On the final morning, General Lowen clamped iron shackles around my wrists. "Sorry," he said, almost meaning it, and handed me a waterskin. Sympathy made me accept his peace offering. The moment I drank, something vile and unnatural seared through my veins. "The water," I choked out. "You poisoned it." This wasn't just herbs, this was twisted magic. The guards' faces blurred, their forms twisting into fire demons gripping my chains. I wrenched free, sending them crashing to the ground. My arms trembled, the poison burning like acid under my skin. The heat pressed down on me, sweat stinging my eyes until the world swam in a crimson haze. A voice cut through the chaos. "We need backup." The creature with emerald-lit eyes hissed back. "I am helping. That guardian spirit in the forest. One slip of this barrier and it'll turn us all to ash. That's why we struck at noon when it's sluggish. You handle the brute, it's your specialty." They came at me with axes and daggers, but I sent the first wave flying into the churning sea behind them. The next attackers were smarter, their blades bit deep. "Thought the king wanted him breathing," someone snapped. For half a second, I recognized Garanon's voice, then it slipped away. The shackles made every move sluggish. When I finally got room to breathe, I wrenched at the chains. The metal groaned but held. "Damn," a voice muttered. "Look at those dents." Something cracked against my leg, and the next blow turned my vision white. I woke on a musty pallet, the only light a narrow slit of window high above. Garanon crouched beside me, his face shadowed. "Demons didn't take you," I rasped, certain I heard their claws scraping the door, his mouth twisted. "Pretty sure they did." There was something urgent I needed to say, but the words dissolved like smoke. "Secret," I managed. He leaned closer. "Keep it," he murmured, uneasy. "Ward left it for you." His brow furrowed, but he stayed silent. Not your fault, I slurred, my tongue thick. Jackovan would have come either way. Would you have walked into this trap without me? He demanded. I nodded. Hurog's walls aren't finished. Ward knew, he just didn't have a choice. Garanon bent down, and suddenly it wasn't him anymore but my father looming over me. I flinched into myself, bracing for the blow. When the door creaked shut, I buried myself in the straw, the stench of fear thick in the air. Only one thought kept me sane. If I held out long enough, the dragon would come. Tizala stereotypes exist for a reason. Show me an Orenstonian who breaks their word, or a Shavigman who won't throw a punch, I'll eat my boots. Pacing Ward's chamber, Tizala gritted her teeth. Sitting idle while others fought her battles was worse than playing her part in her father's scheme, exactly as Ward had predicted. Alizen had masterminded it, though he'd hated involving her. His plans ran deeper than Ward realized. Deep enough, she prayed, to topple Jackovan. But Ward had shredded her father's rebellion with cold logic, and every word had rung terrifyingly true. Tizala had spent too much time around men who turned every shred of hope into something grand, only to watch it crumble. But Ward wasn't like that. He saw things as they were. If he sensed disaster, she feared he might be right. The silence unnerved her. A fortress should never be this quiet. There should be footsteps, the clang of training swords, the groan of carts rolling through the yard. With the king's soldiers here, the noise should have been deafening. Instead, the only sound had been the distant, thunderous crack of wood against wood, and now nothing. The stillness gnawed at her nerves. She sank into a chair, fighting off a wave of exhaustion, some lingering effect of Orig's magic, Ward had told her. Her body had mostly healed, though her left hand still ached. Orig had warned her it might never regain full strength, but at least she could still move it. That was more than she'd expected after the bandits. She remembered, with a bitter clarity, the moment she'd considered cutting it off herself before they could take it from her. Pushing herself up, she steadied herself against the bedpost. Ward's tunic hung there, carrying the faint scent of salt and sun, the same scent that clung to his sheets. Would she have come here if not for that memory of riding with him, laughing like she hadn't in years? Most men avoided Haverness's daughter, too strong, too skilled, too much. But Ward had teased her, flirted with her, looked at her like she wasn't some kind of monster. She caught herself pressing the fabric to her face and scoffed. Pathetic. The door swung open and she dropped the tunic, snapping into a defensive stance before recognizing Stala. The older woman strode in, sharp-eyed and brisk. Good you're awake, she said. Dura arrives soon and we need a plan. He'll likely take every soldier to Estjon, but we can't leave you unprotected. How are you holding up? Better than expected, Tizala answered. What's happened? Why does Duro need Hurog's men? Where's Ward? Stala's voice was clipped. The king's men took him to Estjon for trial. Don't look like that, girl. Panicking won't help. From what I could gather, they had no idea you were here. Ward made sure they stayed clear of the keep. None of it was about you. Stala studied Tizala carefully. Do you remember why Ward was fighting in Orenstone 5 years back? 4, Tizala corrected without thinking. She caught herself too late and quickly moved on before Stala could question why she kept such close track of the years since she'd last seen Ward. The king threatened to lock him up in the asylum. He and Tostin were just talking about it. The image of Ward trapped in one of those bleak cells, she knew them too well, twisted her stomach. He wouldn't survive long in there. Stala let out a slow breath. Ward earned enough glory stopping Karairn's invasion that the king couldn't just call him mad back then. But time passes, people forget. Jackovan doesn't. He holds grudges, especially against Hurog's bloodline. This isn't on you. If anything, Ward made it sound like you're caught in the king's feud with his family, not the other way around. Tizala stepped back, annoyed when her legs nearly buckled. You can't let them take him there. Have you ever seen that place? Stala's jaw tightened. I didn't let anything happen. Ward chose to go with them and gave the rest of us our orders. Mine was to keep you safe. She caught Tizala's arm as she swayed, steering her firmly back into the chair. He'll be fine. Orig's following them, and trust me, if they try anything, they'll regret it. That boy doesn't care about politics. Tostin's gone to fetch Dura, and if charm won't free Ward, Orig's power will. Stop worrying. Right now, we need to figure out what to do with you. Keep her safe. Had she been the reason Ward surrendered so easily? Tizala straightened. I came here hurt, needing shelter. I don't need a minder. Give me supplies and I'll manage. But she leaned in. Maybe I can help you. Stala raised an eyebrow, dragging her chair closer. How? Tizala kept her voice low. Most of my work for Alizen involved people who'd fallen out of Jackovan's favor, the kind who end up in the asylum. I know how it works. The words walked the edge between truth and deception, but she'd gotten good at that. If politics fail and someone needs to break him out, I can help. Tizala knew she was taking a risk. The Hurogs had deep-rooted loyalty to the crown, even when the king didn't deserve it, but she was counting on Stala and Ward's uncle caring more about family than outdated traditions. Stala sighed, leaning against the table. Most of the prisoners in that place are nobodies, at least for now. Tizala forced a tight smile. And most of Elizen's supporters are nobodies too, but their numbers are growing. Stala exhaled sharply. Fair point. I won't stop you from leaving, but waiting for Dura might be smarter. He has eyes and ears everywhere. He'll know how to use what you've got. How soon will he be here? Tostin rode out the moment Ward left. Could be as little as 4 days. Ward could hold on that long, couldn't he? The journey to Estion alone would take days. She'd known men who'd survived worse. Rolling her shoulders, Tizala nodded. I'll wait for Lord Dura. Tizala slept through most of the day and woke the next morning feeling stronger. A massive breakfast had been left beside her bed, and after devouring it, she tested her stiff limbs. Sweat beaded on her forehead, but the movement helped. Picking up Ward's staff, she adjusted her grip. Her left hand still didn't cooperate, forcing her to modify her stance. She was mid-practice, using the staff to balance a slow cartwheel when Stala walked in unannounced. The move would have been impossible in a smaller room. Not the most practical technique, Stala remarked dryly. Tizala landed smoothly, shrugging. It pays the bills. In the second act, the warrior goddess teaches the hero to outmaneuver the emperor's sorcerer. Not glamorous, but it keeps a roof over my head. You've been performing. Ward must mention my work in Estion, Tizala said. No point hiding it now. As Haverness's daughter, I couldn't exactly take a job without losing my status. Spying isn't cheap. Her father had sent money once, but she'd refused more too risky. Jackoven would have loved an excuse to accuse Haverness of treason. An actor at my inn got me the role. Masked performances in a part of town nobles rarely visit. Stala nodded, understanding. Ward mentioned you're skilled with a sword. High praise indeed. How about a staff? Stala asked, eyeing Tizala with interest. Tizala flexed her left hand, still stiff from old injuries. Not at the moment. This one's too long, and even a proper-sized staff might be too much for me right now. Stala took Tizala's hand, turning it over with a critical eye. The more you push it, the faster it'll heal, she said finally, releasing her grip. Ward's staff is built for a man who could swing a log. We'll find you something better. The guard is training with staves in the bailey today. Seaforters, Talvans, even a few Avanhellish fighters. But it's been years since we've had an Orenstonian here. The men could learn a thing or two from your style. A genuine grin spread across Tizala's face. It had been too long since she'd faced skilled opponents who didn't hold back. Let's do it. Over the next few days, the training shifted. Staffs gave way to swords, then hand-to-hand combat, and finally archery. Tizala thrived, her confidence growing with each session. The men here didn't pull punches just because she was a woman. Some were better, some worse, but Stala's sharp corrections and unexpected tricks sharpened her skills. The lingering aches faded, replaced by the deep, dreamless sleep of exhaustion. No more nightmares of Estion. By the third morning after Ward's departure, she felt strong enough to leave. As she wiped sweat from her brow and traded jabs with a Seaforter guard, she mentally listed what she'd need: a horse, supplies, and coin for bribes. Then a horn's urgent blast cut through the air, freezing the bailey in place. Lord Dura, Stala muttered. Finally, with a sharp whistle, she signaled the gates to open. Another command snapped the Blue Guard into formation. Tizala moved to Stala's side as Ward's uncle rode in, flanked by 50 weary men including Tostin and Bekram. Their horses swayed with exhaustion, and Stala sent guards to help the grooms. Dura was a broad-shouldered man, though not as massive as Ward. The Hurog bloodline was unmistakable, his sharp features, the deep blue of his eyes, nearly violet. His gaze swept the courtyard, pausing briefly on Tizala before settling on Stala. He dismounted without a word, handing off his gelding. The king's men are right behind us, he said, voice low. I couldn't risk leaving Iftihar undefended, not with Syra so close to giving birth. Without us around to negotiate, they'll probably leave her alone, but I had to make sure she had some protection in case the king decides he wants all of Hurog, not just the men in Estion. Stala's brow furrowed. What do you mean, all of Hurog, and why is the king after you? Bekram stepped in before Tostin could respond. Right before Tostin found us, I got word from a contact that the king planned to summon us. Tostin confirmed Ward's already been taken. Tizala, lingering unnoticed behind Stala, had forgotten how effortlessly Bekram could command attention. His deep, smooth voice sent an unexpected warmth through her, and his striking features, golden skin, reddish hair, the best of Hurog's bloodline, made him undeniably handsome. Unlike Ward, who carried himself differently, Bekram had the kind of presence people remembered. She'd heard he'd married Ward's sister. We led them away from Syra to see if Hurog was still secure before letting them catch up, Dura explained. Any news from Oreg? Stala nodded, though Tizala hadn't seen any messengers or carrier pigeons. Maybe Oreg, being a wizard, had his own ways. Her father's mage certainly hadn't. He says they're 2 days from Estion. Ward's fine. Apparently he's already won over the general, though most of them, except maybe Garanon, have no idea what they're dealing with. He's not doing that dim-witted act again, is he? Beckram groaned. Stala sighed. No, but you know him. Even without pretending, people assume he's slow. It's the eyes, Tizala cut in, deciding it was time to join the conversation. They're beautiful, but not exactly the eyes of a sharp man. Tostin grinned, dirt streaking his face. Nah, it's how long it takes him to say anything. Uncle Dura Beckram, this is Tizala, Ward's warrior and Haverness's daughter. Tizala, you've met Beckram, not that you'd forget. His smirk made it clear he knew exactly the effect his cousin had on people. And this is my uncle, Lord Dura. Looks shavig, but his lands are in Talvin, which drives the court chamberlain mad at banquets. Does he sit with the Talvins or the shavig men? Lord Dura pushed aside his exhaustion and bowed with practiced grace. Lady. Tizala returned the gesture with a smile, avoiding a curtsy. Tall women never looked graceful bobbing up and down. She'd met Dura and Beckram before in Eschen, though she doubted they remembered. Beckram inclined his head. Lady, congratulations on your child, Lord Beckram. A bright, weary smile crossed his face. Thank you. I'd give anything to be with her now, but not at Ward's expense. Syra wouldn't allow it. My mother's there, and she adores my wife. Ward's problems were the least of their worries. Staying at Iftihar would only put her in greater danger once the king's soldiers came searching. He turned to Lord Dura. Father, we're running out of time. What's the plan? Dura exhaled sharply. Stala, I have to leave you in charge here. No point saving the boy if Hurog falls in our absence. How many men do you need? Stala didn't hesitate, her voice steady despite the weight of the task. You've got 50 with you, and we can spare another 50 on rested horses. That leaves 100 here, more than enough. If you want, we could pull a few more from the pastures. Dura shook his head. Number feeding and housing more than 100 in Eschen is too costly and unnecessary. A strong showing is enough if the king decides to move against us. Even twice the men wouldn't matter. Tostin stepped forward. About expenses, I know you didn't bring much from Iftihar. Hurog can help cover the costs. Ward has gold stored away. I'll bring it. Dura gave a curt nod. That would help. I have funds in Eschen, but I wasn't planning on supplying an army. Tizala folded her arms. I'm coming too. I know the asylum and I owe Ward. Dura studied her, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. Haverness's daughter, rumored to sympathize with Alizan's rebellion, wouldn't know the asylum unless she'd been involved with its most infamous prisoner. Stala might have missed it, but Dura didn't. We'd be glad to have you, he said smoothly. Tizala smirked. She'd expected suspicion, not acceptance. Hurog had dulled her usual caution. I'll keep a low profile in Eschen. No need to tie Hurog to a known rebel. Dura turned back to Stala. Get the men settled. They need rest. We leave at dawn. We've got a head start on the king's forces. Morning came quickly. Tostin handled the fresh horses while Stala managed supplies. Tizala pitched in, saddling mounts and relaying orders. When she returned from one such task, Tostin approached, leading a striking chestnut mare with a white star on her forehead. He handed her the reins, and the surrounding guards watched with poorly concealed amusement. The mare stood steady as Tizala mounted. This is Feather, Tostin said, swinging onto his own horse. Tizala arched a brow at the smirking onlookers. What's wrong with her? Tostin grinned. She's Ward's spare. No one rides her. Well, except Syra, back when she was reckless. Don't stress. He want you to keep her. Just give her a little extra attention so she doesn't outpace the group. Tizala blinked, surprised by the offer, knowing how protective Ward was of his horses. Had she really been that transparent about her feelings? She kept her expression neutral, though she suspected Tostin saw right through her. He flashed her a knowing smile before riding off to help with the remaining horses. Stala moved beside her, resting a hand on the chestnut's flank. When this is all over, she murmured, come back to Hurog. Ward would love showing you around. Stala chuckled, clearly amused by Tizala's startled reaction. He's told me every detail, every strike against the Vorsag, every word you exchanged. You hide it well, but I've been around long enough to notice how you linger near his things. Visit again. Tizala glanced around, ensuring no one overheard. I'm 5 years older and hardly the kind of woman who turns heads. He'd be better off with some young Shavig girl. Stala stepped back, shaking her head. You're the one who quickens his pulse. A few years mean nothing to a man's heart. Come back. The journey to Eschen dragged on, longer than Tizala remembered. Her hand throbbed by morning, but Feather's gentle nature meant she barely needed to guide her. By dusk, they'd passed a trading post and reached the rolling hills separating Talvin from Shavig. That night they made camp beside a quiet creek, thankfully free of the mountain snow. The next morning, still no sign of the king's men. Tizala splashed icy water on her face, shaking off sleep. Then chaos erupted, horses shrieking, hooves pounding. Feather, even without seeing Ward's bond with his horses, the guards' reactions made it clear how valuable she was. The last thing Tizala needed was to explain losing her. She found Feather wide-eyed but calm, while the others panicked as if facing a monster. Feather only trembled slightly, settling at Tizala's soothing words. Crisis averted, Tizala turned, expecting a bear or mountain cat. Her breath caught, dragon-frighted indeed. Amid the half-packed camp stood a creature straight from legend, a dragon, massive and shimmering in hues of deep blue and violet, its scales catching the light like polished gemstones. The sight sent her stumbling back against Feather, her pulse roaring in her ears. The dragon's wings, half folded against its body, gleamed with obsidian bones traced in delicate gold veins, the lavender membrane stretched between them shimmering under the pale light. Its piercing blue-violet eyes stood out against the jagged dark scales of its face. Tostin stood alone before it, fists tight at his sides, his voice sharp with frustration. Realizing the others were either wrestling panicked horses or too far to intervene, Tizala unsheathed her sword and left Feather tied nearby. She moved cautiously, not wanting to provoke the creature while its focus remained fixed on Tostin. Halfway to them, she caught his words. Not here. His voice burned with anger, though fear flickered beneath it. This was never the plan. Ward warned us. If word gets out, every power-hungry fool in the kingdom will come hunting you. 100 people saw this. You think they'll keep quiet? Tizala froze. This wasn't just an argument, it was a secret unraveling. The dragon's head darted forward, close enough to ruffle Tostin's hair with its breath. He went pale but didn't back down. I'll find you once I track down my horse, which might take all day thanks to your little stunt. Now go. The dragon exhaled sharply, its gaze flicking to Tizala for a heartbeat before it reared up, wings unfurling with a rush of wind. In seconds it vanished beyond the western ridge. Tostin turned to her, his expression almost desperate. She didn't wait for him to speak. Hurog means dragon. The realization buzzed through her like adrenaline. I just saw a dragon, and when the rest of the world hears we've got one, Tostin dragged a hand through his hair. They'll swarm this place, blades drawn. He knows better than this. She nodded. If I were you, I'd spread the word that Ward won't take kindly to anyone blabbing about this. But since I'm not Shavig, I'll just pretend I didn't see a thing. Tostin's tired smirk told her he appreciated the lie. The scattered horses were eventually rounded up, though whispers about what had spooked them rippled through the camp. Most, like her, had been too busy calming their mounts to get a clear look, though a few claimed otherwise. As night settled in, the chill drove everyone toward the fire where Lord Duraw's cook ladled out steaming bowls of porridge. Tostin cleared his throat, avoiding his uncle's gaze. That was one odd windstorm earlier. Odd indeed, Duro replied, deadpan. The flicker of surprise on Tostin's face said he hadn't expected his uncle to play along. Tizala studied their faces and realized Tostin had known about the dragon all along, while his uncle and cousin were only finding out now. The Hurog men locked eyes in a silent debate, Tostin silently begging for patience. It struck her that the dragon's eyes had been the same striking shade of blue as Oreg's, who'd gone to keep an eye on Ward. Spooked the horses something fierce, Bekram remarked. Some bard might spin a tale about a monstrous creature terrifying them, but that just complicate getting the Hurog men out of the asylum. These lowlanders get greedy over things they don't understand. They might start thinking Ward had something to do with a mythical beast. Tostin shot his cousin a grateful glance. Lord Duraw scanned his men, his voice heavy with warning. I'd be very displeased if rumors made it harder to free my nephew. Very displeased. The threat in his tone was unmistakable. What windstorm, scoffed Sauron, one of the Blue Guard. It was Betham's snoring that set the horses off. Betham, known as one of the Guard's finest swordsmen, spat on the ground. Nah, that was your wife. She startled tougher beasts than our horses. Another soldier grinned. Nope, it was 100-foot sea turtle breathing fire from its nose. Would have devoured us all if not for Betham's snoring. Thought he was an even bigger, meaner turtle, so the beast turned tail and fled back to the ocean. Gradually, the camp returned to normal, though an undercurrent of quiet excitement lingered. The men packed up with cheerful whistles and knowing glances. Dragons, it seemed, were good news for Hurog. Tizala finished her preparations and approached Tostin, who was deep in discussion with his uncle and cousin. We're ready to ride, she announced. Lord Duraw cut off the debate with a firm look. I'll get the men moving. Tostin and Bekram have something to handle and I want you with them. Tostin hesitated. But she already knows enough to destroy us if she wanted to, Duraw interrupted. If he came for the reason we suspect, she might be the key to helping him. Now go before he loses patience and causes another scene. Without another word, Tostin and Bekram mounted up. Tostin led the way at a brisk trot, not checking if the others followed. Once out of sight, Oreg emerged from the trees, his usual composed demeanor gone. I've got bad news, he said. Tizala met his gaze, those same Hurog blue eyes just like the dragon's. The pieces clicked into place. Oreg and the dragon were connected. Bekram's voice was uncharacteristically tense. Must be serious. His horse shifted nervously, sensing his unease. What happened? Oreg looked between them, regret in his expression. I'm sorry. This wasn't the distant, imposing figure Tizala remembered from Hurog. The man stood trembling, his voice thick with guilt as he apologized for startling the camp by appearing in dragon form, though Tizala knew it wasn't just an illusion. Oreg was a dragon, the very creature sworn to protect Ward. She swung down from her horse, shooting a glare at the Hurog men and the wizard. Oreg, she snapped, that was the most breathtaking sight I've ever witnessed, but if you don't tell us where Ward is right now, I swear I'll end you myself. Oreg spread his hands helplessly. I've lost him. He was there last night when I slept, but by morning he was gone. Their camp was dismantled, the tracks leading toward the city. I searched the asylum, the king's stronghold, nothing. I can feel him, but I don't know where. That's never happened before. Tizala's jaw tightened. The king's wizards built a prison in the asylum to hold mages. Could that block you from sensing Ward? Oreg went still, then nodded slowly. It might. The king claimed he was taking Ward there, she said. We have no reason to doubt it. Once we reach Estion, I know people who can get me inside to look for him. Oreg's eyes turned distant. He's afraid, deeply afraid. That's not like him. Then we're wasting time, Tizala said, turning to Tostin and Bekram. Let's move, every minute counts. Later, as they rode, Tostin fell into step beside her. You've got the wrong idea, she told him bluntly. He raised an eyebrow. Oh, I'm not and never will be Ward's woman. She wasn't in the mood for subtlety, not when even riding his horse fed the rumors. Tostin chuckled, though his tone stayed serious. So you don't like my brother, she urged Feather into a faster trot, leaving him behind. When he caught up an hour later, his voice was quieter. You've probably heard the worst about my father. Ward calls him mad, I call him evil. He paused, then continued. When I was 13, there was a kitchen maid, everyone adored her. She had this light about her, this joy. It wasn't just her beauty, though that was undeniable. His horse tugged at the reins, trying to graze, and Tostin gently pulled him back. The memory hung between them, heavy with unspoken meaning. I don't believe she and Ward were involved until that night my father attacked her, he said. Did Ward step in? Tizala asked. I used to assume it was Stala, Tostin admitted. But looking back, I think Ward sent her. The maid was coming from my mother's chambers with a tray when my father cornered her. I was hiding, crouched under a table in the hallway, and when he paused, I thought he'd spotted me. Then she screamed. She fought him hard, and he let her. If he'd really wanted to, he could have overpowered her easily. He was nearly as strong as Ward. Tostin fell silent for a moment, chewing on a piece of dried meat as they rode. When he spoke again, it was as if no time had passed. My Aunt Stala came running in, probably heard the commotion. No one else in that castle would dared interfere. She shoved my father away, then smacked the maid to silence her. My view was limited, but I saw Stala help her up and send her straight to Ward's rooms. A bitter chuckle escaped him. That was probably the first night she stayed with him. But back then, all I felt was betrayal, angry at myself for being too scared to act, and furious at Ward for taking the girl I thought I loved at 13. Instead of facing my own weakness, I blamed him for everything. I listened to Stala and my father argue, then fight, then well. Meanwhile, I imagined Ward and the maid doing the same, and I hated them all. Tostin turned to Tizala with a hollow smile. So when the whole castle mocked my brother for trailing after that maid like a lovesick puppy, I joined in. He followed her everywhere, carrying laundry, fetching trays, and at night she slept in his bed. Tizala pushed down a flicker of discomfort at the thought. Ward would have been 15 or 16 then, already built like a warrior. My father started avoiding him, probably afraid of what he could do, so he let Ward's obsession slide. It lasted over a year before she married someone else. Tostin's breath hitched slightly, the memory clearly painful. Once, I passed his room and the door creaked open on its own. Hurog had its share of ghosts, so that wasn't unusual. But then I heard Ward crying. He would have married her if she'd let him. But she knew her place, even if he refused to. She headed off to Teofanig to marry a merchant her father had arranged for her. Tostin ran his fingers through his horse's mane. Not long after, she lost the baby, right around the time I heard Ward sobbing in his room. I always wondered if it was his child. I still regret not going to him that night instead of shutting the door. He hesitated, then sighed. Wasn't sure if I should tell you all this, but it feels right. None of us have seen Ward like this since. No flirting, no spark when other women walk in. Just you. He shot her a knowing look. And don't think I see you as just Ward's woman, like you called it, this. It's deeper than that. Back at Hurog, Syra had a nursemaid who loved spinning tales about sewer-dwelling monsters that gobbled up misbehaving children. Instead of scaring her, Syra adored playing the monster herself, once leaping out to give the poor woman the fright of her life. Aunt Stala just shook her head and said, "The worst monsters are the ones we make up in our heads." Then the guards came. Their eyes glowed unnaturally, flames licking at their helmets like serpents. Their words were gibberish, but their grip on my arms wasn't. The small, sane part of me whispered, "Don't kill them." So I didn't. I let them drop and retreated to my nest, the stone wall cool against my spine. Later, Jade Eyes arrived with a brazier, filling the air with bitter smoke. At first it burned my throat, then the fear melted away, and the straw beneath me turned soft as a down blanket. When they led me out, the floor swayed like a ship's deck. The room they took me to was lined with shelves of pottery, and in the center stood a padded table with straps dangling from it. Jade Eyes was murmuring with Art, the king's archmage. I barely recognized him without his gaudy court robes, dressed instead in plain black. "Be careful," my hidden voice warned. Even calm, I was glad it hadn't abandoned me. "Ward," Jade Eyes said, "how are you feeling?" I just grinned and held out my hands. "Better. I'll make sure you stay that way, okay?" "Be careful," the voice whispered, but I barely registered it. Whatever they'd burned in my cell left me numb, detached. Jade Eyes guided me to the table, motioning for me to lie down. The sight of the restraint sent a flicker of unease through me, but I pushed it aside. He was here to help, wasn't he? I stayed still as they fastened a collar around my neck, securing my head. Straps tightened across my limbs until I couldn't so much as twitch. "Ward," Jade Eyes finally said, "I'll help you, but first, I need something from you." "Fair enough." I tried to nod, but the collar held me fast. "Yes," I managed, the word thick in my throat like the times my father had left me too battered to speak. A cold knot of fear twisted inside me at the memory, but I forced it down. He'd promised to help. That was all that mattered, even if I couldn't quite recall why I needed it. "I thought we were supposed to break him, not interrogate him," Arton snapped, his tone sharp enough to make my stomach clench again. The king's wizard, my silent voice supplied, and suddenly I remembered exactly why fear was justified. "Jacobin gave us 2 weeks," Jade Eyes countered. "I want to know how he conjured that protective magic first. I've never seen anything like it." "You sure it was him?" Arton scoffed. "Rumor says all he could ever do was find things." "He leveled an entire fortress," Jade Eyes shot back, bristling at the older mage's disdain. "Not bad for a finder, and yes, I'm certain. The magic had his mark, his aura. I'd prove it if you could read auras." Jade Eyes stepped closer, lifting a staff adorned with gold and jewels, except for the top, where a rough, weathered claw sat awkwardly. "Dragon," I said, the word slipping out effortlessly, dulling the dread coiling in my gut. Jade Eyes grinned. "Yes, a dragon's claw. Selig himself gifted it to his king, just as mine did for me." "Selig had no right," the voice roared in my head, loud enough I thought Jade Eyes might hear. "He was sworn to protect dragonkind, traitor." "Hurigmet," I muttered, the force of the voice dragging the word from me. Then my thoughts scattered, leaving me silent. "Yes, he was Hurigmet, like you." Jade Eyes leaned in. "Selig was a mage, Ward, are you?" I frowned. Everyone knew the answer. I was, before my father broke me. "Can you still work magic?" I wasn't sure, so I reached for it, and something answered. "Oh yes," the voice chimed in, bright and eager. "Fire's simple, almost as easy as finding. I don't even need Hurog's magic for that, remember." The moment the words left me, I knew it was true. The room was full of things that would burn. I could already feel the oils in the clay jars. Waiting, the first explosions erupted around me, sending shards of pottery flying in every direction. It was exhilarating. The muffled shouts of men blended with the sharp cracks of breaking clay, but I barely noticed, lost in the raw thrill of wielding magic. Flames devoured the candles, reducing them to waxy nubs, while the oil-soaked wood practically begged for my touch. The haze of smoke and drugs began to lift, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I could think clearly. Then came the pain, no warning, no slow build, just searing agony that locked my muscles and left me writhing against the unforgiving leather collar. But pain was an old friend. I knew the trick: go limp, play dead. Sometimes my father would stop if I stopped fighting. So I lay still, limp as a ragdoll, while Jade Eyes raged over the wreckage of his lab. His precious artifacts turned to ash in seconds. When he saw his prized dragon's claw reduced to nothing, he lost control. Pain came again, relentless, until Arton finally pulled him off. "He's out cold, you fool. Enough." I let them believe I was unconscious. It had worked before, and despite the torment, it had been worth it. The dragon's claw was gone, its power scattered, useless. No one would profit from Selig's treachery now. My mind was too fogged to recall why that mattered, only that it did. Sweat stung my eyes, and for a second I thought it was blood. Jade Eyes spat at the other mage. "Tell the king he'll have his prize." A week, no more. Then the pain returned, sharp and final. When they dragged me back to my cell, they left food and water just out of reach. The moment they were gone, I snatched the carafe and gulped greedily until the shadows at the edges of my vision started blinking. I forced myself to stop, though my throat still burned. The food could wait. My skin should have been split open from the agony, yet it was unmarked. Then the shadows began to move, slithering from the corners, and I buried myself in the straw. "You are a difficult man to find, Wardwick of Hurog." The voice wasn't mine. My skull throbbed, my lips cracked and dry. Behind my eyelids, all I saw was the eerie glow of Jade Eye's stare. "Hurog met." The voice pulled me back, deep, resonant, too rich for any woman. I cracked my eyes open and saw fur, bright as fire, striped in gold and amber. Glowing eyes stared down at me, framed by fangs longer than my fingers. The creature's presence pushed the shadows back, shrinking them into the dark where they belonged. "Hurog met," she rumbled. "When was the last time you ate?" The Tamerlane guardian of Ethervin's temple sat before me. Another hallucination, I decided. So I stayed silent. She made her home in the crumbling temples of Ethervin on Menog Hill, just beyond the borders of Eschen. There was no way she could be here in the asylum with me now. I shut my eyes, willing her to vanish. A scraping sound broke the silence, the bowl they'd left for me sliding across the stone floor as she nudged it with her paw. "Smart boy," she murmured, her voice oddly gentle for such a creature. "You didn't touch your dinner." Garanon suspected poison rather than magic, far trickier to fight. She was right about the water being the real threat. My throat burned with thirst after hours of sweating through whatever they'd dosed me with, but I'd known better than to drink. A dry straw between my lips had helped at first, but now even that small relief was fading. "Wardwick," she coaxed, her voice softening as she drew nearer. "Look at me. You remember who I am." Reluctantly, I turned from the blank wall and faced her. The Tamerlane was massive, her golden eyes gleaming like a predator's, though her build was neither bear nor cat, but something in between. Her tail curled around her paws, and the low rumble in her chest might have been meant as comfort. Air suddenly felt sharper, clearer, but that had to be another trick of my mind. The guardian of Menog's ruins had no place in this cell. I straightened, brushing straw from my shoulders, ignoring the lingering ache from Jade Eye's earlier fury. "Get out," I snapped. The last time we'd met, her god had possessed my sister and left Auric broken. I didn't care whose messenger she was. "Easy," she said, unfazed. "Garanon sent me. He was worried, asked if I could check on you." Ethervin agreed, given his interest in you since Menog. I scoffed, pain flaring at the motion. "Garanon's your friend." The idea was absurd. If he'd had a creature like her at his command, why hadn't she stepped in before? His life had been hell worse than mine. How long has this friendship lasted? My doubt must have struck a nerve. Her ears flattened, a growl vibrating in her throat from the moment he arrived in Eschen as a frightened, lonely child. "He has belonged to me. Unlike anyone from that cursed place," he looked at me without fear. The night he curled up beside me, trusting despite his youth, he became more than just a ward, he became my friend. I didn't doubt her sincerity, but it didn't make me like her any better. A friend who stood by while the king violated a child, her inhuman features twisted with pain. It wasn't force, not then. The king used herbs, magic. Even she knew that didn't excuse it. The last traces of Jade Eye's drugs had faded, leaving raw terror and helpless rage simmering inside me. The thought of what that boy endured, even if he was now a man who could defend himself, unleashed my bitterness. "And now you expect me to accept your help?" She sprang up as if struck, fury flashing in her eyes. For a heartbeat, I thought my problems might end right then, just not the way I'd hoped. But instead of attacking, she turned away, shoulders rigid. "You understand nothing," she hissed. I was bound, just as my master was. I could only watch. The anger drained from her, replaced by weary grief. World was already tearing apart. My master barely held it together. Do you think he wanted his temple to fall? But even lifting a finger might have shattered the last barriers protecting humanity. I couldn't even save one child. Regret hit me the instant the words left my mouth. "I'm sorry." "So am I," she murmured, though I knew she wasn't talking about this moment. With a sigh, she shook herself like a dog shaking off rain. "What's done is done. But know this, we weren't the only ones trapped." Ethervin could only send visions, hoping humans would choose wisely. Then you came to Menog. "He restored my magic," I said. "He saw in you a chance to heal one of the deepest wounds," she replied. "When you purged the evil at Hurog, you loosened the chains holding him back. Now, for the first time in centuries, monks walk Menog's halls. Through me, he can offer you more aid." "I thought Ethervin was sworn to the Talvin kings," I said. "A Talvin king threw me in here." "He serves the Talvins as much as a god serves mortals," she agreed. "But he decides which Talvin deserves that service." I raised an eyebrow. "Ethervin is backing Elizan." She smiled with quiet satisfaction, her voice a velvet murmur. "This pleases me more than you know, not your current state, but that Ethervin himself has turned against the one who harmed my Garanon. Oh yes, that brings me joy. If I were permitted, I would strip the flesh from his bones and leave him to the crows. Her tail flicked once, restless as a predator's, before she deliberately coiled it around her paws. But patience. The gods must let mortals shape their own destinies. Still, remember this, Ethervin may grant favors if properly asked. She gave a low, pleased hum. Garanon requested I check on you, and I'll report what I find. But aiding you also aligns with Ethervin's will. She leaned closer, her tone shifting to something colder. The king waits for your kin to arrive so he can parade you all before his court. Word has reached Iftihar. Your uncle is at Hurog. It will take time for them to travel here. When you stand before them, I will cleanse their poison from your veins. That much I can do. The rest, that's on you. Survive until then. One moment she was there, the next, gone. I might be thought her a fevered dream if not for the clarity she left behind. The Tamerlane is on my side. The king wanted me shattered, a mad spectacle for his nobles. This wasn't just about power or petty vengeance. Jacobin was targeting my entire bloodline, but my battered mind couldn't untangle the scheme, only cling to the Tamerlane's promise. Hold on, stay sane, wait for my uncle or for Oreg. Just thinking of Oreg steadied me. He knew where they'd taken me, he'd come. But hope was a luxury. I forced myself to plan as if he wouldn't. Prepare for the worst, my aunt's voice echoed. So I rehearsed defeat. Let Jade Eyes believe he'd won. Oreg had taught me scraps of magic over the years, like catching raindrops in cupped hands. I summoned a faint glow, just enough to inspect myself. Every movement burned, worse than Stala's training beatings. Yet my skin was unmarked. Jakovin's mages had been careful. No bruises meant no lasting harm. Pain, I could endure pain. My father had made sure of that, but they'd find other ways to break me, unless I let them think they already had. Pride bristled, but Stala's lessons ran deeper. Everyone breaks. The trick is making them believe at first the cracked clay pitcher sat just within reach. One nudge and I could spill its drugged contents across the floor. Playing unconscious would be easy, but faking helplessness while enduring real agony, that required a different kind of skill. My father had spent years teaching me control, how to master my reactions, how to turn pain into just another tool. Stala's lessons had saved my life more times than I could count. But now, survival meant abandoning every shred of discipline I'd earned. Footsteps scraped outside the door. Send the bald one next time, a guard muttered. Jaren's still whimpering about his fingers. I gripped the pitcher, my throat tight. This wasn't just about pain, it was about convincing two smug sorcerers they'd shattered me. The water tasted like rust and defeat. Swallowing it was worse than any blade wound. Then the hallucinations came. A guard with vines for hair leered at me, his tendrils twitching as he hauled me down the hall. The green-eyed mage waited, fingers dancing like spiders over my skin. Magic seared through me, liquid fire in my veins, but I let it burn. Pain was just a shape I could wear. My body screamed, my mind stayed cold. Days blurred. The guard stopped flinching when I twitched. Shame, one side, watching me curl into a ball. He used to be sharp. You'd trust a broken sword, another scoffed. The voice in my head, small, persistent, corrected him. Not broken, bent. The visions always sharpened after sessions. This time I saw a kid barely old enough to hold a blade. One of the guards shifted, his armor creaking. Move him, he grunted, and I did, because surviving meant knowing when to fold and when to bide your time. You think this place is full of madmen, then you haven't been watching closely enough, kid. Fresh water sat waiting, untouched until the creatures finally left. My hands trembled as I lifted the pitcher. Drink, whispered the fading voice in my head. I pressed the clay rim to my lips and didn't stop until every last drop was gone. Tizala had always believed her aunt's saying, common goals might forge friendships, but shared enemies, those bonds ran deeper. Now, tucked away in the dim corner of a tavern's private room, she waited, eyes fixed on the door. The message had been sent over an hour ago, but Rosam was never one for punctuality. She took a slow sip of her drink, then let her head rest against the wall, the hood of her cloak shielding her from the flickering candlelight. Sleep took her before she realized it. I thought you were dead, a voice murmured, jolting her awake. Show me your face. Blinking, Tizala took in the man beside her table. He was shorter than her but built like a brawler, his features mostly hidden behind a wild red beard, except for that crooked nose, clearly broken more than once. She pushed back her hood. Hello, Rosam. Damn it, girl, he muttered, dropping into the seat across from her. When your boarding house burned down, I waited a whole week for you to turn up. Then I had to write your father. The house burned, her stomach twisted. Did everyone make it out? His grim silence was answer enough. Tizala swallowed hard, scrubbing a hand over her face as if she could wipe away the memories of the people she'd lived with for years. Jacobin must have ordered the fire to erase any trace of her. Rosam reached out, grabbing her hand and dragging it into the dim candlelight. Who took you? He demanded. She yanked her hand back. Jacobin. She told him everything: the escape, the hiding, the debt she owed the Hurigmet. So now I need your help. Can you get me into the asylum? The asylum was a deceptively grand structure just a mile from Jackoven's castle. Its gleaming marble walls, speckled with pyrite, made it look more like a temple than a prison for the unwanted. A small, manicured lawn held a pond with two pristine swans gliding across the surface. Tizala's skin prickled as she shuffled in beside Rosem, disguised as a cleaner. The bribe had been steep, but the woman whose place she took hadn't asked questions. Dressed in drab wool robes meant to make them invisible, the cleaners moved like ghosts, silent, unnoticed, speaking only to each other. The system kept them ignorant of the asylum's horrors, but it also meant the guards never paid them any mind. They slipped through the grand entrance hall, sticking close to the velvet drapings along the left wall. If there'd been another way in, they would have taken it, but the asylum had only one door in or out. Beyond the entrance, the model cells waited, pristine and hollow-six spacious apartments lined the hallway, 3 on each side, meticulously arranged for visitors to inspect. Each room was carpeted, furnished with plush chairs and beds draped in rich brocade, designed with subtle opulence yet stripped of anything an inmate could use to harm themselves. 4 cells housed actors paid to feign mild madness, just enough to reassure concerned families that the asylum was a safe place for their troublesome relatives. The remaining 2 stood empty, reserved for last-minute visits, where real patients would be hastily cleaned, sedated, or enchanted into a convincing display of contentment before their loved ones arrived. No unannounced visits were permitted. Tizala couldn't help but wonder how many families truly bought into this carefully crafted illusion. How many would feign shock when Alizan eventually exposed the place, hiding behind willful ignorance to avoid blame. Stepping through the wooden door beside her guide, Tizala was immediately hit by the stench, urine, filth, and the overpowering herbal brew used to mask it. Without a word, she turned left into a supply room, grabbed a mop and bucket, then joined the quiet line of cleaners waiting to fill their buckets. The hallway itself was anything but silent. Screams and moans reverberated from behind the barred doors, a relentless cacophony that still rattled her, though she knew she'd grow numb to it soon enough. Clenching her jaw, she resisted the urge to cover her ears, not wanting to stand out. Finally, she dipped her bucket into the stone basin filled with the wizard's concoction, nothing magical, just herbs and alcohol, or so she'd heard. The guard rattled off her assigned cell numbers, same as always. She didn't ask if he was part of the rebellion or if Rosem had orchestrated this detail. It didn't matter. Bucket in hand, she moved through the maze of corridors, her steps automatic after memorizing the layout long ago. She forced herself not to hesitate near the bolted doors leading to the mage's wing, though the thought of Ward tugged at her focus. Not today. At last, she stopped before an unremarkable door, identical to the others except for its number. Lifting the bar from its latch, she glanced at the nearby guard, who watched with bored indifference. As long as there were no outbursts, he wouldn't intervene. Tizala set the mop against the wall and grabbed a worn wooden rake from the hallway before stepping into the cell. The space bore no resemblance to the pristine rooms near the entrance. No carpets, just scattered straw and a narrow wooden bench barely fit for sleeping. The stench of the asylum didn't faze her anymore, but as she scraped the soiled hay into a pile, she couldn't ignore the man lying motionless on the bench, his back turned. Rosem made sure visitors understood his suffering, and Tizala worked quietly, dumping the filthy straw in the hall before returning with her mop. The guard barred the door behind her with a heavy thud, but the man didn't move until she was halfway through scrubbing the floor. Then he sat up, his voice rough but clear. "Tizala, I'm relieved you're alive." She dropped to her knees before him, taking in his ragged clothes and gaunt frame. "Your Majesty." This broken man was the heart of the rebellion, Kellen, Jackoven's younger brother, the one Alizan fought to crown. Even seated, she knew he stood shorter than her, though in better days he'd been broad-shouldered, built like a fortress. His dark curls were streaked with premature gray, though he was only 26. 11 years in this cell, locked away under the lie of madness. Jackoven couldn't kill him, not after a wizard's vision warned that his own death would follow, so he'd built this prison instead. Kellen's gaze sharpened. "Rosem said my brother took you." She told him everything, the torture, the questions, why she'd fled to Ward of Hurog, not just for Bekram's sake, but her own. When she finished, silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken thoughts. She waited, watching the flicker of resolve in his tired eyes. "You look strong." His words carried weight. Years in the asylum had stripped away any trust in casual remarks. "The Hurigmetten's healer worked on me, sire." Not everything could be fixed, but the magic sped things along. She held out her hands, the nails half grown back, then turned her left palm to reveal the rough, raised scars. his lips curved, an uncommon sight. In all her visits, she'd only seen that smile a handful of times. So Hurog still holds power. I'd heard rumors, but confirmation is welcome. We'll need every spark of magic we can gather. Her chest tightened as she spoke. Ward hasn't pledged to your cause, sire. Duty demanded honesty, even when it stung. Jackoven will handle that for us, Kellen replied, if Erdrick's death didn't already seal it. A pause, then quieter. I liked Erdrick, but Ward, his gaze darkened, drifting somewhere distant. Who knew his foolishness was an act? I remember him before his father broke him, never thought he had a deceitful bone in his body. Survival doesn't leave room for pretty choices, she said. The smile faded as he nodded. I should have remembered, he was the only one who ever outplayed me at chess. His fingers tapped the bench. Speaking of which, we have a game to finish. She took her seat opposite him as he leaned against the wall. The chessboard, etched into the wood with a sharp stone, waited between them. From a hidden pouch, he produced jade and jasper pieces, arranging them with swift precision, every move from their last match months ago still fresh in his mind. Rosam had mentioned Kellen did this with all his visitors, a mental exercise to keep the walls from closing in. 3 moves each, then the pieces vanished back into the bag. Rare to find someone who matches me, he mused. You're good. My father's lessons, she reminded him. Rosam said you're hunting for Ward, he said abruptly. Yes, sire. No one's found him yet, but the mage quarters are restless, jade eyes and the archmage prowling like cats. That's where I'd look. His wizard's scrying comes up empty. Ward's mageborn, Kellen said. Even as a boy, he could find what was lost. His fingers traced the empty board. I'll get you into the new wing soon. What then? His wizard believes he can pull him out if I pinpoint the location. Kellen's voice dropped. He'll forfeit Hurog, and if you're not careful, Duro and Beckram will pay with their lives. Losing Hurog's support wasn't an option. She'd staked everything on their alliance. If you order it, sire, I'll report that I couldn't locate him, she said, the lie bitter on her tongue. She'd never deceived Kellen before, but if Jackoven has Ward, Duro will side with anyone who stands against him. Kellen considered it, then shook his head. An eagle can't stay caged without breaking. Get him out. I'll figure out how to turn this to our advantage. Gives me something to do. Rosam will assist you. He dismissed her with a nod, and she finished scrubbing the floor while he turned away. Just as the guard unbarred the door, Kellen murmured, I liked Ward. So did I, she whispered back before stepping out. The guard scowled. Took your time. She kept silent, bowing her head as she hauled straw to line the cell floor. When she finally shut the door, she didn't glance back. Tizala scrubbed off the asylum's stench at a bathhouse before meeting Oreg. The tavern was dim when she arrived, but Oreg's cluster of empty mugs told her he'd been waiting. He took one look at her and drained his drink. I'm going back tomorrow, she said. The mage's wing will be unguarded. I'll find him. Oreg's voice was hollow. It's bad. He's in pain. Her stomach twisted. The asylum's cruelty was no secret, but she'd assumed Ward would be safe. Duro and Beckram were still petitioning the king. We'll free him, I swear it. Oreg's gaze was ancient, weary. Promises mean nothing. We'll try. That's all we can do. He stood. Duro expects us. The king's delaying, claiming his healers need more time with Ward. You've ditched the royal spies. Duro rented a house outside the residence. You'll stay there now. Rosam's household would be safer without her. She followed Oreg into the night, the weight of what lay ahead settling over her. A casual observer might not realize that Rosam, the quiet man who'd worked at the asylum for years, was actually Prince Kellen's personal attendant and protector. Just give me the address of Duro's place, she said, tugging at her sleeve. I need to tell my former hosts I've found new lodgings. Should I come with you? He offered. She declined with a quick shake of her head. They're wary of outsiders. He recited an address in an upscale neighborhood near the palace grounds. Look for the park with the giant oak where kids play. Meet me there and I'll make sure you get in unnoticed. This might take some time, she cautioned. He shrugged. Whenever you're ready. After leaving payment on the table, he walked out. Rosam's apartment wasn't far, but Tizala kept walking, drawn by something deeper. Streets grew narrower, the buildings shabbier, unlicensed shops crammed into single rooms, a wrinkled woman selling overripe fruit, another leaning in a doorway with a knowing smile. Pulling her hood up, Tizala turned into an alley, searching for what remained of her past. The small building had been tucked behind an old stone wall, nearly invisible unless you knew where to look. Now only charred beams stood where laughter and shared meals once filled the air. 9 lives, actors, workers, friends, gone in an instant. She had sent word to Haverness, but grief clung to the ruins like smoke. Her jaw tightened. These deaths wouldn't be forgotten. They were another strike against Jackoven's reign, another reason to keep fighting. But the thought brought no warmth. When she finally reached Rosam's basement home beneath a candle shop, she entered without knocking. He stood by the fire, stirring a pot. Any luck? He asked, not looking up. Not yet, she admitted. But he promised to get me into the mage quarters tomorrow. Rosem nodded. He likes seeing you. Setting the spoon aside, he turned to her. Do you really believe your mage can free the Hurigmet? He seems confident, she said. Rosem hesitated. Would he be willing to take one more? Her pulse quickened, but she kept her voice steady. Is now really the time for that? I figured we had to hold off until everything was properly secured. The last thing we needed was the whole plan collapsing because we rushed the foundation. Even mentioning Kellen's name outright was risky. Scrying spells could be triggered by certain words, like Alizen or Kellen, if some wizard had nothing better to do than spy on a lowly asylum janitor. We'll get the signal when it's time, she said. Alizen had promised Rosem he'd pass along any real hope of rebellion against Jackoven. I don't think he can hold on much longer in there, Rosem muttered, his usual steady hands trembling as he adjusted the fire. Last year he'd still spar with me, but now he won't even try. I think he's just going through the motions, afraid to let me down. Have you seen how thin he's got? She nodded. Ward's man might be willing, but he needs to understand the stakes. I won't drag him in blind. Let me meet your wizard, Rosem insisted. After I'm done at the asylum tomorrow, Tizala agreed. I'll talk to him. Just set it up. No details. I need to see him first before I trust him with this. As she walked away, unease settled in her gut. Bringing Orig into this was a gamble. He had a habit of needling people, Tostin especially, since he always bit back. Ward found it amusing, but Rosem was wound too tight right now. If Orig pushed him, it wouldn't end well. Rosem was deadly with anything he could grab, and Orig was a dragon in wizard's skin. She found him under the oak in the park, his face eerily calm in the moonlight, all traces of tension gone. Orig, she called as she approached. My contact wants to meet you tomorrow. Why? His voice was smooth, but his eyes stayed hidden in shadow. For a heartbeat, she felt the weight of something ancient watching her. I can't say, she replied, but you can walk away if you want, just don't mess with him. Mess with him? His grin was all teeth. What fun would that be? Yes, she wasn't imagining the threat in his tone. He wanted her on edge. He's important to me, she said flatly. And Rosem's not in the mood for games. If he thinks you'll turn on us, he won't just sit back and let it happen. You honestly believe I'd lie to him? His fingers brushed against the quick flutter of her pulse. Yes, the contact sent irritation sparking through her. I think you'd get a kick out of it. The others might buy your act, but I see right through you. Clearly, he agreed. She flicked her hand dismissively. Not the whole dragon thing. Ward treats you like some fragile thing he needs to shield, same as he does with everyone. Stala thinks you're just a clumsy mage, powerful but awkward, and Tostin. She paused, weighing her words. Tostin's afraid you'll hurt Ward. He'd been watching her with mild amusement until that last remark. Hurt Ward, she nodded. He knows Ward sees you as another one of his strays, like me, that girl with the scarred face, or the kid with the twisted foot whose father serves in the Blue Guard. But Tostin worries that means Ward doesn't really understand what you are, what you could do. I'd never harm Ward, Orig said, his voice quiet but firm. I know, she replied. Tostin does too now. Nobody could miss how wrecked you were when you came to tell us he was gone. Orig paced away, then turned back, his posture loose again. So you've got me all figured out. The edge in his voice was back. She lifted her chin, meeting his gaze with a frosty smile. You're a predator, just like me. Die for Hurog, but anyone else, you couldn't care less. The air around them grew heavy, a cold gust rattling the dead leaves clinging to the branches. Taking you to Rosem makes me nervous, she admitted. You play too fast and loose with people, but what he wants, that's worth the risk. He burst into laughter, slumping against the oak like a puppet with cut strings. Tell you what, you find Ward and I'll play the wide-eyed, half-mad mage for your friend. But he held up a finger. No more speeches. She studied him, suspicion flickering. Maybe the danger had been in her head all along. What if I promised to try not to lecture you? I have a bad habit of it, but I'll rein it in around you. His grin was all teeth. Then let's get moving. Lord Duraw's waiting and he'll want to hear what we know. For a second, she expected him to whisk them inside with magic, but he just offered his arm. When she took it, he patted her hand and chuckled. If I'm so dangerous, why aren't you scared of me? She smirked, because you know I'd never hurt Ward. They slipped through the garden gate and into the alley behind the house. The back door was unlatched. Orig locked it behind them with a flick of his wrist. Inside, the rooms were spare but well-appointed, the kind of place where every piece had been chosen with care. Tizala's fingers brushed the edge of a dusty side table as she followed Orig through the quiet house. The place felt hollow, like no one had truly lived there in years. They climbed the narrow back stairs and moved down a shadowed hallway lined with closed doors. Only one showed a sliver of light beneath it. Orig knocked, and at Lord Duraw's invitation, they stepped inside. The room had clearly been intended as a library, but the shelves stood bare except for a few carefully placed trinkets, delicate vases, and a couple of small carvings that did little to fill the emptiness. Duro and his son Bekram sat at a long table, both dressed in the refined attire of court, though the effect was strikingly different on each. Duro wore his finery with effortless grace, almost too polished, while Bekram carried his like armor, every inch the nobleman with sharp edges beneath the silk. "Any luck finding Ward?" Duro asked. Tizala shook her head. "Not yet, but I confirmed he's not in the main asylum. Tomorrow a contact will get me into the mage wing. It's small, just a handful of cells and a lab. If he's there, I'll know," Bekram scoffed. "How many insane sorcerers could they possibly have locked away?" "Enough," Tizala said grimly, "and every last one serves the king." Oreg cut in. "Where's Tostin?" "Gone wandering," Bekram replied. "Took his harp, so I'd guess he's haunting taverns tonight." Tizala sank onto a bench against the wall, exhaustion pressing down on her. "Oreg mentioned the king denied you access to Ward." Duro sighed. "His Majesty claims he's heard rumors of Ward's recovery and wants expert confirmation before entrusting Hurog to a boy his own father deemed unfit." Bekram rolled his eyes just as the door swung open. Tostin strolled in, his harp case slung casually over one shoulder. "The king knows Ward's fine," he announced, clearly having eavesdropped before entering. "Ward shadowed me the last 2 times I came to court, worried I'd land in trouble. I never should have told him about that conversation." "What conversation?" Duro demanded. Tostin dropped into a chair, setting his harp down. "Some courtier made small talk, praised Elizen's opinion of me, asked after my cousin, then started hinting about Erdrick's murder in the gardens. Wondered aloud if the king should be protecting his nobles better. I shut it down, but politely." Bekram leaned forward. "Who was it?" Tostin just smirked and stayed silent. "I sent him away because I couldn't bear to learn more than I already knew. When I explained it to Ward, he was convinced I'd end up caught between both sides. He followed me here when I refused to stay at Hurog." Tostin's voice grew tense, though his face stayed blank. He knew parading himself in front of the court would force the king's hand, either recognize him as Hurogmet or act on the writ. He used that to keep me from going back. Duro nodded but frowned. "Honestly, I'm shocked Jakovan hasn't left him alone. After what happened with the Vorsag king at Hurog, Ward's reputation should have made him untouchable. No one knows exactly how he brought Hurog down on Kariern's head, but everyone knows he did it." Tizala straightened in her chair, her fingers tapping the armrest. "Maybe Jakovan thinks Ward's already sided with Elizen. He has spies everywhere. He could have heard Tostin was approached. Then Tostin goes to Hurog and brings Ward back, twice. The king might believe the rebellion's closer than it is, with Ward at the center." Bekram scoffed. "Hurog isn't that powerful. This is personal. Jakovan couldn't get to me, so he's targeting Ward instead." Tizala hesitated, then pushed forward. "Elizen's convinced all of Shavig will follow Hurog's lead. The king nearly lost his temper when the harvest tribute came in. Half the Shavig lords slipped in nods to Hurog with their payments. Kalwick of Cornan even signed his as Hurog's man." Duro rubbed his temple. "I heard about that. They're trying to shield Ward, showing the king he has their backing. Shavig hasn't had a figure like him in centuries, not since old Selig. They won't let him fall." Tostin's grip on the table turned his knuckles white. "So the king thinks Ward speaks for Shavig, which he does." He shot Bekram a sharp look. "But he also assumes Ward's already with Elizen, and sooner or later he might be right. That's why Jakovan needs Hurog out of Ward's hands." Tizala's breath caught. "Then he investigates," she whispered, dread hollowing her voice. "For the safety of the realm, he summons the Hurogs to court." Her gaze swept the room, the truth settling like a weight. "His mages will test Ward, then he shows you what's left. The court sees a healthy man, but you'll know what he's done. If you react, if one sword is drawn or one word slips, Jakovan has his excuse. He'll name you traitors and hand Hurog to whoever he pleases. Shavig will rage, but not enough. A king has every right to defend his throne." Shavig reels from the devastating loss of both Ward and Lord Dura, withdrawing like a wounded beast to recover. Without Ward's leadership, the Shavig lords are unlikely to challenge the king's authority. The Hurog men stared at Tizala with horrified expressions, but it was Oreg who broke the silence. "What's happening to Ward?" he murmured, his voice barely audible. "Until now," Tizala admitted, "I assumed Jakovan would keep Ward unharmed to prevent retaliation, but that's exactly what he wants. Bodies wrapped in canvas are dragged from the mage's wing and burned. The 2 I saw were altered." She hesitated, swallowing hard. "One had no face, no skin, nothing left recognizable." She stopped, noticing the eerie glow in Oreg's shadowed eyes. Tostin's voice was just as quiet. "And the other, dead," Tizala said, "but still moving." The cleaners dropped her body and fled. No mind, no soul, just magic forcing motion. Oreg's expression darkened. "I know that spell. I thought it died with the last emperor." Lord Dura turned to Tizala, his voice firm. "Find Ward tomorrow. Once you do, we'll get him out, whatever it takes. If Hurog must rebel, so be it. Confidence is a weapon, but even steel can break. The mage's wing of the asylum was small, and Tizala found Ward in the second cell she searched. He crouched in the corner, half buried in straw. The dim light made it hard to be certain, but the sheer size of the figure left little doubt. "Ward," she whispered, hesitant. The moment the door clicked shut, he was on his feet, fast, fluid, a predator's grace in a man who should have been broken. His face caught the light briefly, confirming his identity. He wore only a ragged loincloth, his frame noticeably thinner, muscles taut beneath pale skin. "Ward," she repeated, forcing steadiness into her voice. But he didn't answer, just stared. Then she saw it, the flicker in his eyes, not defiance, not calculation, fear of her. The realization hit like a blade to the chest. Her Ward, who faced dragons without flinching, now shrank from her touch. She stepped closer, heart pounding, as the truth settled cold in her bones. This wasn't an act. His trembling hand rose, palm open in a silent plea. "Enough," he growled, the threat barely concealed beneath his rough voice. Then softer, almost broken, "Just stay back." The hurt flashed through her, but instinct kicked in. Ward wasn't sluggish, not with how fast he'd moved. His tense posture, the way his breath came sharp and ready, told her she'd pushed too far. She knew better than to hold his gaze, stepping away slowly, though every muscle in her body screamed at the risk. Only when she turned her head did she catch the slight slump of his shoulders, the barest release of tension. As she scrubbed the cell, Ward curled back into himself, straw clinging to his legs like a shield. She kept her face blank when she left, but the image of the others haunted her, the prisoner sobbing between manic laughter, the missing fingers, the hollow stares. Jacobin had always been cruel, but this was something darker. For the first time, hatred burned in her chest, sharp and unrelenting. The tavern's dim light barely reached Orig's corner. Tizala dropped into the seat across from him, fingers gripping the table edge. "You have to get him out, now." Orig's expression gave nothing away, but his voice was calm. "If you found him, I can." Relief hit like a wave. Of course he could. "He's barely recognizable," she muttered. "Like he's been drained, a stone lighter at least." "Magic does that," Orig said, eyes narrowing. "Tell me everything." Piece by piece he pulled details from her, Ward's hollow stare, the way his words dragged but his movements were razor-sharp. When Orig tossed down too much silver, she didn't argue, just took his arm as they stormed into the night. His steps were measured fury, and she matched them, the need to act clawing at her ribs. They passed storefronts, their pace unbroken until he halted outside an apothecary, the mortar and pestle swinging faintly in the wind. The meeting with Rosem could wait. Right now, vengeance simmered in the silence between them. The shop was closed for the night, though a dim glow from the upstairs windows hinted the owner was still awake. "Herbs," Orig muttered suddenly. "Certain mixtures can leave a person disoriented and agitated. You mentioned he had no visible injuries." The idea that herbs were involved gave her hope. Maybe Ward's condition wasn't permanent. "The cell was dark," she admitted, "but I would have spotted any serious wounds. They're hiding whatever they're doing to him." She clung to the possibility that it was just herbs, nothing worse. "I'll get him out tonight," Orig declared, his stride purposeful but no longer frantic. The city air, thick with the scent of manure and other less pleasant odors, still felt fresher than the stifling atmosphere she'd endured all day. "Tell me more about the asylum wing where they're holding Ward," Orig pressed. "You said the King's wizards have a lab in the mages section." She nodded. "Yes, but it's locked. I never saw inside." He grilled her on details, the layout of the corridor, the number of cells, their approximate size. Some answers she knew, others she guessed, and a few left her shrugging helplessly. When she sensed his questioning had eased, she ventured, "Do you have time to meet my friend?" For a moment he looked blank and she realized he'd forgotten. "I wouldn't ask if it weren't important," she added. "Fine," Aurel replied tersely. They walked several blocks before Tizala recognized a familiar street. By the time they reached Rosem's home, night had fully settled. She rapped 3 quick knocks, their usual signal, then pushed inside without waiting. Rosem sat at his table by the fire, methodically working through a bowl of stew. He glanced up once, his gaze sharp, then gestured to the bench opposite him. She sat, Orig beside her. Rosem finished his meal in silence, using the last crust of bread to wipe the bowl clean. Tizala knew he was studying Orig, though his attention seemed fixed on his food. Finally, he set the bowl aside and crossed his arms. Without looking directly at Orig, he spoke to Tizala. "He's Hurog blood." Orig flashed an easy grin. "The old lord sired plenty of us, his father before him too." Rosem's tone was measured. "Ward was the first wizard born to that family in generations. Are you the second?" Tizala shot him a warning look. What was he playing at? She'd already told him Orig was a mage. Orig's smile remained charmingly casual. "So they say." Before Rosem could provoke him further, Tizala cut in. "Rosem wants to know if you can break someone else out of the asylum, not Ward's wing. When Orig's expression didn't shift, she added, "Remember, without Rosem, I'd never have found Ward." The smile vanished instantly. "I can get someone else out," Orig said flatly. "If Ward agrees. Once we free Ward, we won't stick around. Have your guy wear this." Orig pulled a small wooden bead from his pouch and placed it on the table. The charm, no bigger than a cherry pit, was painted in bold red and yellow swirls, dangling from a thin leather cord. Tizala recognized it. She'd seen plenty of Shavigmen at Hurog sporting similar tokens for luck. Rosem frowned. "They won't let him keep it." "Then hide it in his room," Orig replied smoothly. "Unless you'd rather I wait until you're personally escorting him. It's the only way I'll know where to find him." Rosem's suspicion sharpened. "Don't you want to know who we're breaking out?" Orig shrugged. "Doesn't matter. Once Ward's out of the asylum, grabbing someone else won't make his standing with the king any worse." "Kellen," Tizala cut in, "Jakovin's little brother." Orig paused for half a second before chuckling. "Actually, scratch that. Rescuing a Talvin, that'll definitely get Ward crossed off the royal guest list unless it's for his own hanging." Tizala smirked, but Rosem, unfamiliar with Orig's dry humor, took it seriously. "So that's a no." "And say that," Orig countered. "It's Ward's call, and knowing him, he'll agree. He's got the kind of stubborn pride that makes mules look reasonable when it comes to doing what's right. But I won't promise anything until he's safe. Once he is, I'll grab Kellen fast before security locks down." Rosem's jaw tightened. "Stop saying his name. You're a wizard, you know how scrying works," Orig scoffed. "A competent wizard. Jakovin's spies won't overhear us. Your plans are safe." "Fine. Where do we meet after?" Rosem demanded. Orig hesitated. "Menog, the trailhead before the climb. I'll be there the night after your man gets out. Make sure he gets that charm soon." "First thing tomorrow," Rosem agreed, gripping the bead so tightly his knuckles paled. Outside, Tizala shivered as the cold night air bit through her cloak. "He's not usually that short," she said, heading toward the estate where Ward's family waited. "Just stressed." "Jealous," Orig corrected with a sly grin. "Jealous." Talvinish bodyguards live to protect their lords, and here he is, forced to ask a mage for help. She considered it. Maybe a little. Rosem had tried an escape before years ago. It had gone wrong, and the aftermath made one thing clear. If Jakovin thought Kellen had a real shot at freedom, he'd ignore any prophecy and slit his brother's throat without hesitation. If Orig failed, Kellen would perish, and Rosem would bear the blame. Yet Kellen was already fading away in that cramped cell. "I still believe it's mostly anxiety," she murmured. When Tizala trailed Orig into the library of Lord Duraw's rented estate, they discovered Tostin slumped in a chair, exhaustion lining his face. He set down the worn harp he'd been absently plucking and rubbed his bloodshot eyes. "I found him," Tizala whispered, mindful of the late hour. "How did he seem?" She hesitated, then admitted. "Orig suspects they're drugging him. He wasn't in his right mind." The memory of Ward clawing at the straw, desperate to hide, sent a chill through her, but she kept it to herself. No need to burden his brother with horrors that might hopefully be temporary. Tostin turned to Orig. "But he'll recover. Tonight," Orig replied, dodging the question. "Help me clear this space. I need room to work." By the time they'd shoved aside the heavy furniture, Lord Duro appeared, looking even more drained than Tostin. Orig unrolled a sheet of vellum and sketched the asylum's layout with unsettling precision, pulling details from Tizala's mind she hadn't even realized she'd noticed. The exact number of stones between doorways, the chip in the cell door's paint, the lock's peculiar shape. When he finally released her, she sank onto a bench, dazed. Magic, she'd felt its pull without knowing, and now its absence left her hollow. Without explanation, Orig grabbed a piece of charcoal and began tracing intricate symbols onto the polished floor. "What's this?" Tostin's sharp question snapped Tizala back to the moment. She'd almost forgotten the others were there. "Teleportation's tricky without a fixed destination," Orig muttered, never pausing. "This," he gestured at the glowing marks, "is my safety net. If things go sideways, it'll yank me back. Assuming I find Ward first, I'll bring us both home." Dura frowned. "The place is warded against magic. I've made inquiries," Orig scoffed. "Jakovin's lapdog mages, they couldn't stop me if they tried." There was an effortless grace to his movements, a stark contrast to the hesitant spellwork Tizala had seen from her father's court magicians. No books, no second-guessing, just swift, sure strokes in the flickering candlelight. When he finally stepped back, satisfied, he vaulted over the design and settled cross-legged in its center. Ready, he shut his eyes and went completely motionless. For what felt like an eternity, nothing occurred until faint sparks flickered to life across the floor markings. At first, Tizala doubted her own vision. Then, in an instant, the chamber's icy chill vanished, replaced by a sweltering heat that pressed against her skin. Brilliant tongues of blue and gold flame erupted from the darkened symbols, flooding the space with blinding light. She threw up an arm to shield her face. When the glare faded, thick smoke coiled through the air, and where Oreg had knelt now loomed a massive dragon, its scaled body coiled tight against the walls. Just as suddenly, the beast vanished, leaving Oreg swaying on his feet before collapsing to his knees. Dura darted forward, catching him before he hit the ground and guiding him into a nearby chair. Oreg. Dura's voice was tight. Talk to me. The wizard dragged in a ragged breath. It's blocked, he managed, his words unsteady. Those wards, I haven't seen magic like that in centuries. Dragon forged. I couldn't break through from here. If I were inside with him, maybe, but not like this. Tostin's jaw clenched. They've got a dragon, Oreg shook his head. More likely a relic, a fang, a claw, even a fragment would be enough. Tizala pressed her fingers to her temples. You're certain you could free him if you were inside? A humorless smile twisted Oreg's lips. Absolutely, she exhaled sharply. Then we'll make it happen. There's only one cleaner assigned to that wing. Removing her without raising suspicion won't be easy, and that's before accounting for the mages who'd spot a disguised wizard the second he stepped through the door. Wardwick true character isn't what you show the world, it's what you do when no one's looking. Day by day I was unraveling. Every hour the pain dug deeper, and the panic wasn't just from the tainted water they forced on me. It was the crushing weight of hopelessness. Oreg, where are you? Sometimes, when dawn's weak light seeped through the barred window high above, the demons would drag me back to my cell. I'd lie there, staring at the pale streaks on the straw, too exhausted to lift my head. In my clearer moments, I realized they were starving me of sleep. Eventually, I stopped eating altogether, though I still choked down the water, survival instinct, even when my mind was breaking. I could always tell when they were coming by the eerie clarity that cut through the fog. The door creaked open, and I curled tighter into the straw as if I could vanish into it. But this time the footsteps were wrong. Only one person entered before the door shut again, sealing us inside together. The change in routine sent a fresh wave of terror through me, jolting me upright. A woman stood just inside the threshold, dressed in a drab woolen robe, a wooden rake gripped in one hand. Tizala. The name slipped out, my voice hoarse from disuse, but it was swallowed by the fear roaring in my ears. By now, I knew better than to trust anything new. She hesitated at the doorway, a terrifying figure with 7 heads, her tears like venom dripping down her face. I scrambled backward, pressing myself against the wall, but she kept advancing. Tease, I blurted, my voice cracking. Stay away, please. If her fingers so much as brushed me, I was certain I'd die. Yet some small, desperate part of me had spoken, not for my sake, but for hers. She paused, then retreated, leaving me trembling in my corner while she cleared the scattered straw from my nest. When she finally left, I found myself crying too, though I couldn't explain why. The tears didn't stop until the tormentors returned. This time, they shoved my head underwater, but I didn't fight. Jade Eyes had warned me not to. I held my breath until darkness swallowed me, then woke gasping only for them to do it again. In my fogged, battered mind, it made perfect sense to stare into the water's depths, searching for something, a way out, a shred of sanity. It hovered just beyond my sight, taunting me. See what? Jade Eyes asked when I surfaced, coughing violently. I stared at him, blank as ever, that old mask of stupidity still clinging to me even now. Tostin used to laugh about it. Tostin Hurog, something to fill the emptiness, I muttered, surprised by my own honesty. Then I rolled off the bench and plunged back into the water on my own. Hurog, dragon, come for me. For a heartbeat, claws of magic gripped me, familiar and fierce. I knew this dragon. Oreg, I screamed beneath the surface, but just as quickly the presence vanished, leaving me hollow, more broken than before. The loss was worse than the pain, worse than the drowning. This time I was sure they'd stolen Hurog from me forever. Rough hands yanked me out, strapping me to the table. Did you feel that? Jade Eyes hissed to his companion. That surge, it's the same power he had during transport. Have you ever sensed anything like it? I wept for Oreg's failure. Even half lost, I understood. He'd tried to reach me and couldn't. If he couldn't save me, no one would. Unusual, Artin admitted. But Jacobin was clear, break him, and we have. The drugs are nearly gone, yet he still threw himself back in. Maybe he's trying to end it, but that magic. He was searching, Jade Eyes murmured, stroking my hair. Weren't you Ward? His voice was honeyed, impossible to resist. Dragons, I choked out. The dragon's gone, Artin gave a sharp nod. I'll fetch Jacobin, he said, and left. Keep him entertained until I get back, whenever that might be. Don't lock him up yet. I'll tell Jacobin you've managed to replicate whatever strange effect you noticed when bringing him here, though I suspect our king is eager to move forward with his plans. With that, he left me alone with Jade Eyes, and entertain himself. Jade Eyes certainly did, but this time was different. The realization that not even Oreg could save me shattered whatever defiance I had left. The fragile mask I'd clung to, the last remnants of my old self-preservation, collapsed entirely, leaving me utterly exposed. When the agony tore through me, I screamed, my body convulsing beyond my control. I begged for it to stop, only to tremble and weep when it did, replaced by mocking touches that were somehow worse. I found myself craving the pain again, just to escape the dread of knowing it would return, and again my wish was granted. It was during one of these brief respites that Jackovan finally arrived. I didn't hear him enter, didn't even notice until his fingers tapped my cheek. "Ah, Ward." "Always a pleasure," he said, his voice dripping with false warmth. I stared at him, numb, too far gone to care about the stench of sweat and blood, the humiliating evidence of my own weakness. Tears still rolled down my face, but the old shame, "Hurogs don't cry," felt distant now. That voice wasn't mine. It took me a second to remember my father was dead, and with him, the need to resent him. Jackovan must have mistaken the fire in my gaze for hatred toward him, not realizing I barely recognized him anymore. "Do you know why you're here?" No, but all I managed was a rasping, "Hurog," before my ruined throat seized, silencing me. Jackovan glanced away, dismissing the others with a wave. "Leave us, Jade Eyes, stay." The room emptied. I hadn't even noticed the other mages until their robes brushed past my vision. Jackovan dragged a stool close, positioning himself where I could see him. The ruler of the 5 kingdoms, including my own Shavig, was every inch the image of a king, commanding voice, strong features, the kind of presence that could rally armies. "Arton tells me you've impressed Jade Eyes," he mused, shaking his head with a practiced, regal smile. "He's young still, doesn't realize self-taught mages often leak power they can't control." He dabbed at my tears with a pristine cloth, but they kept falling, pointless and relentless. "Your father really should have sent you for proper training. You probably didn't even realize when you cast that guardian spell to watch over your sleep," the king mused. "That's why it feels alive to him." Jade Eyes started to argue, but the king cut him off. "Hush, boy, you're still young, convinced you've got everything figured out. The guardian spell is complex, sure, but someone invented it once. I bet they stumbled through it just like our little friend here did. Poor thing." He leaned in, pressing a kiss to my forehead. I recoiled, but the restraints held firm. Terror surged through me, cold and dizzying from my toes to my skull, fear of the king, of the pain, of whatever fresh horror awaited. Jade Eyes muttered something, but I barely registered it. "Jealous," the king taunted, stepping back. "Silly child. Now fetch me that pouch on the top shelf." "No, not that one. The small one. They're perfect." Blindfolded, I couldn't see the bag, and the king shifted just out of earshot. Only the faint brush of his fingers against my skin betrayed his presence. "Did you know," he murmured, "that Hurog means dragon in Old Shavig?" My stomach twisted tighter. "Any idea why?" I stayed silent, but Jade Eyes answered. "Because dragons once nested near Hurog, I'd guess." The king hummed. "There are tales, legends of a magical stone buried deep in Hurog's heart, drawing dragons to it. The only thing that had ever lain in Hurog's heart was a dragon's bones, and I'd scattered them to heal the land." "I've heard that story," Jade Eyes said. "When I asked the true Hurog met, this one's father, he laughed and said there was nothing there to lure a dragon. I believed him, though old tales often hold a sliver of truth. Years ago, during renovations here at Eschen, my stonemason, may he rest, found something unusual, brought it to me just before he died." Broken as I was, I couldn't help but wonder why Jackovan felt the need to remind Jade Eyes of his power over life and death. For the first time, I understood Orig's old despair. Maybe, just maybe, Jackovan would grant me the same mercy. Cloth rustled. Jade Eyes inhaled sharply as a wave of dark magic slithered over me, oily and suffocating. "I keep it hidden in this bag," the king said, "so no one grows curious. Even with directions, it took you long enough to find. Recognize it." "No, sire," Jade Eyes whispered, voice tight. "But it's ancient and strong. What about you, boy?" A hand entered my vision, clutching a bronze staff head, the kind mages favored, ornate and studded with jewels, though this one hummed with something far more sinister. The dragon statue was unremarkable, just a rough metal figure with a tiny, murky gem clutched in its open jaws. From a few feet away, the pea-sized stone looked dull and insignificant, barely noticeable as it floated between the dragon's teeth without touching them. But I could sense it. The dark energy oozing from that gem was unmistakable, a suffocating wave of despair that clung to me like tar. Anyone who'd heard the legends of the Empire's fall would have recognized it instantly. Jade Eyes clearly hadn't bothered with history lessons. "Go on, Ward," Jackovan said, amusement dripping from his words. "Enlighten us." My voice had abandoned me, whether from screaming or sheer terror, I wasn't sure. This wasn't just fear for myself anymore. It was something sharper, something that twisted my gut at the thought of what this thing could do to everything I cared about. "Such ignorance," the king sighed. "This is the Empirebane, Farsonsbane, the Destroyer. Farson Whitehair, the greatest mage who ever lived, forged it from the blood of 3 dragons, an experiment gone wrong. Later, thieves stole it and turned it against the Empire's cities, reducing them to rubble. Farson reclaimed it and hid it away, swearing no one would wield it again. I'd heard rumors that the last emperor, barely more than a child, had found it and tried to keep it safe, but he and his guards were hunted down. They died without revealing its location. A tragic story if true. Farson's bane, Jade Eyes scoffed, though the raw power radiating from the gem kept his disbelief in check. I expected something grander, gold maybe, a gem the size of my fist. My servant wears finer jewels. The magic wasn't just gathering, it was probing, slithering past my defenses to sample my own power. The irony wasn't lost on me. Jade Eyes had mistaken Oreg for some enchanted artifact, yet he couldn't recognize this. I'd felt this kind of darkness before at Menog and Hurog. Your servant's trinkets won't level a city like Estion with a whisper, the king snapped. Show some respect. He moved the staff out of sight, but the oppressive magic lingered. Pity you can't use it, Jade Eyes mused. It needs dragon's blood, and dragons are long gone. The king's chair groaned as he leaned forward. Funny thing I stumbled across in my research. Something so small I nearly overlooked it. How old is Hurog Keep? Jade Eyes gave a dismissive grunt. Ancient, 5th century after the Empire. 800 years, give or take. Older, I thought, much older. My personal collection holds ancient tomes from the Empire's golden age, and one volume refers to Hurog as the Dragon's Keep. Jacobin's fingernail tapped rhythmically against metal, perhaps the head of his staff. Legends whisper that early emperors employed a dragon mage. Other tales insist Hurog's lord is dragonkin. So tell me, Ward, does that bloodline run through your veins? The knife barely grazed my arm before he dabbed the blood with the same cloth he'd used on my face. I didn't see where he smeared it, but the moment the gemstone darkened, Jade Eyes gasped. The king's stool clattered to the floor as the probing magic shifted. Just for a heartbeat, it knew me. Hurog, the voice vibrated in my skull, silent yet deafening. Dragon. Before I could stop myself, something primal answered back, only for Farson's bane's power to sever the connection. Impossible, Jacobin muttered. Records state dragonblood ignites the stone crimson, yet this is the first reaction it's shown. Not crimson, Jade Eyes corrected, stepping close enough for me to see his assessing gaze. Your blood turned it blue. He glanced at the king. Have you tested your own? Mage blood might trigger it differently. Useless, Jacobin snapped, shelving the artifact with a rustle of fabric. Then softer. Ah, Ward, you fulfilled a decade-long obsession. His lips brushed my forehead before his tone turned brisk, all hunger erased. Arton claims he's prepared, Jade Eyes. Broken, clearly, but I need him pliant and cheerful. Ensure he remains, articulate. Understood, Jade Eyes nodded. We've refined the dosage, sorcerer's root, to mark him as other, blended with euphorics. He'll be grinning like a fool at his own execution. See that he does. The autumn air was sharp as broken glass, fresh against my skin as the guards shoved me into the prison cart. I remarked on it to the Tamerlane sprawled across my boots, though the men flinched when I spoke to what they couldn't see. By the gods, silence, one snarled. Must we endure this babble all the way to the capital? I blinked up from the phantom beast, tears cutting tracks through my smile. Creepy bastard, the guard muttered. His partner just shrugged. Easier if he's happy. For nearly a week, he'd been locked away in the asylum, his eyes now stinging from the sudden exposure to daylight. It'll pass soon enough, someone muttered. The Tamerlane rose up, balancing effortlessly on the cart as if she weighed nothing at all, her paws resting on either side of me. Ward, she said softly, meeting my forced smile, it's time. The moment the words left her, a searing cold fire surged through my veins, scorching away everything, fear, pain, even thought itself. Sweat drenched my skin, my vision blurred, and my breath came in ragged gasps. Damn it, he's seizing, one of the guards muttered, though neither moved to help. If those mages screwed him up and he dies, guess who'll take the fall? By the time the carriage halted, the worst had passed. I staggered out, my mind clearer than it had been since drinking from the general's flask. The guards dragged me through a palace side entrance, up a cramped staircase, and into a dimly lit chamber where a steaming bath waited. They stripped off my grime-covered clothes, scrubbed me raw with rough cloths, then wrapped me in a towel while one of them scraped the stubble from my face. There was some debate over cutting my hair. Apparently, the long locks were seen as a shavig quirk, but they settled for drying and tying it back. The Tamerlane observed silently, unseen by the others, just like Oreg used to do. I kept my gaze averted, forcing a smile until my face ached. The clothes they gave me were simple but finely made, all black, and my boots, now polished to a mirror shine, were my own. A hooded cloak hid my face as they led me into the hall, giving me time to think. The king wanted me for Farsonsbane, that much was clear, but there was something else, something more. Earlier, Jade Eyes had been ordered to keep me content and oblivious. The Tamerlane had mentioned Jackovan presenting me to the court. No, not just presenting. I stopped dead in my tracks, only to be shoved forward. Then, without warning, heat exploded through me, my knees buckling as sweat poured down my face. The Tamerlane pressed close. "What's happening to me?" I whispered. "The drugs," she murmured. "Your body is demanding them now. I can't stop this." Panicked voices rose around me. Jackovan had insisted I appear before the court in decent condition. Broken in mind, yes, but not visibly ruined. They scrambled for a bucket, dabbing my face with cold rags. Careful not to ruin the carefully prepared illusion, I snatched the bucket from their hands and gulped down the water, desperate to soothe my parched throat. As they helped me stand, I let them support my weight, conserving what little strength I had left for what lay ahead. The Tamerlane kept glancing back at me with concern as we moved through the unfamiliar corridors, but my focus was fixed on reaching Jackovan's grand spectacle. I'd played countless roles before, but this one would be my most critical if I could pull it off. The guards halted before a plain door and one slipped inside, shutting it quickly, though not before I caught a glimpse of the crowded hall beyond. Jackovan's voice, smooth and deliberate, carried through the wood. "Lord Dura, my chamberlain informs me you've been kept waiting. Our apologies. Step forward with your family so we may make amends." A pause followed, likely as my uncle obeyed. Then the king's tone shifted, dripping with false curiosity. "Now, Dura, what brings you before us?" "I come at your command, my king," my uncle replied, his voice sharp as a blade, "and to seek answers regarding my nephew, the Hurugmet." The realization hit me like a blow. Jackovan meant to parade me before the court as a fool, proving Hurog couldn't be trusted to a simpleton. The Tamerlane's magic had given me a fighting chance, but my uncle didn't know the full extent of my condition. If he saw me like this, hollow-eyed, barely standing, he might react without thinking, and that would play right into the king's hands. "Ah, yes, Ward of Hurog," Jackovan mused, feigning indifference. "We'd nearly forgotten him. Once deemed unfit, wasn't he? We couldn't possibly leave such a vital holding in the hands of an imbecile." "My brother is no imbecile," Tostin snapped, the belated my king barely masking his fury. My stomach twisted. Tostin was here. Uncle Dura knew how to navigate courtly deception, but my brother, one look at me and he'd lose all restraint. Jackovan's voice turned silky. "I'm sure you're right." A low growl rumbled from Tostin, too much like a wolf's warning. If I waited any longer, the king would provoke him beyond reason. I couldn't rely on Uncle to rein him in forever. Bracing myself, I shoved away from the guards before they could react and pushed through the door, emerging just below the royal platform. With a grin, I announced, "Of course I'm not an imbecile," striding forward as if I owned the room, as our generous king has personally witnessed. I dipped into a deep bow before His Majesty, then turned to address the assembled nobles. The Tamerlane steadied me with her presence as I spoke. "Your hospitality these past days has been most appreciated." I borrowed the time frame from the guards during our journey from the asylum, though truthfully, I'd lost all sense of time since leaving Hurog. "I trust I've proven myself worthy to govern my lands." His Majesty kindly pointed out I should have paid my respects sooner, but rebuilding my keep demanded every moment. Some might say I should have left it to the dwarves. I let the implication hang, reminding Jackovan of unexpected allies, but Hurog's fall was my responsibility. Its restoration had to be my hands that raised it again. My gaze flickered to my family, rigid near the throne, and I flashed them a reassuring grin. Only battle adrenaline and the Tamerlane's strength kept me upright. The Shavig lords, many of whom had fought beside me against the Vorsag, nodded approvingly at my mention of Hurog's sacrifice. A few even edged closer to my uncle's side. This wasn't just about me, failure would doom us all. Then a voice cut through the murmurs. Hurugmet, the warder of the sea, a reclusive shipping magnate, stepped forward. Seaford would have been the Vorsag's next feast after Orenstone. "We haven't forgotten what you did." His double bow, first to the king, then to me, sent a ripple through the court. Was he aiding my gambit or just speaking plain truth? Either way, the cheers that followed boxed Jackovan into a corner. I faced the king again, schooling my expression. "I trust this settles any concerns, your majesty." Jackovan's smile didn't reach his eyes as he surveyed the room. "No doubts remain, Wardwick of Hurog." Another bow, this one calculated to hide my swaying balance. As I rose, I locked eyes with Jade Eyes, and for a heartbeat my father's bloodlust roared in my veins. The king dismissed me with a wave, already summoning his next petitioner, but his grip on the throne betrayed his fury. I reached my family, slinging an arm around Tostin. "Move, now," I muttered through clenched teeth, the smile never slipping. Tostin slipped his arm around me beneath my cloak, subtly supporting my weight as we slipped away from the crowded courtroom. Bekram and Dura handled the swarm of onlookers, leaving us alone when we reached the hallway. "Find somewhere hidden fast," I muttered, my legs threatening to buckle. He propped me against the stone wall, testing doors until he found an empty chamber. The fading daylight spilled through the windows, carrying the crisp scent of late-blooming roses from the courtyard. I dropped to the floor, focusing on steadying my breath. "Your lighter," Tostin noted, kneeling beside me, but still not exactly easy to haul around. I gave a weak nod, hugging myself to stop the tremors. His next words blurred beneath the pounding in my ears. Gradually, the shaking eased and I slumped against the wall in exhausted relief. "We can't hide here," Tostin said. "Someone will come looking." "How far to your quarters?" I asked. "Not staying in the palace," he replied. Dura secured a house, used the coin from your study strongbox to fund your escape. Hope that wasn't overstepping. The thought of sleeping under Jacobin's roof turned my stomach, but moving unnoticed seemed impossible. "How bad do I look?" "Like death warmed over," Tostin said bluntly. "But in these shadowy halls, most wouldn't look twice. It's nearly nightfall, we can slip you out." With his help, I pushed myself upright. When my legs held, I shuffled toward the door. "Please tell me there's a horse." "I'm not walking across the city." "Optimistic as ever, Duro brought one for you," Tostin said, bracing me as we stepped into the corridor. Duro and Bekram stood waiting, silent but seething, Duro's jaw clenched, Bekram vibrating with fury. "I'm fine," I lied. Bekram ducked under my other arm, and together they steered me toward the stables. The grooms pretended not to notice me swaying against the wall, likely chalking it up to drunkenness. When Tostin led Feather out, I pressed my face into her mane, letting her familiar warmth erase the lingering chill of the asylum. My first 2 attempts to climb onto Feather's back were clumsy, and if she hadn't been so sturdy, I might have toppled her over. Bekram gave me a helpful shove from behind, and on the 3rd try, I finally made it into the saddle. The ride back to the estate blurred together. I barely recalled passing through the gates or reaching the house. What stuck with me was Oreg waiting at the door, scooping me up effortlessly despite my size, and hauling me upstairs like I weighed nothing. My brother, cousin, and uncle hovered around while I soaked in a wooden tub, scrubbing off the grime. Oreg worked through my hair with a comb, removing the lice the king's men had ignored. Bekram leaned back on his stool, avoiding Oreg's busy hands. "Syra and I had a daughter," he announced. 3 days ago, just found out today." I pushed the damp hair out of my eyes and grinned at him. "Got a name yet?" I asked, my voice rough. "Lehin," he said, "after the forest spirit." I frowned. "There are a lot of your men here. Is she at Hurog? No way would they have dragged her all that way so close to her time." "No," Bekram replied. "Left half the guard with her. She insisted she was fine. The king's men cleared out once Mother convinced them father and I were headed to Hurog." Rubbing my face, I struggled to piece my thoughts together. "It's not safe," I said. "You need to get her to Hurog." Dura sighed. "Ward, she just had a baby. She can't make that trip. What's the danger?" "Jacobin," I said flatly. "Get everyone out of Iftihar. It's not secure. Hurog's defenses are stronger even now." My uncle shook his head. "Jacobin's more likely to retreat and regroup." "No," I insisted, pressing my fingers to my temples. "He won't wait. He'll move fast. Syra and the baby need to be at Hurog." Bekram stood before his father could argue. "If Ward says it's urgent, I'll get them to safety." Dura gave in with a reluctant nod. "Rest tonight, then leave at dawn. Rushing off in the dark won't help anyone." Oreg helped me up, pouring warm water over my head as Dura and Bekram planned the details. Shivering despite the heat, I wrapped myself in a towel, still feeling filthy. Tostin handed me fresh clothes, and I wrestled into them before they steered me to a room with a fire and a bed. Oreg shooed everyone else out, but stayed himself, a quiet shadow in the corner. Even with him there, I didn't feel safe. Sleep wouldn't come, not with everything churning in my mind. I lay still, eyes shut but wide awake. Jacobin wanted power, and he believed my blood, or my family's, held the key to controlling Spain. Oreg had warned me as much. We were descended from dragons, and that made us targets. Jacobin wasn't about to give us the luxury of retreat. If he ever discovered Oreg's true nature, we'd be finished. Hurog alone couldn't stand against the king's forces, but if I rallied our strength behind Alizan, some of the Shavig lords might join us. If the rebellion gained momentum before Jacobin captured another Hurog heir to awaken the Bane, we might buy ourselves a few months. But the odds were still against us. Too many nobles would side with the crown, and in the end, we'd lose. As I wrestled with impossible choices, the door creaked open, followed by hushed voices. It shut again, leaving me alone with my circling thoughts, though not truly alone. Every path I considered led to ruin. I was halfway through scheming how to sway the Seaforters to Alizan's side, something I wouldn't have dared without the Warder of the Sea's pointed words, when another wave of trembling seized me. This time, my skin burned with phantom itching. A cool cloth pressed against my forehead, then swept over my arms as Tizala's quiet hum soothed the crawling sensation. She waited until the shaking subsided before speaking. "Ward, can you hear me? Why are you here?" I rasped. She was supposed to be safe at Hurog, far from Jacobin's reach. He'd already taken her once. She struck a match, lighting a candle from the embers in the hearth, and set it on the bedside table. The glow caught the deep red strands in her dark hair. The heavy drapes told me night had fallen, or maybe I'd lost time again. "Did you really think I'd stay behind?" she said, sharp but not unkind. "I came to break you out of the asylum, though you managed that on your own." The asylum. The drugs had blurred most of it into fragments, shameful, disjointed flashes. I shut my eyes. "You were there. I thought I imagined you." A dry laugh escaped me. I must have looked like an idiot, burrowing into the straw like a rat. Her fingers, rough as mine, brushed my temple, then traced the damp line of my cheek before she pulled back abruptly. Maybe she still smelled the asylum on me, no matter how many times I'd scrubbed. "Orig says you'll recover in a few days." "He told me," I muttered. "After I found where they'd taken you, he tried to free you." Her breath hitched. "I know." I remembered the pull of Hurog's magic as I'd fought the water. Was it just this morning? Even the Tamerlane couldn't reach me. That part of the asylum was built to cage mages. "The Tamerlane," she echoed. Frowning, she knew exactly what the Tamerlane was, but I wasn't convinced she actually believed in its existence. Mentioning the creature at all had been a mistake, especially fresh out of an asylum. I scanned the room, but the Tamerlane had vanished after playing her part. "You really saw her?" Tizala asked, curiosity softening her voice more than skepticism. "She's the reason I pulled off that stunt in Jacobin's court," I admitted. "Why would either of them care about someone like you?" she pressed. The misplaced awe made my skin crawl. I scoffed. "I'm just a pawn. Don't expect miracles. Either of them's done all he's going to." She knelt beside the bed, her gaze sharp. "Tell me again what you think about Elizen's rebellion." I pushed myself up, scrubbing a hand over my face. "If we're doing this, light a few more candles. I'd like to see who I'm talking to." The dimness reminded me too much of that cell. Once she'd brightened the room and dragged a chair closer, I'd stalled long enough to decide honesty was the only option, even if I didn't owe it to her. "It's still too soon," I said. "The harvest was strong this year, not just in Shavig, but Talvin and Orenstone too. Full bellies mean loyal people. Jacobin's taxes aren't cruel, and he hasn't pushed hard enough to turn the nobles against him. Elizen won't sway Avenhel's lords, and even if he somehow united Shavig, Seaford, and Orenstone, Talvin and Avenhel's armies would crush them. And what's his offer? Swap one Talvinish king for another himself. A bastard at that. I'd bet your father isn't the only Orenstonian who said no." Her expression stayed unreadable until she turned away. I shrugged. "But here's the thing, Jacobin left me no choice but to join the rebellion." Her eyes snapped back to me, scanning my bare skin for marks that weren't there. The pain had been real, but the only blood I'd lost went to the lice and the bane. "What did he do?" I tried a smile, but it didn't stick. "He found Farson's bane." Confusion flickered before recognition hit. I thought it was destroyed by Farson or the boy emperor. I shook my head. "Jacobin dug it up during the castle renovations. It needs dragon's blood to work." "Oreg," she murmured. My brows shot up. How the hell did she know about Oreg? No wonder she hadn't questioned the Tamerlane. The leap from dragons to divine servants wasn't much of a stretch. I could have stopped there. She'd already believe I'd side with Elizen for Oreg's sake. Something in my blood affected it, I admitted. I can't let anyone with Hurog lineage near Jacobin. If Elizen's ready, I'll back him. If not, Hurog stands alone. The alternative is handing Jacobin the same power that shattered the Empire. She studied me for a long moment before dropping the truth like a stone. "The reason I know how to break into the asylum. Elizen isn't the rebellion's true leader, Kellen is." "Kellen," I blurted, stunned. "The king's own brother." I remembered a sharp, soft-spoken boy a few years older than me. A spark of hope flared in my chest. Kellen was legitimate, wronged by Jacobin, and had every right to challenge the throne. With him at the core, Elizen's rebellion suddenly looked a lot less hopeless. "He's been in there a long time, Ward," Tizala said quietly. "Since the asylum's first bricks were laid, we left him because it was the safest option. Elizen knew we had to wait for the right moment. But now, it's been too long. He's not mad, but..." She hesitated. "Not exactly whole either," I finished, suppressing a shudder at the thought of years trapped in that place. "How long?" "Kellen vanished sometime after my father nearly beat me senseless. The exact timing was hazy, but I knew it had been years." "Over a decade," she said. My reaction must have been obvious because she added quickly, "It's not like what they did to you. Mostly they ignore him. We've been searching for a way to free him safely. Oreg offered to try with your permission." There was an edge of desperation in her voice, as if she feared I'd say no. "If Oreg can pull it off, we do it. Hurog can shelter him if no one has a better plan. The dwarves might help move him somewhere secure. I pushed myself up, but a wave of dizziness forced me back. By the time I steadied, Tizala had eased me onto the bed, murmuring reassurances. "I'm fine," I muttered. "Just fetch Oreg." She gave me an unreadable look before leaving. I must have dozed off one blink and Oreg stood there alone. The moment our eyes met, he said, "Tizala told you about the asylum." I nodded. "It's necessary, but only if it won't endanger you. My concern is you," he said bluntly. "If a prisoner vanishes the same day you escape, Jackovan will blame you." I shrugged. "He already hates me. At this point, what's one more reason? If we manage to free Kellen, my odds of living a long life shoot way up." I hesitated before adding, "I hate putting this on you, but it might be our only shot. Alizen's uprising needs a leader, and from what I remember of Kellen, he's exactly the kind of man who could pull it off." Oreg gave me a strange look. "You don't have to apologize for something that happened centuries before you were born, Ward. I'm old enough to say no if I want to." I exhaled, then dropped the real bomb. "Jackovan has Farson's bane." Oreg's head jerked up, his eyes flickering with that eerie glow he got when he was worked up. "You're certain?" I gave him the rundown, how Jackovan had used my blood to awaken the bane, the strange reaction it had, the way it seemed to know me. Oreg dismissed my theory that the asylum's drugs had messed with my head. "Blue," he muttered, rubbing his cheek, "and the magic shifted." I shifted uncomfortably but admitted it recognized me. "Blue," he repeated, frowning. "Never heard of that happening before." "Neither had Jackovan," I said grimly, "which means he'll come for me, or any Hurog, really. My father left enough bastards scattered around that I'll have to warn them all." Oreg zeroed in on the details. "How exactly did he use your blood? Was there a ritual?" "No," I said, "just a cut, some blood on a cloth, and then he rubbed it on the stone." "What kind of cloth?" Oreg pressed. "Linen, cotton." I closed my eyes, trying to recall. "Not silk, maybe linen. It was clean at first until he wiped my face with it." Oreg's eyes sharpened. "Sweat," then it hit him. "Tears. Did he get your tears on that cloth?" I swallowed. Oreg had seen too much to judge me. "Yeah." Oreg shot to his feet, punching the air with a dramatic flourish. "Ha, bet Jackovan never saw that coming." He turned to me, grinning. "Modern mages must have forgotten the power of a tear." "So what does it mean?" I asked. He shrugged, still smiling. "No idea, but it changed the bane. You said it recognized you like Hurog does." I nodded. After a long silence, Oreg said quietly, "Did you know Farson was my half-brother's grandson?" It was one thing to know Oreg was ancient. Another to hear it like that. Understanding the full weight of the situation took effort, but I kept my shock in check. Farson was reckless, bitter about his diluted dragon blood and the scraps of magic it gave him, Oreg explained. As the first Hurog heir who couldn't transform, his obsession with dragons drove him to kill 3 and trap their spirits in that bloodstone forever. The binding spell resembles what tied me to Hurog, though Farson lacked my father's skill. If I held that gem, I'd question how firmly those dragon spirits remain enslaved. His grin turned sharp. "Jackovan might not be our problem for long. Can you free Kellen from the asylum?" I asked. Oreg nodded. "If he's not in the high-security wing, I'll manage it." I arranged for his man to meet us near Menog once Kellen's out. He hesitated. "He'll face the same doubts about his legitimacy as you did." I snorted. "No comparison." "Kellen's called mad, not a fool, and madness in a ruler is far less dangerous than stupidity. We'll move once you're healed," Oreg said. "That gives Bekram time to extract Syra from Iftihar." "He'll need to do more than that," I countered. "Duro and Bekram must be warned about Kellen. Hurog's buried in snow, hard to siege until spring. But Iftihar, Jackovan will crush it the moment he realizes Kellen's escaped." A thought struck me. "Tell them Hurog's stores can feed 1,000 for half a year. If Duro wants more, Bekram must haul it in." "Done," Oreg said. "They'll likely reach Hurog before us. We should send word to Stala, expect refugees." The idea of lingering in Estjon made my stomach twist. I masked my dread, though no brilliant alternatives came to mind. "If we all leave tomorrow, Jackovan won't suspect Bekram's gone ahead. We'll camp at Menog. No one goes there. Unless he sends trackers, we'll be safe." Oreg's face tightened at the mention of Menog, his past there clearly haunting him. "And Ethervan. The Tamerlane helped me resist Jackovan's poisons. I think the god will shelter us." The Tamerlane mentioned followers gathering there. "Ethervan's rebuilding for some purpose." "Gods make poor allies," Oreg muttered. "True enough," I agreed. "I doubt he'll join us against Jackovan, but we shouldn't need him for that. Jackovan's idea of revenge will be more calculated. He won't come after us until we free Kellen." A yawn escaped me, and Oreg nudged me back under the blankets before I shooed him off to his own bed. Sleep had been scarce since my time in the asylum, and exhaustion finally pulled me under. The dream began simply enough. I stood in a vast chamber, more extravagant than even the dwarves' grandest halls at Hurog. My boots sank into a plush rug laid over marble floors inlaid with malachite. Door swung open, and a pale, tall-vanished nobleman I faintly recognized from court entered, dropping to one knee before me. "Ah," I said, voice smooth. "Punctual, I appreciate that. You once mentioned a Hurog-born woman you visited regularly." "Yes, my lord," he replied, tone indifferent. "She passed some time ago." His lack of deference irked me, but I had other concerns. "She bore a child by the old Hurugmet." "So she claimed, my lord. The Hurugmet did visit her more than once. I saw him there myself. A Hurog child bred back to Hurog blood," I mused aloud before fixing him with a sharper look. "How old would the boy be now?" The man hesitated. 10 perhaps when I last saw him. A boy perfect. The thought slithered through my mind, and the realization of whose mind I was in jolted me awake. I barely made it to the chamber pot before retching, sweat slicking my back. Jackoven. That had been Jackoven's thoughts, not mine. The fading scent of magic clung to the air. Someone had sent that dream, and it wasn't just a nightmare. "They weren't your thoughts," the Tamerlane murmured from the shadows. "Either sends you true dreams. They're meant to guide you. Gods, Jackoven was hunting a child. I owe you for the warning," I said, wiping my mouth with a nearby cloth, "and for the dreams if I can reach the boy first." She stretched lazily like a cat basking in sunlight. "No debt is owed. The favor is ours." Then she vanished, leaving me staring at empty air. Part of me wanted to retreat to Hurog, to bury myself in the snow-covered hills and wait for death. But I wouldn't abandon a child to Jackoven, and Jackoven wouldn't let me hide anyway. Sleep came slowly, and when it did, the nightmares returned. Not visions of Jackoven, but twisted memories of the asylum, of monsters I couldn't fight and straw that slipped through my fingers. A gentle voice, crisp as autumn air and soothing as a summer shower, chased away the shadows and kept watch while I lay hidden. In my dreams, a floating jewel hovered above me, its crimson droplets staining my skin. I struggled against the leather straps binding me to the table, but the blood became a torrent, pulling me under until I jolted awake with a gasp. "You're safe, ward," Tizala murmured from the darkened corner of the room. I glimpsed the rough outline of a chair wedged against the far wall. "Go back to sleep." Her presence alone was enough to steady me, and I drifted off again. Morning brought no relief. Survival isn't pretty, and today the weight of it crushed me. Yesterday's numbness had faded, leaving behind the raw sting of every degradation I'd endured. Fragmented memories surfaced, helplessness, shame, the way I'd begged Jade Eyes in one breath and cursed him in the next. My skin crawled with the ghost of his touch. Tizala dozed awkwardly on the chair, arms draped over its back, her face half buried in her sleeves. I couldn't bear the thought of her seeing me like this, as if my shame were branded into my flesh. I yanked the blanket over my head, wishing for a blade to end it all. The door creaked open, and Orig's familiar light tread crossed the room. "Your shift's over, Tizala," he said. "There's a real bed waiting next door, though anyone who sleeps on guard duty deserves the backache." She groaned, stretching stiff limbs. "Had to stay. He did the same for me once." Orig's voice softened. "Go, I've got him." Only after she left did he turn to me. "Up, ward, daylight won't wait." I forced the covers down and mustered a hollow greeting. Orig perched at the foot of the bed. "Sleep all right," I almost lied, then recalled the nightmare's warning. "The Tamerlane came. Did I tell you what she did?" He nodded. "You said she cleared your mind, helped you wreck Jackoven's scheme. The guard told me it was close. If not for your uncle's grip on Tost, he'd have charged the throne then and there." I swallowed hard, the near disaster tightening my throat. "One misstep and my family's heads would be rolled." She came to me in the night, whispering that Ethervan had granted me the gift of true dreams, a reward for purging the land, or so she claimed. In the vision, the king was searching for a boy, my father's bastard by a Hurog woman. The mother was gone, but the child carried Hurog blood from both sides. "Can you track him?" Orig asked. I shook my head. The dream only showed the king's role. I'd need to see the boy myself before magic could lead me to him. A familiar exhaustion settled over me, sharpening into something worse. "Damn it," I muttered, just before the tremors hit. The next few minutes were agony. Orig steadied me until it passed, then stripped the bed, burned the soiled linens, and scrubbed the room clean. He returned with fresh clothes for both of us and remade the bed while I dressed. "Efficient," I muttered, easing onto the mattress. "You think you're the only Hurog who's fought poison in his veins," he shot back. If I hadn't learned to handle this after all these years, it'd be pathetic. Most of them at least had the decency to enjoy their vices. "Get some rest, ward. Duraz's drafting orders for Bekram to deliver to Iftihar's steward, so we're stuck here until midday. I'll talk to Tizala about your latest stray. Turns out she knows half of Estjan. If there's a Hurog brat running loose, she'll dig him up." He left, and I sank back, feeling worse than when I'd woken. The ceiling blurred until Tostin shouldered the door open, his battered harp in hand. He took one look at me and snorted. "You look like death warmed over. Orig said you needed a distraction, so here I am, ready to perform." I stayed silent. "Right," he said, plopping into Tizala's chair. "You need to hear the ballad of Hurog's dragon. It's all the rage in Eschtyn's taverns." The tune unfolded like a drunkard's boast, a Shavig warrior spinning tales for Tallvanish listeners. I knew Tostin's work, the rhythm gave him away. Midway through, I bolted upright. "He did what?" Tostin paused. Orig was worried. No horses were harmed, and he used that trick of his to stay unnoticed. Doubt more than a handful even saw him clearly. "And you're singing about this, the dragon's supposed to stay hidden," he grinned. "We fixed that. Tizala's idea. Really, I just polished it. Keep listening." Ballad twisted into a trap, two Shavig men luring a Tallvanish lord, who bore a striking resemblance to Jacobin's lackeys, into the woods. Then came the ambush, the binding, and the humiliating walk back to town in nothing but his boots. They collected his belongings and clothes, delivering them to the inn with a threatening note: "Stay away from the Shavig heiress, or his embarrassing tale would spread like wildfire." I flopped onto the bed, chuckling. "That song's got some bite to it." Tostin grinned. "Glad you think so. Heard a few bards playing it, or something close anyway. After that, no one's going to take dragon rumors about Hurog seriously," I said. "That was the idea," Tostin agreed. "You doing all right?" "Mostly," I admitted. "Thanks, Tostin." Later that afternoon, another tremor hit, not as bad as before, but terrible timing. I was halfway up the steep path to Menog on Feather when it struck. I tumbled right off, and for a second I thought Feather might collapse on top of me as she scrambled for footing on the narrow trail. Instead, I ended up flat on my back beneath her. "Damn," I muttered, carefully rolling free. "Easy, girl, not your fault." After calming her down, I let Tostin help me back into the saddle. Orig and Tostin abandoned their own horses to walk beside me, just in case. As Feather struggled up the slope, I figured if the king's army wanted to chase us up this brutal climb, they were welcome to try. By the time they reached the top, they'd be too exhausted to fight. A handful of Ethervin's followers were already camped among the ruins of the old temple, greeting us like they'd been waiting. I spent the rest of the day sleeping, while Orig made excuses about why rescuing Kellen had to wait until the next night. He didn't say it outright, but I knew he thought I needed another day to recover before heading back to Hurog. The next morning, I ate with the small group of Ethervin's devotees, 2 young men and an elderly woman, then wandered off to explore. With nothing to do until nightfall, staying idle would just let my mind drift back to the asylum. My feet carried me toward the temple ruins, a place I'd visited before. The new priests had made some changes, trimmed grass, planted flowers, but their rough wooden shrine couldn't compete with the towering remnants of the old stone walls. The cleared rubble left bare patches of dirt where centuries-old blocks had once lain. Funny how Orig made 200 years seem recent. Sitting in the shadow of the ruins, I shivered. Back in Shavig, the mountains were probably already buried in snow. I shut my eyes and stretched my senses outward, just as Orig had shown me back at Hurog. The morning chill seeped into my fingertips as I pressed them against the temple's weathered stone, searching for traces of the magic I remembered. It was old, older than Hurog's, and woven with fragments of lives long past. Flashes of battles flickered through my mind, victories and losses blurred together, but it was the quieter moments that lingered. A man tossing a black stone against a tree, the sharp tang of fruit as a woman laughed, juice dripping down her chin. My mouth watered at the memory. The tattoos on my wrists burned with shame, though I couldn't recall any land that marked thieves this way. These were the echoes of those who'd once tended this place, their devotion shaping the magic into a guardian for Ethervin's temple, unless the god himself held it back, as he had when invaders came. There was something familiar in it, that same restless power I'd felt in Farsinsbane, directionless yet alive. When I finally pulled away, the shadows clinging to me had vanished. The first time since leaving Hurog, the weight of the asylum's darkness was gone. Tizala's voice broke the stillness. "Orig stopped by earlier," she said, lounging on one of the fallen archstones, close enough to watch over me but not so close she'd intrude. "Called it daydreaming, said to drag you back by noon if you didn't snap out of it." She squinted up at the sun. "Also told me to ask what you figured out." I rubbed my stiff knees, learned that sitting on cold stone for hours is a terrible idea. "Help me up," she smirked and hauled me to my feet, taking her time just to hear my joints crack. "You're falling apart," she teased. Laughing felt good, kissing her felt better. When I pulled back, her breath was quick, her gaze sharp as a hawk's. "I'm older than you," she said abruptly. "Too tall, too stubborn, too Orenstonian to trust a Northlander. My nose is crooked, my scars don't fade, and I don't know how to be soft. I let the silence hang before answering. My father spent years trying to bury me. That ages a person. You think you're strong? Try surviving your own blood. But we match well enough where it counts. The sun warmed her hair as I leaned in, and for once, the world felt right. I was born and raised in Shavig, and that gives me the confidence to shrug off the jokes from Orenstonians about my towering horses and golden hair. I could trade scars with any of them and still come out ahead. I paused for dramatic effect, struggling to keep my excitement in check. If I laughed now, I'd never get to say what needed saying. So, I traced a finger along her lips. That just leaves your last two complaints. Tizala, don't you realize how breathtaking you are? Not like some delicate flower in a royal garden, but like a wildcat, fierce, untamed, and she cut in with a laugh. Whiskers, I grinned. If your nose were any smaller, it'd be downright tiny. Then I pressed a kiss to that proud, defiant nose of hers. Marry me. I leaned back to search her eyes, but she kept them shut, shaking her head slowly. No, you're a rescuer, Ward. When she finally looked at me, I could see the stubborn certainty in her gaze. You saved me. This bond between us, it's natural, but it's not real. One day you'll wake up and wonder where the woman who needed your protection went. Men don't marry women like me. I opened my mouth to argue, then stopped. Words wouldn't change her mind. Only time could do that. And the way she'd kissed me back told me she felt something too. That was enough to give me patience. So I just smiled and turned toward camp. Unless she told me to back off, I'd chase her to the edge of the world. Rosem had the bearing of a seasoned soldier. Every line of him spoke of years spent in formation, even if Stala had never been one for flashy drills. He didn't trust me, and he hated handing Kellen's fate over to someone else, especially with our unorthodox plan. Why send him alone? Why not work the magic here? I wasn't about to explain that Orig planned to fly to the asylum under cover of darkness to scout the spells guarding Kellen's cell. Kellen's too valuable to leave unguarded, Orig had told me. They'll have more than just walls holding him. Orig knows what he's doing, Tizala said, her voice steady. Trust him. Rosem exhaled sharply. Do I have a choice? The desperation in his voice was unmistakable. No, Dura answered, but Hurog always pays its debts. The Hurog met and freed himself, Rosem countered. Dura shrugged. Maybe, but you risked everything to help us, we won't do less. The eerie quiet of Menog at night didn't help. Back at camp, the usual noise would have drowned out Rosem's unease. But here, standing on ground whispered to be haunted, his fear was impossible to ignore. No respectable Talvin would dare set foot on Menog once the sun went down, unless they were part of a desperate plan to save their lord with the help of a band of fierce Northmen. The eerie atmosphere got to all of us. Dura kept his back pressed to a tree, wary of any unseen threats. Tostin's gaze never left the shadowy woods, as if expecting something to emerge. Tizala's fingers tapped restlessly against her sword hilt. I shut my eyes and shifted on the boulder I'd claimed as my seat, trusting the unseen Tamerlane behind me to alert us to danger. Then, without warning, a gust of wind tore through the clearing, rattling the young aspen trees. Tostin's sword was halfway out before I caught his arm. It's just Oreg, I muttered. If Rosem thought the wind was unnatural, well, he wasn't wrong. Dragons had their own kind of magic. The wind vanished as quickly as it came, and Oreg stepped from the trees, human again. Ward, he said urgently, you need to come with me. My stomach twisted. He could have meant any number of places, a hidden meadow, a spell site, but I already knew. The asylum. After years locked away, Kellen wouldn't trust just anyone. He needed a familiar face. Rosem could have gone, but that meant revealing Hurog's secret, and I wasn't ready for the world to know dragons still existed. Tizala might have managed, but this was my burden to face. Fine, I said, hoping my voice stayed steady. Where are you off to? Rosem demanded, suspicion sharpening his tone. Helping Oreg, I replied, then followed him into the trees. Once we were out of sight, Oreg shifted, his form melting into the dragon I knew. Even in the dark, his presence sent a thrill through me. Something so ancient and magnificent shouldn't still walk this world. Up, he murmured, the sound like autumn leaves skittering across stone. I'd only ridden him twice before. It felt too intimate to ask, so I only went when invited. Tonight, though, dread and exhilaration tangled in my gut. Pressing my palm against his smooth, cool scales, I climbed carefully, avoiding his fragile wings. Settling into the dip between his neck and shoulder, I braced myself as he surged into the sky. Night flying was different. The endless black below was more unnerving than the quilt of fields and villages by daylight. The void seemed alive, watching. Relief washed over me when the city's glow appeared in the distance. The first time we'd flown, I'd asked if anyone would spot us. Oreg had just laughed. No one sees a dragon, he'd said, unless the dragon wants to be seen. The city guards barely glanced up as we soared over the gates. Eschen shimmered below us, its streets illuminated by countless torches. From this height, the tangled maze of roads radiating from the palace revealed hidden order, like cracks in dried mud. I traced where old routes had been sealed off or new ones carved through, the original design circling a spot near the castle where a bustling marketplace now stood. Children probably clambered on those low stone walls by day, munching on pastries, but tonight they formed the ghostly outline of a fortress with 3 towers. How many centuries had it been since those walls last saw battle? Auric dipped sharply, landing us in a private garden behind a merchant's mansion near the asylum. As soon as my feet touched the grass, he shifted back to human form. "We'll need another method to get inside," he said. Before I could reply, his hands gripped my shoulders, and a surge of Hurog magic raw, dragon-forged power blotted out everything. When my vision cleared, we stood in a dim cell, the air thick with the stench of sweat and despair. A magelight hovered beyond reach, casting cold illumination over every corner. No privacy here, just like the laboratory I remembered. "Ward," Kellen's voice was rough from disuse. He sat hunched on a wooden bench, but at the sight of us he stood, my stomach twisted. The man was skin and bone, his eyes too bright in a face carved by hunger. "So they finally let you out." His tone gave nothing away, but 10 years in a cage would teach anyone to mask fear. "We're here to make it permanent, my lord," I said. He dismissed my words with a flick of his hand and started pacing, murmuring under his breath. Every second risked alerting the guards, but I held my tongue. Finally, he whirled toward Auric. "You must be the wizard. Can you reduce this to splinters?" He tapped the bench scratched with game markings. "I won't leave it for them." Auric nodded, shaving off a sliver with his knife. A squeeze of his fist, and the wood disintegrated into ash. Kellen stared at the pile, his breath ragged, throat working. For a heartbeat, I thought he might break, then his jaw tightened. "Let's go. Not the way we came," Auric warned. "Moving someone who doesn't trust me is nearly impossible," Auric admitted, his voice tight with frustration. "So what's the plan?" I asked, standing up when Kellen stopped paying attention to me. "Flying," Auric said, gesturing toward the thick stone walls separating us from freedom. I could sense him tapping into the raw terror embedded in the asylum's walls. The silent screams of prisoners passed. With a sharp crack, the stones shattered outward, crashing to the ground far below. Thank the gods Kellen's cell was at the top. Any lower, and the whole place might have collapsed. The gap was wide enough for a dragon, though Auric had to take out part of the neighboring wall too. A quick glance confirmed the next cell was empty, no sign of crushed prisoners. I turned to Kellen, but he had pressed himself into the farthest corner, shaking. Auric gave me a look, no time for gentle persuasion. The noise would bring guards any second. I remembered my old stable master's stories about horses kept in stalls too long, how they'd fight leaving even when freedom was right in front of them. "Easy now," I murmured, tearing a strip from my shirt and tying it over Kellen's eyes. "It's just the shock. Let us get you out of here." Auric shifted in a ripple of scales, his massive form filling the ruined cell. Distant shouts echoed through the hall's guards closing in. The blindfold helped, just like with a spooked horse. Kellen didn't react when I told him about the dragon. Survival was his only focus. With my help, he climbed onto Auric's back, and I settled behind him, gripping tight. Auric lunged forward, wings snapping open as we dropped into open air. 3 powerful strokes lifted us skyward, the asylum shrinking below. "Can we stop somewhere before meeting the others?" I asked as Menog came into view. Auric banked smoothly, gliding to a secluded clearing where an ancient stone-rimmed pond reflected the moonlight. Trees enclosed the space, shielding us from prying eyes. I removed Kellen's blindfold and slid down, offering a hand as he followed. Auric curled up nearby, resting his head like an overgrown hound, harmless if you ignored the teeth. "So Hurog has dragons," Kellen muttered, his voice tight with tension. His grip on reality seemed fragile. I recognized that struggle all too well. "Just one," I corrected. "And where's your mage?" I nodded toward the dragon. "He's not pure-blooded, says he's fine shifting between forms." Kellen gave a slow nod, his gaze drifting to the pond. "Is this water safe?" "Perfectly," the Tamerlane answered from across the pool. "Welcome to Menog, Kellen Talvin." Kellen blinked at her, then at the dragon, before bursting into laughter sharp, almost unhinged. "Oh, I'm real enough," she assured him, catching the wild edge in his voice. "I've served Talvin kings for centuries. The world's shifting under your feet, though most haven't noticed. Dragons soar, forgotten gods stir, and mages grow stronger because an ancient injustice was undone." Kellen's face went eerily still, his earlier amusement vanishing. "Enough, Tamerlane," I cut in, watching him closely. "Save the history lesson for later." With a smirk and a ridiculous pop, she vanished. "Let's wash off the stench of that place and eat before we dive into the mess ahead." Auric, The dragon lifted his head, eyes calm. Go tell the others Kellen's safe, I said. Bring his man, only his man with fresh clothes, and take your time. If Kellen felt half as filthy as I had after my own stint in that hellhole, he'd need a while. Oreg stretched, shook himself, and shifted back to human form. Sounds fair, he said, offering Kellen a rare nod of respect before slipping into the trees. Kellen didn't move toward the water, just stared at me like I might sprout fangs. Couldn't blame him, betrayal by family didn't exactly inspire trust. Rosam's on his way, I said. Wait if you want, but I'm not. Stripping down, I waded in. The water should have been icy, but it was tepid, probably fed by hidden springs. The drop-off was gradual, so I swam out, leaving Kellen to choose. Eventually, a splash signaled he'd followed. When I circled back, he stood waist-deep, trembling. Funny thing, he said, staring at his shaking hands. I hated Ethervan as much as I hated my brother for locking me in that damned asylum. If it weren't for the vision Ethervan showed Jacobin's mage, my brother would have finished me off right then. Kellen was on the edge, raw and exposed, like he needed to spill everything inside him before it tore him apart. But if he cracked now, he might never piece himself back together. Hold on, I wanted to tell him. Wait until time turns you into more than just a boy with nothing but darkness in his past. I missed Beckram's quick wit, but all I had was my own. Honestly, I've got mixed feelings about Ethervan, I said, brushing off Kellen's tension. Last visit, the god hijacked my sister without warning, spouting prophecies that weren't even useful. A quiet, androgynous voice cut in. If I'd told you more, you wouldn't have done what was necessary. I turned and saw one of Ethervan's followers, an old woman perched on a rock, but the voice wasn't hers, it was something far older. Then why say anything at all? I shot back. Because prophecy must be sought, the voice replied, shifting tones like wind through leaves. As long as mortals come seeking answers, I am bound to give them glimpses of what lies ahead. Who went digging for visions and let you mess with my life? I demanded. The old woman's lips curved, but her eyes stayed empty. Mess, a fitting word. The sudden lilt of a child's voice from her throat sent a chill down my spine. Your dragon doubted you. He asked for my guidance, then balked at the price. I merely gave you the chance to shatter the walls around your magic. I was Shavigborn, loyal only to Cyphern, the Northland's judge. Ethervan's help didn't make me trust him. You twisted Oreg's fears into punishment, I said, my voice sharp. He asked for peace and you took my sister, the one he swore to protect, just to make him suffer. He didn't need more pain. It reminded him of his place, the god countered. Your slave, not your master. Oreg is no one's property, I snapped. Never was. The voice deepened, swelling beyond the old woman's frail form, thick with impatience. Oreg is yours as much as Hurog is. Without that reminder, your will would have bent to his like a sapling in a storm, and the corruption poisoning this world would still thrive. You gamble with lives, I said, seeing my sister's hollow stare again, Oreg convulsing at her feet. You forget how easily they break. The god's laughter was whisper-soft, then melted into the smooth cadence of a courtesan's purr. Fragile. That's not the word for you, dragon's guardian. 3 times tempered by fire, you emerge stronger, just as the future king must. The boy he once was could never have stood against his brother, but forged in Jacobin's cruel hands, he'll either cut through his enemies or break like a blade pushed too far. The woman rose and gave a shallow bow, the kind Stala taught me for acknowledging a worthy opponent. Then she vanished into the trees. I cursed under my breath and turned to Kellen. See what I mean? May Cyphern spare me from the meddling of Talvinish gods. Kellen's smile was dry but genuine. I don't exactly feel invincible, he admitted. But unlike you, I don't make a habit of arguing with deities. Maybe a wash and some rest will help. That's the way I thought. Give yourself time to reshape who you are. And if it doesn't take the first time, try again. Just like I had. Just like I was still doing. I shoved down the creeping dread left over from the asylum. My lord, I said, keeping my voice low, I'd prefer if we kept my dragon quiet for now. Hurog's already had one fool attack us hunting dragon bones. Who knows what they'd do for a living one? Kellen arched a brow but nodded. He scrubbed himself off as best he could before ducking his head under the water, swimming a slow lap before Rosen and Oreg appeared with fresh clothes and towels. I dried off quickly and dressed, leaving Kellen to his man. They clearly had things to discuss, but Menog wasn't so large they'd struggle to find us later. Back at camp, few were sleeping despite the late hour. Word of our plans had spread, stirring debate but no resistance. Jacobin wasn't popular among our men, especially after Erdrick's death, and my own imprisonment had only hardened their resentment. When I joined Dura by the central fire, Tizala handed me a cup of tea without a word, her sharp gaze scanning me for injuries before she walked off. Kellen and Rosen arrived soon after. Clean and dressed, Kellen looked steadier, though my uncle still pressed a plate of travel rations into his hands. So Hurog's the safest place to stash me? Kellen asked. Rosen had wasted no time filling him in. Duron nodded. Even if Jakovan suspects we freed you, he'll expect us to hide you in Iftihar or with Orenstonian allies. Alizen already knows our route, Rosen added. He'll likely beat us there. Kellen's expression darkened as he studied Rosen. Hurog it is then, for now at least. If I choose to leave, it won't be because I'm dragged away, Kellen declared, his voice steady now. No trace remained of the trembling captive who'd stood knee-deep in the river. The transformation was striking, like watching a prince reclaim his birthright. Forged indeed, I noted with satisfaction. Tossed and shifted uneasily. Hurog isn't what it once was, he warned. The reconstruction's barely begun. If the king tracks you there, those half-finished walls won't stop him. I suppressed a grimace, recalling how easily Jakovan's forces had breached our gates before. But then Kellen's expression lightened unexpectedly. Truth be told, he admitted, part of me wants to see Hurog. Rosem's reports made your stand against the Vorsag sound. Theatrical. His dry chuckle cut the tension, and I caught Tazala nearly choking on her tea. Dural leaned forward, his chair creaking. With you at Hurog, we could rally Shavig's lords to your cause. Where the Hurugmet leads, they'll follow. Kellen's smile vanished. So you all assume I want the crown. The bitterness in his voice froze the room mid-breath. Even Tazala set her cup down with a sharp clink. When no one else spoke, I stepped in. We assume you'll do what your blood demands, protect your people, since Jakovan won't. But if that cell broke you, say so now. Better that than another tyrant. Oreg's distant smile didn't waver, but Rosem's hand flew to his sword, until Kellen stopped him with a touch. He's not wrong, Kellen said quietly. Then to us all, confinement makes ideals blur. Understand this, if we act, it won't be justice. It'll be war, families torn apart, the 5 kingdoms vulnerable to invasion. Alizen's spies say we'd likely lose. His fingers traced an arc in the air, encompassing himself. Be certain Jakovan's crimes justify that price. I cut off Duraw's reply. Hurog's already at war. With you we might win. Without you, I shrugged. We'll fight regardless for survival, for Hurog's blood in our veins. Oreg, ever perceptive, finished my thought. Inaction could cost more than blades ever will. The firelight caught his knowing glance, just as well, since my blunt words had left the others shifting in their seats. Jakovan is playing with forces that could unleash devastation on par with the fall of the First Empire, Oreg said, his voice heavy with ancient knowledge. He had a way of wrapping himself in the weight of centuries, making every word feel like a hammer blow. He's digging into forbidden magic, unraveling secrets better left buried. Farsen's bane once turned this land to ruins, driving survivors into the wilderness. For 900 years, it stayed hidden until now. If Jakovan unlocks its power, we'll beg for the mercy of Vorsag chains. I scanned the firelit faces around me, as if they needed more reasons to panic. He hasn't figured it out yet, I cut in, but he's certain Hurog's blood holds the key, so don't think loyalty or some noble cause binds us to you. Hurog fights because we have no other choice, which means we're the last ones who will abandon you. Kellen gave me a knowing look. A sword swung in fear cuts just as deep as one swung in faith. I only wish more lords had your reasons to oppose him. My uncle, ever the optimist, chimed in. Ward can rally most of Shavig and a good chunk of Orenstone behind you. Kellen perked up. I nearly choked. Shavigmen don't forget, Dura continued. They followed Fen into the rebellion, and they'll stand with Ward now because he's Hurugmet and because a real Shavigman never walks away from a fight. That's a fairy tale, I snapped. They're not mindless warriors. They'll fight if they must, but they won't blindly follow some untested boy. You've sat in those council meetings. You know how they really are. Tostin grinned, tossing out an old saying like it settled everything. When a Shavig lord starts sounding polite, it's time to bolt. Face it, brother, you're the closest thing we've had to a hero since Seleg's time. Hero, I scoffed. If Orvadan calls me puppy again, I'll show him exactly how sharp my teeth are. Kellen studied me for a beat. The council convenes next month. Can you gather them sooner? Uncle Duran nodded. Bekrem and Sayara just welcomed their daughter, the first of the new generation. Perfect excuse for a gathering at Hurog. Fine, I said. I'll get them there. Once they hear what Jakovan's holding, they'll realize they're out of options. Rosem sighed. Alizen has Orenstone's support, but they're weary of war. The situation has improved since the Vorsag were pushed back, but many Orenstonian nobles still struggle to hold real authority in their own territories. Tizala leaned forward, her voice low. Avanhel stands with Jakovan, but I know a few who might rally behind Kellen, men who never backed Alizen. She shot Kellen a pointed look. Though they don't yet know we plan to seat you on the throne instead of your brother, Seaford will fracture from what my contacts have gathered, and some of Oranston's most influential lords are making noises in Alizen's favor, though whether they'd stand with you is another matter. Kellen lifted his cup toward me, his expression grim. Here's to surviving the year." The toast was met with quiet nods before we drank. That night, I dreamed of the asylum again, cold stone walls, the weight of chains, but I jolted awake before my thrashing disturbed anyone. The camp was silent as I slipped out, drawn to the crumbling section of wall overlooking Eschen. Tizala was already there, her silhouette sharp against the starlight. "Couldn't sleep?" I asked, keeping my face shadowed so she wouldn't see the lingering dread in my eyes. She didn't answer right away, her gaze fixed on the city below. Finally, she exhaled. "Ever feel like you've wandered into someone else's story?" "Can't say I have," I admitted. "Whose story do you think you're in?" "Kellen's, Oreg's, yours." Her fingers brushed the rough edge of a broken stone block, hands that could wield a blade with deadly precision, yet now seemed uncertain. She was staring at her left hand, the scars twisting across her skin even in the dim light. I caught her hand before she could pull away, pressing my lips to her damp palm. Salt lingered on my tongue. "It stole something from you," I murmured. "I didn't get it before." "Get what?" she asked, voice tight. "What it's like, being powerless while someone breaks you." My grip tightened. "Leaving that cell didn't free you, just like killing that torturer didn't free me." She went still, then reached up, her fingertips tracing the wetness on my cheeks I hadn't realized was there. After a heartbeat, she turned back to the city lights. "It leaves you feeling filthy," I said, the laugh that followed bitter. "And I hate feeling small. And guilty," she whispered. "Like you should be fought harder like the heroes in songs." Her scarred hand clenched around mine, fierce despite the damage. For a while, we just stood there, the night air easing the weight between us. When I finally slept again, my dreams dragged me back, small, starving, digging through alley filth for scraps the dogs hadn't taken. I was so focused on my mission that I didn't notice them until rough fingers clamped around the back of my neck. They hauled me away, struggling and shouting before a cold-eyed man muttered, "Purple eyes. We've got the right one." I woke before dawn, the dream still sharp in my mind, and used it to track down my brother. Only when we grow older do we truly see our past for what it was. The sky was still pitch black when Garanon left his borrowed quarters and wandered the castle halls, stepping into the rooms that had been his since he first arrived in Eschen. His belongings had been cleared out the day before, on the king's command. Jacobin thought they'd been moved to another suite, but Garanon had sent them back to Orenstone instead. The malachite floors shimmered under the flickering torchlight, one of the few remnants left untouched when Jacobin rebuilt the castle. Green, the color of the king's favor, the color of Orenstonian courtesans weaving their charms. Fitting, he thought bitterly. These rooms had belonged to the king's favorite, and now they were empty. Garanon shut his eyes, exhaustion weighing on him. For 20 years he'd been a hostage, first for his brother, then for his homeland. Now he was no longer needed. When the moment came, he'd retreat to Orenstone like Havernus had, never returning to court. Surely Jacobin owed him that much after all this time, but the thought brought no relief. He felt hollow, useless. Every sacrifice had led to nothing. Without the king's favor, he meant nothing to Orenstone either. The suite, stripped of his possessions, echoed with absence. He should check the wardrobes, make sure nothing had been left behind, but instead he drifted from room to room, watching torchlight dance across the polished stone. Jacobin had a new favorite now, someone who mattered more than Jade Eyes ever had. That one had been more of a weapon than a rival, a punishment for Garanon's defiance when he chose to fight for Orenstone against the king's wishes. Havernus's victory had only deepened Jacobin's humiliation, and Jade Eyes had been the consequence. But this new favorite was different. Jade Eyes hadn't gloated when he delivered the order to vacate. Garanon's time as the king's chosen was over, and with it, any chance to protect his people. Not that he'd done much good lately. It was time to go home. So why did it sting so much? His fingers brushed an embroidered couch, and a memory flickered to life. Garanon remembered standing in the palace gardens years ago, exchanging quiet words with the queen before tragedy struck her family. The clatter of a dropped platter had broken his focus, and when he glanced up, his gaze locked onto a minor nobleman's face, someone he'd seen countless times before. In that moment, the past crashed over him like a wave. The man's features twisted into the same cruel expression from decades ago, when Garanon had been just a boy, helpless in his mother's ruined gardens. His breath hitched, and without explanation, he fled to the nearest couch, gripping the embroidered fabric until his knuckles turned white. Jacobin found him there moments later, though Garanon hadn't even noticed the king nearby. With gentle persistence, the king coaxed the story from him, holding him close as the words spilled out. That night their intimacy had been tender, almost reverent. Now, lying on an unfamiliar bed beneath a vaulted ceiling painted with stars, Garanon clenched his fists. He loathed Jacobin, had for years, ever since he was first dragged into the king's chambers as a frightened child. Every return to Orenstone, every forced departure from his wife and lands, only sharpened the bitterness. The mattress dipped as the Tamerlane settled beside him, her fur soft under his fingers. "Thank you for helping Ward," he murmured, still staring upward. Jade eyes looked ready to burst from sheer frustration. She nuzzled his shoulder. "What's weighing on you?" Garanon let out a dry laugh. "Myself," his fingers traced the unfamiliar stitching of the blanket. "I despise him, so why does leaving feel like tearing out my own ribs?" The Tamerlane considered this. 19 years is a long time to share a bed, even with an enemy. "Too long," he muttered. She shifted, tail flicking. "Maybe you should see who replaces you. Might give you some clarity, or at least a reason to laugh." With a sigh, Garanon followed her through the hidden passage, the walls dissolving at her touch. The king's chambers lay just beyond, and for the first time in years, he wasn't sure if he wanted to walk in, or never look back. The dim passage led into the king's private audience chamber, a stark space dominated only by the ornate throne atop its raised platform. Jacobin lounged in his seat, while Jade Eyes draped himself against it, the mage's silken robe shimmering like ocean waves. Before them, a uniformed soldier restrained a thin child who twisted in his grasp, oblivious to Garanon and the Tamerlane observing from the shadows. Though recently scrubbed, years of grime still clung to the boy's ashen skin. His freshly shorn hair, likely to remove lice, revealed scalp beneath the stubble. Starvation had carved premature age into his features, though Garanon guessed he couldn't be more than 12. The scene struck a chord. He'd stood in that same spot once, presented to the king with his brother. "Keep him steady," Jacobin commanded, his voice quivering with anticipation. When the guard forced the boy's chin up, the king's eyes gleamed. "Hurog Blue," he purred. "Your lord shall have his reward. Jade Eyes, take him." The mage seized the boy's arm roughly, and when the child resisted, a sharp twist made him gasp and go limp. "Rather scrawny specimen," Jade Eyes remarked, wrinkling his nose. "He'll fatten up," Jacobin said, rising. He approached the boy, his voice dripping false warmth. "Tell me your name." The child spat at his feet. Jacobin's smile never wavered as he traced a finger along the boy's cheek, and suddenly the fight drained from him. Garanon's stomach twisted. Magic, that vacant stare, the unnatural stillness, he knew it too well. The king had used the same trick on him years ago. "Your name," Jacobin repeated. "Titcheyes," the boy mumbled, his words thick with the slum's drawl. "Your mother, Elia of Hurog. And your father," Titcheyes trembled, muscles locking as he fought the compulsion. "Fenwick of Hurog." Jacobin's grin widened at Jade Eyes' disgusted scoff. "Incest to you, perhaps, but in Shavig, cousins wed often if the bloodline's strong. That old brute likely saw no issue betting his kin and gifted us this boy with dragon blood from both sides." A tear slid down Titcheyes' cheek as Jacobin leaned closer. "Tell me, child, did your mother ever speak of Hurog's vaults?" The question hung, sharp as a blade. Garanon held his breath. This wasn't just about bloodlines. The king was hunting something the young Hurog met, lacked the strength needed. That's why the bane only shifted to blue instead of red. This boy's blood might be the key to unlocking Farsinsbane's power. Jacobin gave Jade Eyes a smooth, dismissive smile. "Don't let your personal feelings about his lineage interfere with his purpose." Jade Eyes caught the warning in the king's voice just as Garanon did and dipped his head in silent agreement. Jacobin turned back to the boy. "Titcheyes, your loyalty belongs to me alone. You will serve me without question." "I serve you," the boy murmured, his voice hollow. "Some commands will bring you pain," Jacobin continued. "Others might bring you satisfaction, but obedience is not a choice." "I serve you," Garanon's chest tightened. Those words echoed in his own past. How many years had he spent bound by them? Was he still? The king withdrew his hand. "Take him to the green chambers, Jade Eyes. Stay with him, he'll find rest there. Sleep until I summon you." Glancing behind him, Garanon saw the passageway sealed tight, as if the Tamerlane had never revealed it. He stepped aside as Jade Eyes and the boy passed, oblivious to his presence, though Garanon could have brushed Jade Eyes' sleeve. "Only ever managed that spell on a dog," Jade Eyes remarked, returning alone and shutting the door. The creature's devotion grew unbearable, had to put it down. Jacobin chuckled. "Notice I didn't demand love. Hatred makes for better entertainment." Garanon's breath caught. The king's gaze lingered on him, twisting the truth of his past into something ugly. The rest of their conversation blurred as they disappeared into the king's chambers. "Garanon," the Tamerlane whispered, urgency in her voice. "The spell isn't as unbreakable as he believes. It wouldn't hold a grown man, only a frightened, wounded child, but traces of it might still weigh on you, even now." A cold dread settled in Garanon's gut. "Did I betray Callies? Did he pull secrets from me?" "Never asked," she said. "You gave him nothing because he sought nothing. The Talvanish never considered using children as pawns. Orenstone never stood a chance against his father's armies." Garanon exhaled and moved toward his old quarters. The boy lay asleep, his expression untroubled. What now? The Tamerlane pressed. How long was I bound to him? 4 years, she answered, nearly 5 years old. Garanon kept his gaze fixed on the boy, careful not to reveal how much the next answers mattered. You know why the king wants him, she pressed. Jackovan has Farsinsbane, and this child's Hurog blood is the key to wielding it. Farsinsbane, Garanon stiffened, his voice tight. So my role is to smuggle him out and deliver him to his kin. What about the king's spell? The Tamerlane hesitated. I can undo it. You could have freed me all this time. Silence stretched between them. He spun to face her, bitterness sharp in his throat. Did you think I wouldn't notice being played? 19 years, you were the only one I trusted. His jaw clenched. How generous of you to reveal now that I've been the king's puppet. I suppose you'll lift the spell so I don't have to haul a screaming child halfway to Hurog. She retreated a step. Wait until you're on the road. Estjen isn't safe for him, and he'd bolt if he woke here. The king's sleep spell will hold until I break it. Her voice softened. Removing your bindings would have drawn Jackovan's attention. Eithervan's power has limits when defying the king. Garanon exhaled sharply. Truth or not, it changed nothing. We're wasting time. I need him out before dawn. He bit back the urge to ask if she grasped the cost, his lands, his family. Jackovan would trace the boy's disappearance to him instantly. But his wife would never forgive him if he abandoned the child out of fear. The boy stayed limp as Garanon lifted him, retracing paths through halls that once felt like home. Servants dipped their heads as he passed, avoiding the bundle in his arms. They'd seen him spirit away children before. They wouldn't speak up until they knew whose favor he'd crossed this time. A groom brought his horse without question, saddlebags packed for his planned trip to Orenstone. At his request, a second mount was readied for when the boy woke. The stablemaster cradled the child briefly before passing him up. Poor little mite, the man muttered. Garanon adjusted the boy's weight, his grip firm. The road ahead would be long, and forgiveness, if it ever came, would be longer. Garanon watched the stablemaster eye the unconscious boy with concern. He'll be lucky if they didn't poison him, sleeping that deep, the man muttered. Garanon kept silent, knowing it wasn't drugs but magic keeping the child still. His own mare barely flicked an ear at the Tamerlane's presence, but the second horse shied when brought forward. The stable master tightened his grip on the reins. I could ride with you a ways, got family down south I could visit, wouldn't be suspicious. Garanon adjusted the boy's weight against his chest, securing control of both mounts before shaking his head. Better if you stay clear. This might cost me my head before it's done. Jade Eyes is rotten, the stable master spat. Can't fathom why the king keeps him around. With a tired smile, Garanon nudged his horses forward. The gate guards let him pass without question, just as they always did. He nodded, hoping no one would pay for that kindness later. Only once they were beyond the city did the Tamerlane finally speak. No need to go all the way to Hurog. The Hurugmetan's been resting at Menog since leaving Estjen. Eithervan sent him dreams about the boy. Without hesitation, Garanon turned onto the overgrown path toward the ruins. Won't matter which way you ride, she added. He's a finder. He'll track you down. Almost on cue, a red mare appeared, carrying Ward of Hurog, looking far healthier than when he'd faced the king. He halted, waiting as Garanon approached. Hurugmet, Garanon greeted. Brought you something. Claims his name's Titcheyes, your half-brother, I believe. Ward's mare snorted but ignored the Tamerlane. He reached out, brushing the boy's cheek with quiet relief. That's too my house owes yours. Garanon shook his head. Debt's still mine. I've caused more harm than help. He hesitated, unsure if Ward could see the Tamerlane, and settled on. He'll wake soon. Might be confused. Angry. Get him out of Estjen. Ward's expression softened. He's my brother. Titcheyes belongs at Hurog. Then sharper. How much favor do you still have with the king? Garanon gave a dry laugh. About as much as any man who'd call Jackovan a child predator. Garanon's voice dropped lower, weighed down by guilt. I'm worse than you think. I took the boy who's somehow key to Jackovan using Farsinsbane. Ward didn't react, confirming he already knew about the bane. Guess we're both in the same sinking boat, Ward said, studying him before asking quietly, where does the king stand with you now? Garanon turned his face away, struggling to keep his voice steady. Same as ever. You'd better take him and ride. There's a spare horse. No telling when Jackovan sends men after him. Could be hours, could be minutes. Ward gave a careless shrug. If you had a knife and found the king alone in some dark alley with no one watching, what would you do? Silence answered him, but Ward smirked and guided his horse around to take the extra gelding's reins, leaving the boy in Garanon's arms. Then ride with us to Hurog, he urged. It'll throw the king off. He'll expect you fleeing back to Beryl. Your family's safer if you're not there. He leaned in slightly, voice firm. Let me show you why our futures aren't as bleak as you think. Grim, sure, but not lost. The Tamerlane's sharp command, go, made Ward glance down at her. Garanon hesitated, then nudged his horse forward, falling in beside Ward. Back at camp, Garanon scanned the crowded tents, his breath catching when he spotted Jacobin's brother. Kellen's face flickered through emotions too fast to follow before settling on pure delight. Garanon arched a brow and turned to Ward, feigning amazement. And here I thought Jacobin would come for me with hot irons and blades. I just stole his new pet, you took his brother. Kellen hesitated, but Garanon laughed, shaking his head. I knew attacking Hurog was reckless, but this, he swung down smoothly, passing the sleeping boy to Ward. So what's your plan, Kellen, hiding in the northern wilds? His tone held only curiosity. Ward cradled his half-brother, noting the bandage around his wrist. How much blood had Jacobin already taken? He wished he'd known about the boy sooner, wished Hurog could have been a true home, not just a refuge. Kellen cracked his neck, the sound sharp in the quiet. I'm taking Jacobin's throne. Garanon moved forward and dropped to one knee before Kellen, his posture both elegant and deferential. I pledge myself to you, he declared. Kellen blinked in surprise, exchanging glances with Rosem and Tizala before straightening his shoulders with sudden authority. Stand up, no one needs to bow like that until I'm actually wearing a crown. Rising to his feet, Garanon studied Kellen with a critical eye. You're still too thin, but at least you don't look like death warmed over anymore. Kellen gave a dry chuckle. Garanon visited me every week, even when Jacobin made it clear he disapproved. We passed the time with chess. The mention of chess made me think of Oreg smashing that board to pieces, and I smirked as I set the unconscious boy down. Oreg caught my look and came over, crouching beside the child. My stomach twisted. Whatever they drugged Titcheyes with, it had knocked him out cold. Before I could voice my concern, the Tamerlane materialized on the other side of him. Let me handle this, she said. I recognize the magic used on him. It'll be simpler for me to undo. Power hummed in the air as she worked, though I couldn't pinpoint the exact spell. The effect, however, was immediate. Titcheyes jolted upright, eyes wild, and launched into a string of curses so vile it cut through Kellen and Garanon's conversation like a knife. Half the camp turned to stare as he snatched up a jagged rock, gripping it like a weapon. Nice aim, I remarked in Talvanish, the language we'd been using out of respect for Kellen, who spoke Shavig well enough but preferred his mother tongue. But let's say you actually hit one of us with that rock. What's your next move? The boy froze mid-curse, his gaze darting between me, Oreg, and the armed men nearby. A few took a step forward, hands on their hilts, but I waved them off. Finish breaking camp, I ordered in Shavig, then repeated it in Talvanish for Titcheyes. Turning back to him, I kept my voice steady. I'm Ward of Hurog, your half-brother. This is Oreg, my mage, and in a way, family too. Over there's your uncle Dura and another brother, Tost, the one by the oak tree, looking ready to stab something. Dura's the one scowling at me. Titcheyes spat out a denial in broken Shavig, then reinforced it with a blistering Talvanish insult. I sighed and lowered myself to sit cross-legged, putting us at eye level. Hate it all you want, but it's the truth. Fenwick of Hurog was your father, same as mine. Hurog held more than a few surprises for you, half a dozen half-siblings to be exact, and let's be honest, not all of them are going to meet your expectations. The rock in the boy's hand sagged under its own weight, his arm trembling with the effort. Neither Oreg nor I gave him a reason to throw it. I stayed low to the ground, while Oreg lounged against a cluster of young aspen trees looking utterly unconcerned. The others had wisely kept their distance, and the Tamerlane, gone, vanished into thin air. You might as well drop it, Oreg said, his voice calm. He's stubborn enough to wait you out all day. His gaze locked onto the boys. If you're going to give up on pointless anger, you might as well drop the rock too. Staying mad at Ward is like being furious at a puppy, utterly pointless. Ask Tostin if you don't believe me. Finally, the rock thudded to the ground and the boy's tough act crumbled, tears welling in his eyes. What do you want from me? I sat up, fixing him with a steady look. I want you safe. I want to take you back to Hurog, where you should have been all along. I'm a bastard, he spat. The son of a whore and your father. Then, as if it sealed his fate, he added, and the whore was your father's cousin. Oreg clicked his tongue. The Talvans really did a number on you, didn't they? In Shavig, cousin marriages aren't exactly scandalous. That was stretching the truth, but for a good cause. Dura's son is married to Ward's sister, your sister too, and nobody batted an eye. Titcheyes looked slightly alarmed now, which was an improvement over the defiance he'd worn earlier. Nobody's forcing you to marry a cousin, I reassured him. But you will be polite around Bekrem and Syra, that's non-negotiable. Since manners were the least of his worries, it worked as a distraction. Do you know how to ride? He shook his head. I stood and offered my hand. Then let's fix that. By the time we reach Hurog, you'll ride like you were born on horseback. The temptation was too much. Soon, he was perched on a bay gelding he'd proudly named Deathbringer. Personally, I'd have called the horse Hey Muncher, given his size, but the dramatic name pleased the boy, and the height of the horse gave him a false sense of security. As I coached him on the basics, staying on the horse, letting it follow the others, and how to stop, pull back, not sideways, my uncle waved me over. He'd been deep in conversation with Kellen and Garanen. Garanen thinks Jackovan might strike Hurog soon, Dura said. Is it safe to bring Kellen there? The gate was off the wall when we passed through. I nodded. Right. 2 skilled blacksmiths were already hard at work on Hurog's defenses. Knowing Stala, she'd probably prioritized reinforcing the gates and adding a proper gatehouse by now. She'd been preparing for the worst, and I had no doubt she'd have surprises waiting when we arrived. In summer, we'd be vulnerable, but winter's deep snow gave us an advantage. Even with Iftihar's reinforcements, we could only hold out a week against a siege, though southern soldiers camping in tents wouldn't last half that time in Hurog's bitter cold. Orig edged closer, leading the boy along with him. I can help too, he said quietly. I gave him a sharp look, but he just shrugged. Mages come in handy during sieges. Dura rubbed his chin. If the weather doesn't slow them down enough, you might need to call in those dwarven favors. They won't want to get tangled in human politics, though. Dwarves, Kellen blurted out, eyes wide. Tostin smirked. Ward's got a few debts owed to him. My uncle guided us through harvested fields and onto an unfamiliar backroad toward Hurog. Idelbrat, one of Stala's trusted Shavigmen, took charge of the column, keeping the pace brisk. When I mentioned the king might be less than pleased about our sudden departure with Kellen and Titcheyes, he just grinned. Better than getting caught by Talvinish troops on their own soil, he said. I forced a smile, but my thoughts were darker. Jackovan had taken Titcheyes' blood, and Farsinsbane's power was no small threat. As the column broke into a trot, I fell in beside Tostin, who rode behind Tizala. She kept close to Titcheyes, steadying him as he wobbled in the saddle. Orig nudged his horse forward. He reminds me of you at that age, he said, nodding at the boy. Tostin scoffed. I was never that scrawny. The easy banter between them surprised me. Apparently, plotting my rescue had smoothed things over. The rhythm of the ride left little room for conversation. I savored the crisp air and the sight of Tizala's confident posture. Eventually, we slowed to a walk, sparing the horses before the final push to Hurog. I dismounted to ease Feather's burden. My size didn't help. Tizala arched a brow, still mounted. Orenstonian horses would have gotten you farther before resting. Not a chance, I said, deadpan. If I had one of those Orenstonian horses, I'd be walking everywhere. My legs would barely reach the stirrups. She chuckled, and we filled the miles with small talk, how the first frost had cleared out the summer flies, though it left our bedrolls stiff with cold each morning, and whether those heavy clouds meant rain or snow by week's end. Anything to avoid thinking about what waited for us down the road. Distractions made the ride feel shorter. How's Kellen holding up? I asked. Haven't crossed paths with him much today. He's playing his part well, she said, tilting her chin toward where Kellen rode beside my uncle, just far enough to be out of earshot. Sometimes, I mused, if you wear a mask long enough, it fuses to your skin. I'll give him my old room at Hurog, not just because it's the only decent space left in that crumbling fortress, but because it's about as far from an asylum cell or one of Eschen's gilded cages as you can get without digging underground. Tizala arched an eyebrow. It is a bit of a storage pit. I smirked at her dry humor. Most of Hurog still has more leaks than locks, I admitted. Things get tossed in there temporarily and end up buried for years. We made camp as dusk settled, the kind of twilight where shadows stretch too long. Wrapped in my blanket, I traced constellations overhead, trying to anchor myself before sleep took me. It didn't work. The dream came sharp as a blade, not strapped to the asylum-stained table this time, but standing over it, velvet bag in hand. My fingers trembled as I drew out Farsinsbane, its gem dark but humming against my palm. No swirling shadows now, just raw power seen through his eyes. A drop of blood made the stone pulse crimson. When I skimmed the dragon carving, magic surged through me, bright enough to conjure light with plenty to spare. I dipped a painter's brush, tracing blood across the gem, and suddenly I was wildfire and earthquake again, the way I'd been when Hurog fell. One gesture and the table vanished, straps, chains, all of it, leaving only scorched stone. Turns out Hurog blood runs draconic, Art murmured behind me. What became of the boy? My mouth twisted. Garanen happened, slipped him out at dawn with a spare horse, riding hard for the north. North, the archmage sounded almost bored. Where else would you stash a Hurog heir if you didn't want him auctioned back to me? I said. Garanen's no fool. A beat. Then cold amusement in Arten's voice. Isn't he? He turned on you. The magic's grip on him is slipping, I murmured, watching the energy still pulsing through my fingers, undiminished despite the wreckage of the table. It used to be so satisfying, watching him struggle between desire and shame. Arten scoffed. You won't catch Jade Eyes drowning in guilt. More like drowning in someone else's blood, I smirked. Oh, he has his appeal, sure, but I always figured once the spell binding Garanon wore off, he'd crack. Maybe he still will, Art mused. Imagine the weight of betraying the man he's loved for years. The thought warmed me. I hope it tears him apart. I hope every time he touches his wife, he sees my face. Jackoven, a wicked idea struck me. Tell the guards to bring me the stable master who let Garanon ride out. Ward. I jolted awake, my breath fogging in the chilly morning air. Tostin knelt beside me, offering a steaming cup. Nightmares about the asylum, he asked. I shuddered, wrapping my hands around the weak tea, letting its heat steady me. Yeah, too real. Once we put enough distance between us and Menog, maybe either of them will leave me the hell alone. Later, I recounted the dream to Oreg, desperate for answers. How much power could Jackoven pull from just a few drops of Tichas's blood? He hesitated. I don't know, the bane, I never saw it, only felt its birth, the chaos it left behind. Time blurs the details. After centuries, the past feels more like a drunken tale than history. I stroked Feather's muzzle as we walked. Doesn't matter. Our priority is getting Kellen to Hurog, rallying Shavig behind him, then moving him somewhere safe. We can't afford to send anyone after the Bane or the blood. A cold certainty settled in my bones, but I could find it. If I could shatter it or destroy the blood. Oreg's glare cut me off. Don't be an idiot. Even I couldn't breach that part of the asylum. You just wind up Jackoven's prisoner and he won't make the same mistake twice. Right, I muttered. Let's hope Jackoven's not as strong as he seems. I'd met the stable master once. Decent man. I prayed his death would be swift, though I doubted Jackoven's mercy. Garanon didn't need to know, it'd only haunt him, just like it haunted me. But turning back wasn't an option. A hunting horn sliced through the dawn, sharp and clear. I adjusted Feather's saddle and swung up, my mind snagging on another fragment of the dream, gnawing at me as we rode across the open plains of Talvin. Riding was easier than walking, though my time in the asylum had left me weaker than I cared to admit. Feather carried me without complaint, her steady gait a small comfort. By chance, I found myself alongside Garanon, who walked his horse apart from the others. We moved in silence for miles, the rhythm of Feather's steps matching his, my quiet matching his own. Then out of nowhere he snapped, "Aren't you afraid you'll catch it too?" I blinked, wondering if exhaustion had made me miss something. "Catch what?" "The preference for men over women," he said, voice sharp with resentment. I stared at him, caught off guard. "No," I answered simply. He quickened his pace, but Feather kept up without hesitation. Despite his obvious discomfort, I didn't slow her. I understood now. "My uncle doesn't hate you for sleeping with the king," I said. "He hates you because you served the king's orders against me right under his nose and he couldn't stop it. Tostin feels the same. The rest," I nodded toward the Blue Guard. "They might just dislike Ornstonians, or maybe they think your tastes are contagious." Garanon turned away, then unexpectedly laughed. "As for me," I added, "there's a woman who's caught my eye. Your bed's your own business." He glanced up, about to speak, then hesitated. "You look worse than a corpse on its pyre." "So I've heard," I muttered, my stutter worse since the asylum. I took a sip from my waterskin, pushing away the memory of Jade Eye's touch, but the questions lingered. "In the asylum," I forced out, struggling with the words. "Jade Eyes," my throat closed. Garanon's hand settled on my knee. "Rape is rape," he said quietly. "Even if your body reacts." I shook my head, face burning. "He didn't. Rape isn't just about the act," he said when I faltered. "It's about power. Some break your body, others break your spirit." After a pause, he added, softer now, "Real love with anyone is about passion, care, joy, not just pleasure." He flashed a grin. "Though done right, that's part of it." The call to mount up cut through the air. Garanon swung onto his horse. "Thank you," I said. He smiled, tipping his head in a small bow before we urged our horses forward. By the next afternoon, I'd stopped even trying to talk. That evening, Oreg had to pry my stiff fingers from the reins and take Feather's lead himself. Mornings weren't so bad, but as the day wore on, I could barely keep myself upright in the saddle. Tostin finally ordered the packs opened, handing out thick wool riding blankets to everyone. Oreg made sure I wrapped mine tight around my shoulders. Tizala rode beside me, murmuring to Oreg while I drifted in and out of focus. Kellen was nowhere in sight, probably just as exhausted as I was. When I asked, Tizala told me Rosem was looking after him. The snow came down in soft, heavy flakes, and I barely had the energy to lift my face toward it, but I knew we were close now. Home. I might have been the only one in that miserable, freezing group, Tizala included, who felt a grim sort of satisfaction when the morning cold made Feather's hooves crunch and squeak on the snow. "At least the cold keeps the ground hard," I muttered as Tizala checked my hands for frostbite. My fingers were so numb I couldn't even manage my gloves. She sighed, turning my palm over. You Shavigmen are something else. Tostin, tightening Feather's girth before helping me back into the saddle, grinned. What tougher than the rest of you? Stubborn, Tizala corrected. Only a stubborn fool would find joy in this. The horses sensed home too, picking up their pace despite the deep snow. By late afternoon, the walls of Hurog finally rose in the distance. Feather let out a sharp whinny and surged forward, breaking into a trot, then a full gallop when I didn't rein her in. Energy rushed through me, burning away the exhaustion. Hurog was calling me back. The gates stood strong, reinforced for war, guarded by 2 men who scrambled down to open them. But they didn't have to. Before they could reach the mechanism, the gates swung open on their own. I pulled Feather to a stop, staring. It wasn't me. Magic takes effort, intention. I hadn't even thought of opening them. But I felt the pulse of power that did it. Hurog had let me in. It should have unsettled me. But how could I fear the place that welcomed me? Feather and I moved through the gates slowly, the guards bowing with a hint of awe. I didn't correct their assumption that I'd worked the magic myself. Inside, I learned my cousin and his wife had arrived from Iftihar just that morning. Syra was resting in a makeshift chamber near the storerooms with her newborn. The journey's weariness faded as I dismounted, already barking orders. Kellen and his man would stay in my quarters. Hurog was alive beneath my feet, and for the first time in days, I didn't feel tired at all. I settled Tizala in the room beside mine, the only other completed space on that level. The library would serve as sleeping quarters for Garen and Oreg, Tostin and me, while my uncle and aunt retreated to their usual chambers. I dispatched someone to round up stable hands for the exhausted horses now trickling through the gates. Stala pushed through the chaos to reach me. War then, she asked. I pulled her into a quick embrace. Not yet, I admitted, but soon enough. She gave me a knowing look, the kind she used when I was still her student. Even with all of Shavig behind us, we won't win, she said matter-of-factly, but we'll make sure he regrets it. I shook my head. There's a chance we might surprise him. Bekrem might not have mentioned it, but we've brought Kellen back from the asylum. Alizen plans to put him on the throne. Stala's breath caught before she laughed, sharp and bright. Well, that changes everything, doesn't it? Maybe not enough, I muttered. She clapped my shoulder. We'll make it enough. Now hand over that horse. I'll see she's tended to. You go inside and warm up. That night, I stretched out on a thin pallet in the library alongside Oreg, Tostin, Garanon, and a skittish street kid with Hurog's unmistakable eyes. Tichai's needed a purpose, something to make him feel like part of us. The thought lingered as I drifted into a rare, dreamless sleep. Dawn woke me crisp and clear, and for the first time in months, I felt whole again. The air here carried the familiar hum of magic, stitching together the hollow places inside me, washing away the last traces of Jacobin's mage-brewed poisons. I slipped past my still-sleeping companions and out into the morning. There were meetings to arrange, preparations to oversee, but first, I needed to ride. The paddock held 4 horses, a silver mare with kind eyes, 2 aging chestnut broodmares, and a massive, mud-colored stallion who trumpeted a challenge when he spotted me. "Miss me, Pansy," I called, swinging open the gate. He butted his head against my chest, sniffing me over like a worried mother. "Nothing broken," I assured him, running a hand along his scars, white streaks on his sides, old wounds at the corners of his mouth. Saddled and eager, he carried me up the mountain trails with the same reckless joy as years past. These rides had grown fewer as Hurog flourished under my care, but Pansy remembered every path, his hooves sure even in the snow. At the summit, we paused by the shattered bronze doors, looking down at Hurog. Time had worn its grandeur thin, but the bones of it remained. Strong, stubborn, and mind-the-rough stone edges of the structure were muted by patches of weathered granite where repairs hadn't yet been made, though the lingering sense of abandonment had vanished. Pansy flicked an ear backward, so I wheeled him around to investigate. The dragon watching me wasn't Oreg. This one shimmered with emerald and onyx scales instead of violet, standing barely taller than my saddle. Pansy, accustomed to Oreg's presence, didn't spook when the creature suddenly stretched its neck forward until we were eye to eye. "Hurog met," it rasped in a voice like a child's. "Dragon," I replied automatically. Oreg had mentioned others might still exist, but I'd never encountered one until now. It bumped my shoulder with its ridged forehead hard enough to bruise, then withdrew. "The magic hums through you," it observed. The elders claimed it could, but I never imagined humans could hear the song. "This land is Hurog," I told it, "and I am its keeper." "Hurog," it repeated after a pause, "means Dragonheart." I grinned. Exactly. That answer appeared to please it. With 2 clumsy bounds down the slope, it launched into the air, wings flapping unevenly. "Just a youngster," I remarked to Pansy, my mood lifting. Oreg's stories about surviving dragons had always seemed like wishful thinking until this moment. Tostin's fuming, Syra called from the stable doorway, her silhouette haloed by morning light. Winter layers couldn't hide her resemblance to the ethereal namesake of her newborn. He says they nearly had to strap you into the saddle yesterday, yet here you are galloping up mountains at dawn. I set down the grooming brush and turned as she strode inside. When I scooped her up in a spinning hug, she smelled of frost and lavender. How was the journey? Rumor says you and the baby weathered it better than Bekram did. She laughed against my cheek as I lowered her. Bekram whined the whole way. Lihan barely stirred, but you, her gaze sharpened. Are you really all right? She knew better than to push, but the question lingered. Stiff but healing, I admitted. Tostin wasn't joking. I needed help mounting yesterday, but Hurog's air fixed that. Her eyes sparkled. So the gates truly opened for you, and this boy Tostin mentioned our brother. I nodded, though her chatter had already moved on. Words tumbled from her these days, as if making up for lost time. Watching her, an idea crystallized. What? She demanded, catching my shift in expression. You'll need an extra pair of hands with the baby, I said. I think I'll assign someone to help you and Lihan with errands. She rolled her eyes dramatically. Oh, spare me, now you're jumping on the bandwagon too. You'd think I just survived some life-or-death ordeal. Don't get me wrong, childbirth isn't a walk in the park, but I don't need everyone treating me like fragile glass. Fair enough, I said, grinning. But we've got this newly found brother who grew up rough in Eshton's back alleys, and he's itching to fuss over someone. Consider yourself and that baby his new project. Wardwick, you'd think convincing people to do what they already wanted would be simple. Instead, it took us 2 solid weeks just to gather most of the Shavig Council. 2 weeks of emptying my coin purse to hire every available hand, farmers, laborers, even a few bored merchants, to patch up Hurog. Their work paid off. 3 more rooms were usable, and the Great Hall was finally in decent enough shape that we wouldn't have to shoo out stray livestock mid-meeting. My uncle's people pitched in too, though most bunked in the outlying farms to free up space for the arriving council members. And arrive they did, snowstorm be damned. Shavig men don't let a little winter weather slow them down. The council, mostly nobles, with a handful of well-off farmers and guild leaders mixed in, showed up bearing gifts for my niece. The messengers carrying the invitations had also spread word of Kellen's escape and Jakovin's takeover of Iftihar. Bekram told me they'd barely slipped away before Jakovin's troops rolled in. Despite the risk, just being at Hurog could paint a target on their backs. Nearly everyone came. The few absentees were either bedridden or snowbound. We feasted, hunted, and listened to Tostin's bardic tales, carefully avoiding any mention of Kellen's jailbreak or Jakovin's failed attempt to lock me away. Meanwhile, Kellen and Rosem stayed hidden in my quarters, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. On the second evening, after the plates were cleared, I stepped onto the newly built dais and waited for the chatter to die down. Every detail, down to my outdated but deliberately chosen Shavig formalwear, had been meticulously planned by my uncle. The snug breeches, flowing tunic, and Hurog blue dragon embroidered on my shoulder were all part of the show. My lords, tradesmen, farmers, thank you for coming and for the gifts you've brought, I began. But now it's time to discuss heavier matters. I took a breath. Duro and Rosem had trimmed their original speech, but it was still a mouthful. I just hoped I could keep the room awake long enough for Kellen's turn. You all know why I've stayed at Hurog these past years. You all know Jakovin summoned me to Estion recently. He tried to convince everyone I wasn't fit to rule Hurog, hoping I'd play the fool and hand it over to the Talvinish crown. A rumble of disapproval rolled through the nobles. Hurog belonged to Shavig. No Flatlander king had any right to it. I didn't let their outrage settle before continuing. Things didn't go as he expected, I said, cutting through the murmurs. Kalwick, the youngest Shavig lord besides me, grinned and stood up. I was there, he said. Jakovin sat there smug, waiting for his men to drag in some babbling madman. Instead, Ward walked in like a storm, leaving guards scattered behind him like fallen leaves. He bowed like he was at a royal banquet and thanked the king for his hospitality. Kalwick had always been a little too fond of heroic tales, and it showed in the way he looked at me. But then his smile faded. He scanned the room before locking eyes with me. The king thought he was parading an idiot in front of the court. Why, what did he do to you? His anger burned hot. I thought about how many Shavig lords had been in that crowd, unaware they were being set up as traitors. I gave him a bright, careless smile. Oh, the king has his tricks. But my father trained me well, and I've spent years convincing people I'm not what I seem. No need to spell out the details. Let them imagine what they wanted. From the shadows at the back of the hall, Orvidin's voice cut through like a blade. So you decided to get even, pup? The old warrior leaned on his cane, his long white hair loose over his shoulders. He had fought beside my grandfather. You stole the king's brother to spite Jakovin and cost your uncle Iftihar in the process. I nodded slowly. Kellen's rescue might be played a part in that, yes. The air in the room was thick enough to choke on. Or maybe, after people risked everything to help me, the only thing they asked in return was to free Kellen from that asylum, where he never should have been. When they asked, I felt ashamed. I'd known he didn't belong there, just like all of you. The silence that followed was heavy. How many of them had spared a thought for Kellen over the years? A quiet, kind boy, locked away in the dark they deceived themselves into believing Jacobin's excuse for locking Kellen away, that sudden illness was genuine. I waited, letting the weight of their potential guilt settle before speaking again. Saving Kellen serves two purposes, but the truth is, Jacobin won't let me or my family fade into obscurity again. Hiding here in Hurog and praying he forgets me is no longer an option. I scanned the room, catching nods from some and clenched jaws from others. Elizen's rebellion was destined to fail, or so I believed, but it was never Elizen's fight, it was always Kellen's. A murmur rippled through the crowd. I let it linger before cutting in. And if any of you buy Jacobin's lies about that so-called asylum being anything but a nightmare, I paused, catching a smirk from one of them. Don't, I've been inside those walls. I wouldn't abandon a stray dog to the tender care of the men running the king's asylum for noble inconveniences. The words came out sharper than I intended. I'd meant to keep my emotions in check, to let them think Jacobin's wizards had merely questioned me while I played the fool. But the memory burned too fresh. Swallowing hard, I abandoned my rehearsed speech. Orvidin's right, I helped Kellen out of self-interest. But it's the same self-interest every Shavigman should share. I drained my tankard of water, the coolness a brief relief. My uncle's subtle nod steadied me. The metallic clang of the empty cup against the table echoed in the tense silence. They want to believe, he'd told me. They'll listen if you give them a reason. Let me tell you why your survival depends on joining us, I said, and why Jacobin will never leave my family or yours in peace. Drawing a breath, I plunged forward. In the asylum, Jacobin showed me something he uncovered during renovations at Eschen, a dragon-headed staff with a black gem. Orvidin's voice cut through the murmurs. You're saying he found Farsinsbane. I'm saying what I saw, I replied. And when Jacobin told me it was Farsinsbane, I, a wizard, believed him. A shadowed figure near the Eastern Shavig group scoffed. Even if it's real, there are no dragons left to wield it. Jacobin made it work with my blood, I said, and the moment I escaped, he hunted down one of my half-brothers, Garin, and barely got him to safety. Orvidin shot to his feet, his bench rocking back. Are you claiming you're a dragon? His disbelief rang loud in the stillness. You can't seriously expect us to buy that story, the man snapped, shaking his head. Listen, pup, I walked in here ready to back Kellen, but I won't follow someone idiotic enough to feed me tales about some mythical relic, then double down by claiming he's got dragon blood running through his veins. He spun around, motioning for his followers to rise, and the room erupted in the scrape of chairs and muttered protests. I'd hoped no one would press me about why my blood activated the bane. My plan had been to weave some vague connection between the Hurog legacy and the old whispers that the artifact drew strength from dragon's essence. But Orvidin was sharp. He forced my hand, either spin a wild truth no one would believe or lie outright, and lying to the Shavig Council wasn't an option. Tonight's role had been carefully crafted to remind everyone of our roots. I stood before them as Hurigmet, not as a mage. Duraw's speech had carefully sidestepped the bane entirely. As I spoke, I'd convinced myself the council needed to understand the full truth. Too late, I realized the warrior image I'd presented was too grounded, too ordinary for them to accept something as fantastical as the bane, let alone dragons. Myths belong in shadowed forests, whispered by robed sorcerers, not in the mouth of an oversized man in simple clothes. I never said I was a dragon, I called over the noise. Just Hurog. But it wasn't my words that froze Orvidin. From the shifting torchlight, a dragon materialized in the wide aisle between the dais and the hall's distant doors. My gaze flicked to Orig's empty seat, of course. In the dim glow, his lavender scales deepened to violet, his wings edged in black. He reared up, his head brushing the vaulted ceiling, and I tensed, half expecting stone to crumble. Tables toppled as his wings unfurled, sending people scrambling. Then, deliberate, he settled onto his forelegs, pausing before leaning in until his snout nearly touched Orvidin's nose. You don't recognize your own tongue, Orig murmured, his voice layered with an ancient cadence only I would recognize. Hurog means dragon. Did you think that was just coincidence? The crowd edged closer, wary but unarmed. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Charva's sharp features. The man held the northernmost keep in Shavig for a reason. His skill with magic kept the worst of the land's horrors at bay. Up there, things with too many teeth and a taste for humans lurked in the dark. The look on his face was one of pure wonder, taking me back to the first time I'd seen Orig transform into his true form. I am one of the oldest of my kind, Auric declared. Whether it was true or not, I couldn't say. Dragons might live forever, for all I knew, and Auric himself seemed caught between both worlds, but the weight of his words hung in the air. I was here when the Hurog bloodline began, born from the uneasy union of dragon and human, long before the empire crumbled. He let the silence stretch, his eyes sweeping over the gathered Shavigmen in the hall. When he spoke again, his voice was barely above a whisper, yet every ear caught his words. I walked this land when the empire stretched from ocean to ocean, when wizards wielded magic now lost to legend. I stood witness as Farson unleashed his bane upon mankind, tearing the world apart. I saw what remained, scattered survivors, stripped of civilization, fighting like beasts just to live another day. The flickering torchlight softened the brilliance of his scales, but nothing dulled the power of his presence. His massive form coiled tightly between Orvidin and the doorway, wings folding inward until only the darker hues remained, casting the hall into deeper shadow. The stench of Farson's cursed magic lingers once more, he warned, his voice like distant thunder. And I tell you now, be wary. As he spoke, his scales darkened further, blending into the gloom until he was little more than a silhouette. Then, with his final words, the shadow dissolved into the torchlight. Orvidin cleared his throat, though his voice lacked conviction. How do we know this wasn't some trick? He glanced back at me, and I could see the desperate hope in his eyes. He wanted to believe. Ward's a mage, he added, more to the room than to me. Kellen stepped forward from the passageway, cutting in before I could respond. Does it matter? His voice was steady, commanding. You all know what my brother is. Deep down, you know he must be stopped. The only difference now is that time is running out. I took my cue, gesturing toward him. Shavigmen, meet Kellen Talvin, recently of the King's Asylum. He gave me a shallow bow, and when he straightened, I stepped down from the dais and knelt before him. My uncle had been clear. This moment wasn't about rallying the Shavigmen against me, but convincing them to follow Kellen instead. My plain clothes were deliberate, though I doubted Aurig's dramatic entrance had helped. Kellen, on the other hand, was dressed in the finest fabrics we could find, velvet and rich wool. Fit for a leader, the deep green and slate gray of his royal attire suited him well, and the weeks spent outside had erased the prison pallor from his face. He carried himself with the bearing of a true king. My friends, he said, resting a hand on my shoulder to signal I should rise. What you're about to hear will become legend, but like all great tales, its heart beats with simple truths, right versus wrong. I stood and moved behind him, catching sight of Orvidin stooping to retrieve something from the floor. A glint caught my eye. I thought it was his dagger, dropped when Aurig appeared, but Kellen's voice pulled me back. My brother cares nothing for this kingdom. He takes tithes meant for armies that never come. Where were his soldiers when Orenstone burned? What aid has he given those who bled to push back the Vorsag? Havernus hides in Calais because returning to Estion would mean death, not by law but by my brother's knives. Why? Because Havernus did what the king refused to do. He saved Orenstone and made my brother look weak in the process. History will remember Havernus's 100 long after we're dust, and that my brother cannot stomach. A whisper of magic brushed against my senses. Someone had stepped onto Hurog land, tainted but not dangerous. If they kept moving, I'd let them pass. Kellen held the room spellbound, his voice steady. My brother has betrayed his oath. Ethervin warned him years ago, yet he chose darkness. Now I must stand against him. Ward of Hurog stands with me. Who else will? It wasn't just his words, it was the fire behind them. Men rose, then knelt. Only one remained standing. Orvidin strode forward, his weathered face unreadable. Rosam's fingers twitched toward his blade. I don't know you, Orvidin rasped, emotion rough in his throat. But I know this boy. He jerked a hand toward me. And I know Jakovin's crimes are real. He lifted the object in his palm, not a knife, but a scale, its surface catching the light. Tears traced the lines of his face. If dragons walk Hurog again, I'll follow the blue, as Shavig has done since the first dawn. The moment of high drama couldn't linger forever, but it left everyone satisfied. Every Shavig noble under my roof, representing the entire region, now stood ready to back Kellen's claim to his brother's throne. Some did it for justice, others for glory, and a few just for the thrill of battle. The kitchen staff brought out trays of honey cakes and spiced bread, while servants circulated with tankards of ale. Tostin settled by the hearth, his fingers dancing over his lute strings. He had the sense to skip the grand epics, sticking instead to bittersweet ballads of doomed love and fallen warriors, just the kind of familiar sorrow we all needed. My uncle Dura worked the room, smoothing alliances and sealing commitments as he moved between groups, Kellen always at his elbow. Bekrem gave me a rough, approving clap on the back before slipping off to update Syra and Titcheyes. Titcheyes had grumbled at first when I assigned him as Syra's assistant, but she had a gift for winning over reluctant souls. Now he was as devoted to her as the rest of Hurog's men, Oreg included. Speaking of Oreg, I hadn't noticed when he slipped back into the hall in human form, but I prayed no one else had either. His presence steadied me, but I didn't want his true nature exploited. Whatever aid he chose to give was enough. Tizala remained at my side, as comfortable in Oreg's embroidered silks as she was in hunting gear. The black dress hugged her frame, its sleeves alive with stitched tigers, Oreg's handiwork, no doubt. He had a knack for sewing, though only a select few ever wore his creations. The fiery beast suited her, bold and untamed. I admired the way the firelight caught in her hair, the way the fabric clung to her, but I kept those thoughts to myself. Lately, any hint of affection sent her retreating, so I let my gaze speak instead. My sister had taught me well words weren't always necessary. Quite the spectacle, Garanon murmured beside me. What was? I asked. He shrugged. Dragons and legends, hard for any man to resist following a myth into battle. I'd have preferred to keep Oreg hidden, I admitted, but if Orvidin had stormed out, we'd have lost half the room. Kellen won them over, not me. Garanon's smile turned knowing. True. They're his men now, as long as you. His words cut off as magic surged violently through Hurog, and my hand flew to my sword. The sudden silence in the hall had nothing to do with magic. The distant gates being torn open were too far to hear. But the crowd froze anyway, their eyes locked on me as if expecting violence. Even Tostin's fingers stilled on his harp strings. Step back from the door, I ordered. Opening my senses to Hurog's magic, I felt the outer gates hanging wide, their heavy bars shattered. The intruder I'd sensed earlier was already crossing the courtyard while guards struggled uselessly against whatever force had broken through. Stala had drilled it into them. Magic wasn't a fight for swords. That was Oreg's and my burden. The air prickled with leftover power, something foul, something reckless, but no trace of the wielder remained. Then the keep doors exploded inward, slamming against the walls hard enough to shake loose mortar. The man who stepped through wasn't who I'd anticipated. No jade eyes, no court lackey, certainly not Jacobin himself. Just a hunched figure in tattered clothes, boots barely holding together. Winter's bite rushed in with him, but he didn't seem to notice. His movements were wrong, not drunk, not weary, but something worse. Mottled skin peeked through the rags, dark patches spreading like rot. Garanon shoved past me before I could stop him. Valsilva, he blurted, disbelief sharp in his voice. The name clicked, Jacovin's stable master, though barely recognizable. Memory flashed, a dream of Jacobin screaming for the man who'd let Garanon escape with my brother. I yanked Garanon back as the crowd recoiled, space widening around the shuffling figure. Something clattered to the floor, a finger, pale in the torchlight. A gasp rippled through the room. Valsilva, Garanon tried again, voice cracking. The thing that had been the stable master halted, close enough now for its empty eyes to meet mine. The wrongness thickened, a weight pressing against my ribs. This wasn't just a man. Whatever stood before us, it wasn't alive. Not really. The dark patches weren't just stains, they were decay spreading across the body, filling the hall with the sickly sweet stench of decomposition. Someone retched nearby. Garanon, the corpse called out in a voice that made my skin crawl. I felt Garanon tense beneath my grip. He'd recognized that voice too. It wasn't the stable master's natural tone, but the cold inflection of Jacobin himself. Jacobin, Garanon answered, his voice steady despite the horror before us. Tizala moved like a shadow behind the creature, gripping a borrowed blade, far more practical than the ornamental sword I clutched. The rotting head shook slowly, flesh sloughing off its cheek as it spoke. 20 years, Garanon. 20 years of loyalty, and this is how you repay me. Its hollow eyes locked onto Garanon, oblivious to the rest of us. Yes, Garanon admitted. The thing lurched forward, its voice dripping with malice. See what betrayal costs, see what you've done to him. I threw up a magical barrier just before it reached him. I should have expected the backlash. After the door shattered, I knew this wasn't ordinary magic, but watching the stable master's rapid decay had rattled me. The spell that struck my shield hit like a hammer, sending crimson sparks flying. Flames erupted along the wooden beams above, and nearby mugs of ale burst into fire, casting eerie light across the hall. The pain seared through me, breaking my concentration. Tizala didn't hesitate. She drove her sword through the creature's back, sending it sprawling. It gasped, a human sound, then kept crawling, dragging itself forward despite the wound. As Tizala raised her blade again, it spoke in a different voice, weak and desperate. I'm fine, just need food. Clumps of hair and flesh dropped as it reached for a discarded bread crust, crumbs tumbling through the gaps in its rotting jaw. Garanon stood frozen, so I hauled him onto the dais. My failed shield had disrupted something. The magic animating the corpse felt unstable now. Oreg's voice cut through the chaos from across the room. Don't touch it, unless you want to rot where you stand. The armed men hesitated, and for the first time, I wondered if nightmares of this moment would replace the ones from the asylum. "Let Ward and me handle this," Orig said. "What's going on?" I asked, but Orvidin answered instead, his face pale and tense. "A golem," he spat, a superstitious gesture that made the Orenstonians call us Shavig savages. "Haven't seen one since my father crossed the Achalan in Avanhel. Thought I'd never have to again." Orig circled the creature before stopping beside me, his eyes locked on the remains of the stable master. The thing had finished devouring the spilled food and now dragged itself forward, legs scraping against the floor. "Garanon," it rasped, confusion in its hollow voice, yet its movement never faltered. "The king said I shouldn't have let you leave. Was that a mistake?" Tizala raised her sword, but Orig motioned for her to wait. "Fire Ward," he said. "Not the kind for kindling, like what you did at Silver Fells." What I'd done at Silver Fells was summon Cyphern, the god of justice, to claim the souls of villagers slaughtered by the Vorsag. Not exactly an everyday trick. I reached for that power again as I hurled magic at the golem. Flames erupted over its rotting flesh like it had been soaked in liquor, but I knew the god hadn't answered. The burning corpse hesitated, shaking its head before murmuring in a broken whisper, "Hungry." Tizala lunged, driving her sword through the flames and into the creature's skull. The blade lodged deep, but the fire raced up the metal hilt, forcing her to let go. The golem turned for the first time, ignoring Garanon, and fixed its remaining eye on Tizala. "Hungry," it repeated. "Jacobin's lost his grip on it," Orig said, adding his own flames to mine, but the thing kept advancing. Tizala retreated down the aisle, keeping her eyes on the monster as it picked up speed, forcing her into a jog. The gathered Shavig nobles shifted uneasily, barely restrained by Orig's command. I spotted Rosem wrestling Kellen back, thank the gods for that. The last thing we needed was Jacobin's abomination loose among the nobility. Orvidin, having snatched a pike from the wall, shoved through the crowd and jammed the weapon under the crawling golem, flipping it onto its back. It twisted like a serpent and lunged at him instead. "Damn it all," Garanon muttered beside me. I hadn't even realized he'd left the dais. "Valsilva," he shouted, trying to draw the creature's attention. The burning creature left scorch marks across the floorboards, the stench of charred wool mixing with the acrid smoke. A toppled tankard spilled flaming ale like liquid fire across the wooden tabletop. "Ward, your magic isn't holding," Orig shouted, though I could feel his own power surging through me in support. I reached out for Cyphern's guidance, but it was Hurog that answered instead. Raw energy roared through my veins, so intense I nearly collapsed under its weight. If I hadn't forced it outward immediately, it would have incinerated me just like it had the poor soul who'd once been a man. Frantic, I redirected the magic, extinguishing the flames licking at the hall's beams. "Orig," I gasped, and thanked the gods he understood. His hands clamped onto my shoulders, siphoning away the excess power before it could tear me apart. The surge vanished as suddenly as it came, leaving my legs trembling like jelly. The rotting stench had faded, replaced by the lingering tang of smoke and an eerie silence, until Orvidin broke it with a rough cough. "Cyphern's mercy," he muttered, leaning heavily on his spear. He spat on the floor, then added, "I served with Valsilva once. Jacobin sent him straight from Estjen," Orig explained, his voice tight. "A message for Garanon, and an execution if he got the chance." Punishment for saving Ward's brother. Kellen shoved forward, his usual composure frayed, with Rosem closed behind, the same Rosem who'd kept Hurog's reckless hope from charging headfirst into danger. I owed him more than I could say. Garanon stared at the ashes on the floor, his throat working before he turned sharply and strode out. Kellen's anger dissolved like mist. "I'll talk to him," he said. "He might actually listen to me. Ward, figure out what the hell just happened with your wizard before any of us try to sleep tonight." As Kellen hurried after Garanon, I sent a silent plea for luck his way. Orig released me with an absent pat. "No need for theories, I already know what this was." "Golem," I guessed, but why didn't regular fire stop it? "Not a golem," Orig corrected. "At first glance maybe, but it breathed. Golems don't. This was a gesh." Charva, the wizard, rubbed his temples. "A gesh strong enough to make a man march from Estjen and smash through barred doors. That thing spoke like Jacobin. Gesh doesn't grant that kind of control." Orig's smile was grim. "With enough power behind it, it can do far worse. And right now, Jacobin has enough to burn cities to the ground if he pleases. So he's awakened the bane." The thought sent ice down my spine. Porshal, a landholder from the disputed Western territories, scoffed. "Convenient timing for an attack, don't you think?" Duraw's voice turned dangerously polite. "Are you implying my nephew had a hand in this?" Porshal raised his hands in mock surrender. "Just pointing out the coincidence. I simply note that your nephew has proven himself a true wizard," the speaker continued, and if any Shavig noble here still considered backing Jackovan, this display would have them pledging loyalty to Kellen without hesitation. Orvidin, twirling his pike absently, let out a booming laugh. Anyone who thinks that doesn't know Ward at all. The boy's honesty has been more trouble than anything else in council meetings. No, that's not quite right. He squinted at me thoughtfully. It's his honor. He'll bend the truth if it serves his purpose, but his purpose is never cruel. He might conjure a dragon, but you won't find him harming the innocent. Porshal started to protest, but Charva cut him off. This wasn't Ward's doing. Those without magic will have to trust me. His power leaves a distinct mark, and this was someone else's work. Jackovan is the obvious suspect. The wizard's gaze swept the room. Mark my words, if we don't stop him, the stable master's fate might seem merciful compared to what awaits us. Wardwick action drowns out doubt. A voice from the shadows called out, I thought you swore off war, Orvidin. I paused inside the stable, holding 2 restless horses, curious to hear his response. With the council dispersing, the stable master had shoved the reins into my hands and told me to track down their owners in the crowded bailey. Orvidin chuckled. A man says many things in summer that winter makes him reconsider. War's better in the cold, no crops to burn, and what else is there to do for amusement? Suppressing a grin, because he wasn't joking, I led the horses out, nodded at Orvidin and his companion, and finally found the riders. The chaos lingered a while longer before fading with the departing lords. The chill bit at me as I eyed the fresh timber reinforcing the gate. Nearby, the blacksmith hammered away at another set of brackets. The keep was still packed with Iftihar's people, but without the Shavig nobles the noise had dulled. I never thanked you, Tizala said, startling me. Her breath misted in the crisp air, and a hint of floral scent drifted from her hair. For what? I asked, catching another whiff before catching myself. Sniffing people wasn't exactly proper, no matter how pleasant they smelled. For not charging in to save me last night. I blinked, genuinely surprised. You didn't need saving, I said, though Orvidin was the clever one, grabbing that pike before things got messy. Most of the time, I kept my focus on Garanon, letting you handle the offensive moves, I said. She tilted her head. But he's a man. I frowned, confused, and she flashed a knowing grin. You're right, our strategy made sense. I had a sword, and that poor soul was too shocked to fight back. But most men would assume I was even more helpless than Garanon just because I'm a woman. I imagined her reaction if I'd left Garanon to shield her instead and chuckled. So what happens when someone tries to protect you? Do you shred them with words or just skewer them with your blade? She arched a brow. What do you think? I sighed. Some poor soul never stood a chance. Ward, did you hear Kellen at breakfast? She asked, shifting the subject. He's furious with Rosem for holding him back. I nodded. Something about a girl and an old man handled it, and you think it was too dangerous for me, though thankfully most of the council missed that little outburst. He's never been this angry before, she murmured. Rosem was right, I said. Kellen isn't ready for monsters. He doesn't have the endurance yet. She stepped closer, and the scent of lilacs hit me before I could stop myself. It's not just the risk to his life. The asylum left him distrustful. If he stops believing in Rosem, who does he trust? A king who trusts no one is weak. Why ask me? I countered. My uncle or Bekram would have more sway. Even Garanon. Garanon's nowhere to be found, she said. And words won't fix this. He needs to see he's not ready for a real fight. You want me to attack the future king? I scoffed. So losing to me will magically make him trust Rosem's judgment. Her cheeks flushed, not like last week when I trained shirtless in the cold just to see her reaction. This time it was pure irritation. Bekram could take him down. I could take him down, she snapped. But that would just shame him. Losing to someone like you, that might actually make him listen. Put that way, it wasn't the worst idea. Fine, I'll see what I can do. What I could do was track down my aunt. Stala would know Kellen's training schedule. If I found him alone, no one could interfere, not even my uncle. I headed straight for her quarters in the Blue Guard's new barracks. The thick hide curtains kept her chambers pleasantly cool in the early winter chill, but the crackling fire in the hearth warmed the space. My aunt didn't glance up from her stitching as she asked, "So what's your plan for him?" "Same lesson I'd give you," I replied. "Though I'd let you handle it yourself, his pride's already bruised." Losing to a man twice, his size wouldn't sting half as much as being bested by a woman who could be his mother. She chuckled, setting aside the skirt Sayara's she'd been repairing. My aunt had insisted all of us learn to sew, even me, claiming you never knew when you'd need to mend leather or skin. He trains twice daily, morning and night, but never with the guard. Prefers the practice ring by the stables, sparring only with Rosem. Doesn't want spectators. I didn't ask how she knew. "But he skipped this morning." She shook her head. "Thanks," I said, then on impulse, took her hand and pressed a courtly kiss to it. She rose, pulled me close, and kissed my cheek. For that, I'll give you advice you won't enjoy. Crush him fast. Make him see that facing what you did last night would have killed him. Then dissect his technique. She pointed out his weaknesses. Not much to work with. Tell him that too. His real problem, a year locked in a box, barely moving. Kellen's fault. Rosem says he was sharp before that. Rosem spoke to you. That shocked me. The man barely said 2 words to anyone. He served in the Blue Guard, she said. Fought under your father in Orenstone, part of why he dislikes you. Kellen's skilled in Shavig and Orenstone styles. Try Axial's dwarven tricks on him. They suit someone shorter, I muttered. She scoffed. Yet you've still knocked me flat with them. Now go, he's brooding in the East Tower. The East Tower was the only spot in Hurog where you could glimpse the sea. Others came to watch the White River meet the waves, but Kellen sat alone when I found him. His glare made it clear he wanted no company. Spar with me, I said. No, he answered, eyes fixed on the window. But thanks. Since Eschen, the sun had darkened his skin. His once wild hair was neatly trimmed, his fine tunic hiding how thin he'd been just weeks ago. But appearances lied. Without strength, without care, we'd have no king to crown. Tizala was right. Rosem was the support keeping him alive. Added detail, the brief moment of courtly gesture between the protagonist and her aunt reinforcing their bond. Tone shift, the aunt's advice turns blunt and tactical, contrasting with the earlier warmth. Kellen needed someone who saw him as more than just a weapon against Jacobin. This isn't up for debate, I said, keeping my tone light. We both need to blow off steam, and the training ring by the stables is empty. That space only saw use during spring when we worked with the young horses, and you can't let your sword skills slip any further. His gaze burned with sudden intensity. You're crossing a line, Wardwick of Hurog. I tilted my head. Am I? Frustration surged through me. This man held Hurog's fate in his hands, yet he was so broken he might drag us all down with him. He had to be stronger. I stepped closer, forcing him back. Right now, you're weak, I said, my voice low. Weak men don't save kingdoms. I won't let my people suffer because I was too polite to push you. Get down to that ring and take that temper with you. The words came out sharp, edged with a coldness that reminded me too much of my father at his worst. Kellen's lashes lowered, but it wasn't fear that made his hands shake, it was fury. He turned and strode down the stairs, his steps heavy with defiance. I followed him through the courtyard, past the inner gates and toward the secluded training ring. The high wooden fence kept distractions out and spooked horses in, making it the perfect place for a private fight. Fresh snow had been cleared, but the packed dirt bore the marks of Kellen's earlier training, uneven scrapes and deep gouges where his blade had struck. He shrugged off his cloak, tossing it carelessly over the fence, then peeled away his gloves with deliberate slowness before drawing his sword. When he faced me at the center of the ring, his stance was loose, effortless, like a man who danced this dance too many times to count. I had no cloak to discard, no gloves to remove for dramatic effect, so I just unsheathed my blade and moved toward the man I needed to be king. Take him down fast and hard, Stala had told me. So I did. Dwarves might be small, but their strength was legendary, and so was mine. People claimed they were slow, but anyone who'd actually fought one knew better. I'd borrowed some of their techniques, adapting them for my own use. Axial always said I handled a battle axe better than a sword, but I preferred the blade. It made me feel less like a brute. Still, when steel met steel, something primal in me thrilled at the clash, at the way the fight sang in my blood swinging an axe or morning star left me with a heavier conscience than I cared to carry. A sword is cleaner, more precise. When my blade first clashed with Kellen's, sparks flew. If he hadn't twisted his wrist and sidestepped, I would have shattered his weapon right then. Stala had been right, he was skilled. His stance was disciplined, his movements calculated, but prison had dulled his reflexes. My dwarven techniques threw him off balance, keeping him from finding his rhythm. From the first strike, I dictated the fight, and he knew it. After 8 exchanges, I sent his sword skidding across the dirt. Not enough time for him to adapt. A hard shove from my shoulder sent him sprawling, my blade at his neck. I left him there, cold and humiliated, while I delivered my aunt's critiques in her same detached tone. Just like she did with recruits who bristled under a woman's command, I stripped him of every scrap of pride. He lay there, breath ragged, before finally rolling to his feet and snatching up his sword with shaking hands. My father's mentor was the Dwarven King's half-human son, I said, calm as ever. He trained me in their style, works well for me, that's why you couldn't find your footing. Kellen's voice was tight with fury. What was the point of this? He kept his distance, probably fighting the urge to take a swing at me. I had that effect on people. Why the lesson? Your form's solid, I admitted. The list of flaws my aunt gave me was short, but you lack strength and stamina. Only time and sweat will fix that. Rosem was right to bench you last night. None of us knew what we were dealing with. So I should have let an old man and a woman handle it. I let my voice drop to ice. That old man is the toughest raider Shavig's ever seen, fought in the Orenstone Rebellion in 100 smaller battles. Did it even cross your mind to grab a pike, a peasant's weapon lying right there? I didn't think of it either. And Tizala, she's better than half the Blue Guard. Saw her split a man's skull. That takes precision and power. His anger flickered, replaced by hollow resignation. So I'm just supposed to stand back while you all fight for me? I scoffed. No, you're supposed to think. Use your head. Use the people around you. Rozum isn't coddling you. Not if Stala had trained him. He won't stand in your way when you're ready to take charge, but when he tells you to hold back, listen. None of us knew what we were dealing with. If Tizala had died, it would have shattered me, but the kingdom would have endured. If I'd fallen, my uncle would have stepped in as Hurigmet and just as well. Keep your eyes on what matters. There's plenty of fighting ahead. So you're saying I should let Rozum off the hook for holding me back? His voice was calm, but the words dripped with sharp politeness. I studied him. No, I'm not. For a moment he just looked at me, then the royal mask slipped and he gave me a sheepish grin. You think I owe him an apology? I nodded. I think you do. You're probably right. His smile faded, exhaustion taking its place. Thanks. We're asking a lot from you, I admitted. If you crack, we all fall. We need you to be the hero who can outplay Jackoven, someone who can beat him at his own game when the rest of us couldn't. But Rozum, he cares more about you than any of us. He'll keep us from grinding you down. Don't push him away. He gave me a strange look. You sound almost humble, he said. Big, slow-talking people underestimate you, and yet somehow we always end up doing what you want. I smirked, happy to knock some sense into you any time you need it. Oreg was waiting in the library when I got there. King Lorkoth will see you tonight, he said, handing me a note without looking up from his book. I'd sent him to the Dwarven King for a reason. Jackoven had already shown he could strike Hurog, even in winter, as long as he held Farsinsbane. That creature he sent after Garanon, just petty revenge. The Bane could do far worse. Kellen had to leave, and the fastest route was through the dwarven tunnels beneath the mountains. For that, I needed Lorkoth's permission. The hidden stairway down was still half buried in rubble. There weren't many entrances left, one in Shavig, 3 in Orenstone, maybe a few more in the old trade strongholds. As we got closer, the roar of water grew louder, a sure sign the dwarves were waiting to guide us to Dwarvenheim. Normally, the underground rivers ran silent. Only when a raft rushed through did they churn like this. Before we reached the door, it swung open, and a lean figure stepped out. His dark beard and hair had only a few streaks of gray, though he'd been alive since before my grandfather's time. Axiel, I said, grabbing him in a crushing hug. Good to see you. He laughed and thumped my back. Let me go, you oversized brat, before your bad habits rub off on my brother. I released him and faced his companion, who had been staring at us in shock. Ward, meet my brother, Yolig. Yolig, this is Wardwick of Hurog. The dwarf standing before me was shorter than Axiel, but built like a boulder, his broad frame unmistakably dwarven. Clean-shaven, he couldn't have been more than 100 years old, practically a child by his people's standards. From what Axiel had told me, Yolig was next in line for the throne. I inclined my head. Prince Yolig, I appreciate you taking the time to guide me. He returned the gesture. Hurigmet, it's our privilege to travel the ways with you and bring you before our king. Royal or not, the raft we boarded looked as flimsy as any other I'd seen in these tunnels. Axiel mentioned most were crafted before the sickness ravaged his people, centuries ago at least. I squeezed onto a seat too small for my frame and tightened the leather straps around my waist. Riding the underground currents was brutal, and slipping off meant a long, dangerous swim. The moment the ancient magic seized our raft, we shot forward, the force slamming me back. Water sprayed my face, stinging like icy needles. Sections of the tunnel glowed with enchanted dwarven stones, their light like scattered stars, but in other stretches the magic had faded, plunging us into pitch-black silence where the roar of water against stone echoed painfully. At junctions, Yolig chose our path, waiting for the currents to settle before moving on. I'd been through these tunnels before, but the sight of the chambers still left me speechless. One cavern glittered with emerald columns, their bases wider than our raft, stretching impossibly high. Another was a gallery of carved stone figures, their intricate details lost as we hurtled past. Then in a cavern that smelled faintly of mint and shimmered with veins of gold, something massive nudged our raft twice. Yolig tensed and Axiel raised a warning finger. We froze, barely breathing, until the unseen creature vanished into the depths with a flick of dark fins. Finally, we drifted into a docking cave I didn't recognize, though I'd visited Dwarvenheim many times. The empty port could have held dozens of rafts, but only one dock looked sturdy enough to bear my weight. The silence here was heavy, a reminder of how much had been lost. This is the official landing, Axiel explained before I could even ask. Last time you visited as my guest. Tonight you arrive as Hurigmet to address the king, that demands we dock here. Axial positioned us carefully, Yolig at the front, me half a step behind on his right, with Axial and Oreg forming a protective flank. We entered a vast, unevenly shaped chamber with smooth stone walls and floor. Unlike human halls dripping in gold, dwarves kept business stark and unadorned. The only furnishings were rough-hewn stone benches, a clear sign of how grave this meeting was. The room was packed with dwarves in simple tunics, their quiet intensity a far cry from the rowdy gatherings of my own people. There was a weight to their silence, as if the mountain itself had seeped into their bones. Across the room, King Lorkoth stood, his fiery red hair unbound, since dwarves only braid for war brushed the floor. His beard, neatly trimmed, held the faintest streak of silver. He wore plain gray robes, the only mark of his status the fine silk and linen. His voice, deeper than even mine, rumbled like distant thunder. "Who approaches?" I bowed, meeting his gaze. "Wardwick of Hurog, where dragons soar once more. And why do you stand before me, hero of Hurog?" The title made my skin prickle, but I held steady. "I've come to collect a debt. War rages above, and ancient evil walks the land. Jack Oven, High King of the Five Kingdoms, wields Farsinsbane." Lorkoth turned to the assembly. "Does any here deny his claim?" Silence. "What do you ask of us?" "An army," I said bluntly. "No human force can stand against the Stoneborn." And so the bargaining began. Dwarves, with their long lives, never rushed unless death itself knocked. By the time the sun climbed high, my legs ached from standing. Someone finally mentioned the dwarven ways, only for the conversation to meander another hour before I steered it back. Stories flew, some so embellished even I barely recognized my own deeds, not that they were lies. Just polished to a shine, the stories had grown wilder with each telling. I might have carried a horse through a snowstorm, but it was just a newborn foal. The tales grew bloodier as the night wore on, each storyteller trying to outdo the last with gruesome details. By dawn, we'd struck a deal. No more than 10 people at a time could travel the dwarven ways. The approved list was short. Kellen and his men, trusted Hurog descendants, Alizen, Havernus, Tizala, Stala, and Garanon. Axial would accompany me since he knew the routes. "Most gracious king," I said, bowing stiffly, my muscles protesting the movement. "A small token of gratitude for your time." The king had hinted a gift would smooth things over with his court, something exotic for his famed menagerie. It didn't take me long to settle on the perfect offering. "In my lands," I continued, "there's a basilisk, a stone lizard, enchanted for safety. If you have a suitable place, I'll have it delivered. Oreg can lift the spell whenever you're ready." The dwarves fell silent, not in thought but in shock. The basilisk was their royal symbol, second only to the dragon. Axial had confirmed it when I ran the idea by him. No sense giving a gift that could backfire. The king even had an ideal spot, a secluded island, accessible only through the dwarven ways. A slow grin spread across his face. "A generous gift, Lord Wardwick. I accept with honor." I bowed again and made my exit before I ruined the moment. "I didn't think even my father could convince them to let humans use the ways," Axial mused as we waited in a crossroads chamber. His brother wasn't with us. The raft would stay at Hurog for future travelers. "He doubted it too," Oreg added, smirking. "But I told him if Ward asked for something outrageous first, they'd be relieved to settle for this." "The best part," I said. "Your father takes the basilisk, and Oreg stops pestering me about where to dump it." Titcheyes was waiting at the base of the stairs, blocked by Oreg's wards, even bundled up. He still resembled a starving wolf, gaunt and shivering, his skin pale from the cold. I had no idea how long he'd been waiting, but he looked miserable. "What did Syra do?" I asked, quickly draping my cloak around his shoulders. "Send you to find me and then leave you to freeze." He bristled at my jab but pulled the cloak tighter. "She said you needed to hurry," he muttered. Just then, Syra's voice echoed down the hall. "Titcheyes, are you down here?" She rounded the corner, taking in the scene. My sister had traded her old hunting gear for proper dresses, but she still radiated the same wild energy, like she could outshine a bonfire even at 85. "There you are, Ward. Next time, leave a note before vanishing." "If not for Tostin and me, Uncle Dural would turn the castle upside down looking for you." I shot her a glare. I wasn't used to answering to anyone. Titcheyes, sensing the tension, shuffled between us. Syra bounded down the stairs and hugged him. "Don't mind him," she said, jerking a thumb in my direction. "He hasn't scolded me since I lost his favorite knife when I was your age." I scoffed, because she conveniently forgets she lost it climbing a tree to spy on an eagle's nest in winter. The bird nearly clawed my back to shreds when I went after her. Still got the scars. Handing Titcheyes over to her had been the right call. He fit here, had someone to look after him. "Titcheyes," I said, "go tell Beckram I'll be up soon." Syra swapped my heavy cloak for her lighter wrap. "This won't trip you on the stairs, and find a fire afterward, warm up properly." He bowed and bolted upstairs, clutching the wrap like a lifeline. He's too eager to please, Syra sighed once he was gone. Won't admit when he's exhausted. I kissed her forehead. You're perfect for him, she grinned. Once I convince him we won't let him starve, maybe he'll stop hoarding food in his room. Poor kid, his past's written all over him. Then she turned to Axiel, seizing his hands. Axiel, it's been too long. After the pleasantries, she faced me again. Elizen showed up last night with a boatload of Orenstonians. She laughed at my groan. Serves you right, you recluse. Orig had already slipped away to bed. Zeal walked with Syra to visit the newborn, while I made my way upstairs toward one of the freshly completed rooms near the library, where Elizen was holding a meeting. The door was closed when I arrived, and my cousin Bekram leaned casually against the wall, facing Titcheyes. I paused, recognizing Bekram's relaxed posture, his usual way of easing tension. Titcheyes, on the other hand, stood stiffly, arms crossed, making it clear where the friction was coming from. Bekram noticed me but didn't react, instead continuing his pointed remark. So you think I should have let that Orenstonian noble berate you for following orders? Titcheyes scowled. I'm a bastard. You're not the only one, Bekram shot back. That doesn't mean you deserve to be humiliated. Titcheyes shrugged. Plenty of bastards work here, stables, the guard. None of them live in the keep, except maybe Oreg, and he's got magic. So what do you expect from me? I stepped forward. You and I have 14 half-siblings, I said. Titcheyes didn't flinch, just shifted to keep both Bekram and me in sight. His face was pale, but his expression was hard. Street kids learned early not to show weakness. I couldn't help most of them until my father died, I continued, listing what I'd done for each. Land, gold, education, even a dowry for one sister. But you, I said, were the only one left to fend for yourself. That wasn't right. When you're ready, we'll talk about what you want. But remember this, no one in my bloodline stands alone. And when the time comes, I expect you to protect your family like Bekram did today. I gestured toward the stairs. Syra S. in her room with Axiel, half-dwarven royalty and probably a bastard too. If you're quiet, she might coax a story out of him. Titcheyes ducked past me and vanished down the steps. Bekram smirked as we watched him go. He doesn't believe you. He will, I said. Bekram shook his head. He waited until we were alone to tell me I shouldn't have defended him. Didn't want me catching heat from Farrell. I shrugged. Give him time. The grain storage below was packed tight, Syra and Bekram's temporary quarters. If I had a wife, I'd have found a quiet corner too, instead of bunking with half the household. But for now, this was home. Give Syra some time, and he'll be strutting around here like some pompous noble from Avenhell. Bekram's polite mask cracked into a grin. She really does have that effect on men, doesn't she? My father used to say that if the Orenstonians had put half as much effort into fighting the High King as they did into fighting each other, their rebellion might have actually succeeded. 6 Orenstonian lords had arrived with Elizen. Farrell, the one who'd snapped at Titcheyes, was the only one I didn't know personally, though his reputation preceded him. Hot-tempered and short-sighted, he'd survived the rebellion not through cunning like some of the older lords, Havernus, for example, but because he'd been locked up when everything fell apart. He'd been part of Havernus's 100, and like Havernus, had retreated to his sprawling estates after the Vorsag were defeated. Bekram's friend Kirkovnal sat beside Garanon, whose usual calm expression barely hid the exhaustion from Jakovan's recent attack. The others, Danera, Levenstar, Revenel, and Willitam, were all veterans of the rebellion, though that was about all I knew of them. An empty seat between Willitam and Kirkovnal gave Bekram a place to settle in, while I stayed leaning against the wall. Sitting down now would have meant dozing off in minutes unless someone said something worth listening to. Elizen looked nothing like the flamboyant courtier I remembered. His hair, once dyed and styled to impress, was now streaked with gray and cut haphazardly. I wouldn't have recognized him in a crowd. Kellen and Rosam were missing, but my uncle sat at Elizen's right, studying the room like a man who'd already said the same thing too many times. Attacking Estjen now would be suicide, he said, scanning the faces around him. Elizen nodded. Fighting in those streets, where every shadow could hide an enemy, would just get men killed. We need a better target. Kirkovnal leaned in. What about Avenhell? If the Shavig lords strike there, we could move on Talvin while Jakovan's distracted. Garanon shook his head. I doubt even a tenth of Oranston's lords would send troops that far north. It leaves our southern border open to the Vorsag. Revenel shifted forward. What if we split our forces? Half stay to defend. Bekram cut him off with a sharp shake of his head. Jakovan's forces already have the advantage in numbers. If we divide our troops like this, he'll carve straight through Orenstone's defenses while the Shavig are tied up battling Avenhell's armies. They'll be fighting for their homes, not just following orders. Once Orenstone falls, he'll turn back to reinforce Avenhell and they'll push into Shavig before winter ends. Don't forget, the Avanhel have their mountain warriors who know winter combat as well as we do. Duro gave a slow nod. He's got a point. Farrell, whose smooth face contrasted oddly with his thick, peppery mustache, leaned forward. Talvin's nothing but open plains. A handful of cities keeps that shelter people but leave the land exposed. That's why they spent generations conquering the other kingdoms. They needed buffer zones to protect their crops. Danara, who looked more like a scholar than a war council veteran, cleared his throat. His men had once nicknamed him the Badger for his quiet persistence. We're not here to tear Talvin apart. Our goal is to put Kellen on the throne, not burn the breadbasket of the kingdoms. Farrell scoffed. I never said torch the fields, at least not until planting season. Levenstar shot him a glare. It'd be just as reckless then. Kellen will need those harvests when this is over. The room erupted into shouting, stools scraping as tempers flared. Alizen and my uncle struggled to restore order while Garanon stayed eerily calm, eyes closed, his head resting against the cold stone wall. I edged past the heated exchange, still just words for now, and settled beside him. Where's Kellen? I murmured. Gave up, Garanon said dryly. Told them to wake him when they had a plan. What was his idea? Wanted to rally Orenstone's lords like we did with your council. But Orenstone hasn't had real leadership since the rebellion. Alizen knows who hates Jacobin. Problem is, most wouldn't back Kellen either. To them, one Talvin ruler's no better than the next. He paused as a fist flew. Farrell staggered, though I missed who threw the punch. Garanon raised his voice sharp. Some don't even know whose side they're on. Nobody listened. I kept one eye on the brawl. Could Havernus still pull the key players together at Callie's? Garanon shook his head. He could, but he leads the faction that wants peace with Jacobin. You certain? I pressed. Where's Tizala in all this? His eyebrows lifted in surprise. No idea. What's Tizala got to do with any of this? The door swung open and Kellen stood there, arms crossed, watching Bekrim and Kirkovnal haul Farrell off Danara. Well, Kellen said, his voice dripping with sarcasm, if we ever get tired of fighting my brother, we can always just turn on each other instead. An awkward silence settled over the room. My uncle helped Danara up while Bekrim and Kirkovnal cautiously let go of Farrell. Only when everyone had taken their seats again did Kellen fully step inside, Rosam and Tizala on either side of him. Here's the plan, Kellen announced. Tizala's father, Havernus, will gather the Orenstonians. She believes he can bring most of them to Callie's without Jacobin catching wind. Apparently, they've gotten good at dodging his spies, and according to Tizala, Havernus keeps messenger pigeons. She estimates he can rally them in 2 weeks. Farrell scoffed. She's overstating her father's influence. Why should we take orders from a woman? Beats me, I said. Something in my tone made the others shift uncomfortably. Maybe because she actually knows what she's talking about, unlike half the nonsense I've heard today. I locked eyes with Farrell. And she's capable. If she'd punched Danara, he wouldn't have gotten back up until he damn well chose to. But she wouldn't waste the effort unless it meant something more than stroking her own ego. Farrell's hand twitched toward his missing sword. Kellen shot me a warning look. That's enough. I gave a mock bow. As you command, sire. Straightening, I caught Tizala rolling her eyes at me. Kellen turned back to the room. Tizala says Havernus has been steering clear of the more extreme lords like you lot, but I think Alizen and Tizala can convince him to cooperate. Alizen nodded, a faint smirk playing on his lips. The old fox might just be persuaded to play along. Thank you, Kellen said. Kirkovnal frowned. You won't get full support, sire. Most of Orenstone would rather see the Talvin line wiped off the map. They don't want another Talvinish king. I can sway some of them, Kellen replied. I know what they want thanks to my uncle. He gestured at Alizen. And every man here knows that even a few hundred more fighters could tip the scales. I'm bringing the Hurigmet. He nodded at me, and that'll help too. Farrell gaped. Him, he's barely old enough to be the Shavig giant. I offered the room a lazy salute. Since you were too busy brawling earlier, Wardwick of Hurog, at your service. Danara studied me, and I saw the same calculating look mirrored on a few other faces. That, he said slowly, might actually work. I never would have believed it until I saw it myself. But the Shavig giant's practically a legend in Orenstone, Garanon said, watching my reaction with amusement. We Orenstonians love a good ballad, he added. There's no shortage of songs about Havernus's 100, and most of them glorify the Shavig giant who crushed the Vorsag with a mountain. And as Danara mentioned, you might as well have hero tattooed on your forehead. Heat rushed to my face and Kellen gave me a thin smile. He's got presence, he said, though something in his stare put me on edge. Farrell leaned forward. So where do we strike first? We don't, Kellen replied. If Jacobin makes the first move, it'll spook the Orenstonian lords. They know he's been itching for an excuse to strip what little power they have left. He's got a whole pack of land-hungry Talvanish nobles ready to swear loyalty in exchange for Orenstonian keeps. His voice hardened. We wait, then we end him. My brother, of course, had taken to singing those ridiculous ballads about the Shavig giant after supper. I threatened to hunt down whoever fed him the name, but no one fessed up. Bekrem was the likely culprit, though Kirkovnal, who always got along too well with my brother, might have had a hand in it. Alizen lingered another day to rest his horses before riding off with his Orenstonian lords. 12 days later, our own group set out, Kellen, Rosam, my uncle, Garin and Oreg, Tizala, Tostin and me, with Axel steering the raft. Bekrem stayed behind to manage Hurog. How many people know about this? Kellen asked, securing himself as the raft swayed gently. I shrugged. Not many. The raft was overcrowded, so I planned to brace myself on the floorboards, gripping the straps. Tizala had claimed a spot near the back, but as I moved toward her, Kellen caught my arm. Stay with me, he said. We need to talk. I settled between him and Rosam as Kellen nodded toward the dark tunnel ahead. Even one person knowing is one too many, he murmured, though Axel still overheard. Axel adjusted the raft's course. Only dwarves can navigate this passage. In a few weeks the wards will be complete, then only a marked dwarf blood can bypass them. After that, it won't matter who knows. I shot him a questioning look. Why do you think the council let you in? He countered, checking Rosam and Kellen's straps. They knew they could control how you used our secrets. You mean you control it, I said. Axel's slow smile was knowing. They think it's the same thing. Kellen raised an eyebrow. Meaning it's not. Axel just grinned. I trust Ward a bit more than my father's counsel does, he said, stepping past me to inspect the next row of seats. Kellen leaned in, his tone light but pointed, speaking just loud enough for Rosam to hear from the seat beside me. Ward, your Shavigmen made it clear they answer to you, not me. You've got the dwarves and dragons on your side, not to mention Haverness's daughter catching your eye. The old fox would trade Callies for her in a heartbeat, so why not just take my brother's throne for yourself? I nearly choked. Spare me that nightmare, no offense, except maybe the part about Tizala. The idea of ruling all 5 kingdoms made my stomach twist. Looking after my own people is trouble enough without adding yours to the pile. Hard pass. He shifted, unimpressed. I'll need a better reason than that, Ward. Fine, I said, crossing my arms. Talvin, Avenhel, and Seaford would never bow to a Shavig High King. In Orenstone, they still think we're savages with snow in our beards. The truth of it was a relief. If I were in Kellen's boots, I'd be hunting for someone else to dump this mess on too. Thank the gods it couldn't be me. Then why not let Shavig break away under you? He pressed. Demand it as your price for backing me. I shook my head, leaning casually against Rosam's seat like I hadn't noticed his grip tightening on his knife. Rosam was sweating, worried I'd take Kellen's near accusation of treason badly. But I'd seen this coming since the night the council swore to follow Kellen. That was the night I realized my uncle wasn't wrong. I did have power. Shavig wouldn't last a year alone, I said. The 5 kingdoms need each other now more than ever. Talvin's grain and Avenhel's cattle keep us fed when winter comes early. Seaford's fish and Orenstone's rice fill the gaps when crops fail. Our best steel comes from mixing Orenstone ore with Shavig iron. Even our cloth relies on Avenhel wool. And united, our armies can drive off invaders from across the sea or the Vorsag. Split apart, we're just prey. How touching, Kellen drawled, dripping sarcasm. So no throne for you, no freedom for Shavig. Then why bring in the dragon? Once it appeared, you knew they'd follow no one but you. My jaw clenched. He'd been there. He knew damn well why Oreg had come. If, I snapped, that dragon hadn't shown up, Orvidin would have walked out and taken half the council with him. It's been too long since real magic walked this land. They needed to see one legend to believe in another. The heat in my voice surprised even me. The questions about my intentions were fair, but the last one made it clear he doubted my honesty. Glancing back, I noticed Axel just settling into his seat. If you'll pardon me, I said with a mock courtly bow, I've got someone to look after. I made my way back to Tizala, deliberately letting my boots thump against the wooden planks. Tostin must have caught bits of our exchange because he gave my leg a reassuring tap as I stepped past him. Brace yourself, I murmured to Tizala as I dropped beside her. Things are about to get interesting. The cavern we entered next was like something from a dream. Stalactites of shimmering crystal cascaded from the ceiling, glinting faintly in the dim light. Kellen leaned forward, eyes wide. Would you look at that? He breathed. While the others marveled, Tizala's fingers brushed lightly over my hair. Don't let his suspicion bother you, she said softly. Betrayal has made him wary of everyone. I turned to face her, fully blocking Oreg from view. You heard everything. To my surprise, her cheeks flushed pink. For a heartbeat, she looked almost shy, an odd contrast to her usual steel. Then it hit me, Kellen's teasing about her interest in me. Maybe it was time to stop tiptoeing around it. As she stared fixedly at the crystals, I said, he wasn't wrong about one thing. Allying my house with yours wouldn't be the worst idea. Her face flickered through emotions before settling into polite neutrality. That's kind, Ward, she said, voice rehearsed. But you should court a Shavig girl, someone who will manage your keep properly. I cut her off with a scoff. Properly, my cooks don't poison anyone and the floors aren't buried in filth. What more do I need? The words spilled out sharper than I meant. My father married a proper lady, and when her children needed her. She vanished into her powders and left us to fend for ourselves. A memory flashed, my father's backhand striking so hard my ear bled. My mother had taken one look at my bloody palm and fled. The old bitterness surged, shredding my patience. I don't want a porcelain doll, I said, low and fierce. I want someone who won't run when things get hard. I don't need some delicate noblewoman, Tizala. I need a partner who can defend our children with steel and cunning. Someone who won't let fear silence our daughter or watch our son bleed out because he saw no other escape, robbing him of his chance to stand with Cyphern beyond the veil. And if the man she married ever raised a hand to their child, I'd expect her to tear him apart before he could strike twice. The words left me breathless, like the time I'd tumbled from an oak branch as a boy. The sudden silence around me prickled against my skin. I dropped onto the raft's edge, staring at the black water. Tizala's voice was rough when she broke the quiet. How old were you? 8, Orig answered when I couldn't, or near enough. That was just the beginning. His words hummed in my ears like struck iron. My uncle shifted beside me. I never realized it went that far. Heat crawled up my neck. Sorry, I muttered, then winced. Tostin hated revisiting those dark days. His reply came sideways, a blade slipped between ribs. If she walks away from you, she's an idiot. Tizala's fingers brushed my shoulder, her whisper warm. Turns out you might need me as much as I need you. I laced my fingers through hers, her scars familiar against my palm. Across from us, Kellen watched, thoughtful, as Axial sent the raft plunging into another tunnel. The cavern docks of Calais blazed to life as we emerged, but the stone quay stood empty. Elizen might not have gotten word of our route, my uncle mused, securing the ropes. Tizala stepped onto the worn stones, frowning. My father would have known. Even if he withheld troops, he'd have sent guards for protocol. Orig swayed as a ripple rocked the raft. I caught his arm, but his gaze stayed distant. You sense it? He asked. Now that he mentioned it, the air prickled, not the Bane's raw hunger, but the same sickly sweetness from Jacobin's asylum. Dread coiled in my gut. What had Havernus faced that demanded every sword? Orig nodded at my unspoken question. He's wielded it, but how? Kellen's hand hovered near his dagger. My lord, Jacobin unleashed the Bane, I said. Orig's voice turned hazy as I helped him ashore. The stench lingers for ages. Some ruins still reek of Farson's work. It's impossible to know how long the Bane's magic has been at work here. Orig, I snapped, pulling his attention back to me. Garanon cut in, realization dawning. Orig disappeared right before the dragon showed up. I always wondered where he went. Ward, is Orig your dragon? I glanced around, struck by the fact that he was the only one still in the dark about Orig's true nature. Secrets were unraveling too fast, but there was no stopping it now. He's a dragon, yes, but more than that, he's my friend, my brother, never just mine to command. Garanon let out a sharp laugh. No wonder you slipped through my fingers so easily when I tried to keep you at Hurog after your father's death. Actually, that was Orig and Axial, I admitted, just as Orig muttered. He managed that all on his own. Tizala's tense gaze was fixed on the open iron gates leading to the stone steps of Calais, snapping me back to the present. We can reminisce later. Right now, we should figure out what rattled Havernus enough to forget his manners when royalty comes calling. No sooner had I spoken than Havernus himself appeared, a breathless guard trailing behind. Lord Kellen, he greeted smoothly. Welcome to Calais, and you must be Rosam, good to have you. Lord Dura, always a pleasure. Garanon, my friend, it's been too long. His eyes flicked to the rest of us. Lord Wardwick, Lord Tostin, and Orig. I was surprised he remembered Orig's name after 4 years. Forgive my delay, your arrival coincided with other guests, and it took a moment to break away. He turned to his daughter, his expression shifting. Elizen tells me you and the young Hurigmet have decided to accelerate our plans. She gripped his hands tightly before stepping back, her voice formal. Circumstances forced our hand, father. I'm sure Elizen explained. Indeed, Havernus murmured, his gaze lingering on Kellen. But enough of that for now. Come, let me offer you proper hospitality. Politics can wait until tonight. As we climbed, I couldn't help but notice the rough-hewn passageways of Calais compared to the smooth dwarven way at Hurog. Did that mean Hurog was older? Calais was grander, no question. Kellen and Rosam were given lavish quarters near the family wing, while I was tucked into a cramped, bare room. It struck me with dry amusement that this was the first private space I'd had since leaving the king's asylum. A cold meal sat on the lone table beside the bed. I paced the room, calculating dimensions between bites, already sketching plans in my head. Maybe we could expand Hurog's south side, squeeze in 6 more guest rooms. Even if the council showed up again, I'd still have to share, but a handful of nobles wouldn't be an issue. Oreg leaned against the doorframe, crunching into an apple. You could add another entrance to the Great Hall's south side and fit a few of these in without weakening the keep's defenses. Mind reader now, I wiped grease from my fingers. Thought you said that wasn't your thing, he smirked. You were pacing like a caged wolf, not hard to guess. Came to applaud your expert courting of the warrior lady. I snorted expert, more like a fool tripping over his own feet. His grin widened. Disagree. You made it clear what you wanted, what you needed, and that she was it. You really think so? I folded my arms. Felt more like some tragic ballad where the hero wastes away, leaving everyone guilty for not being nicer. Trust me, Oreg said, tossing his apple core aside. That wasn't pity in her eyes, it was realization. I studied him, then exhaled. If you're right, then embarrassing myself was worth it. I'd endure worse than a few stares to have Tizala. A sudden clamor outside the arrow-slit window caught my attention, likely another arrival summoned by Alizen and Haverness. I headed for the door, only to freeze in the corridor. Which way to the Great Hall? Oreg shrugged. No clue. With an exasperated sigh, I turned right, navigating the labyrinthine halls until familiar stonework appeared. We arrived just as the newcomers were being greeted. Haverness sat near the hearth, surrounded by scattered chairs, listening as Alizen spoke intently. Garanon lounged against the wall, face unreadable. My uncle reclined in his chair, fingers steepled, a sure sign he was plotting his next verbal strike. Axel faced the flames, silent, while Tostin strummed his harp, masking the conversation from prying ears. Smart. No reason to make it easy for the king's spies lurking in Hurog and Callies alike. Then I saw her, Tizala, seated on the floor, her shoulder brushing Haverness's knee. Our eyes met, and in that glance I wondered if Oreg had seen the truth after all the tension between us was thick, yet something unspoken passed between Tizala and me. My pulse quickened with a quiet thrill. It wasn't about if she'd accept my proposal anymore, but when Haverness let out a dry chuckle. Do I look that gullible? He asked, responding to something Alizen had said while I'd been distracted. We both know the Empire's legends are overblown. Minstrels have already turned the rebellion's battles into tall tales, and that was only decades ago. Even if the Bane existed, which I doubt, it couldn't be stronger than what our own mages can summon. I leaned forward. If I could bring down a fortress with magic, why couldn't the ancients forge a weapon that does the same? Haverness rolled his eyes, just like his daughter. I'm just trying to talk sense into Alizen. Tell people Jackoven's a mage if you must, but if you start ranting about Farsinsbane, they'll think you've lost your mind. Oreg's voice was steady. He has the Bane. Denying it is reckless. They deserve to know the truth, Haverness scoffed. Yesterday, after hearing Alizen's wild story, I asked my own court mage, if he doesn't buy it, how do you expect my people to? Orenstonians believe in magic, Oreg countered. They pray to Meron the healer, who demands magical offerings. Dura sighed. The common folk worship the lady. Haverness has a point. Even our own Shavigmen were skeptical about the Bane. Haverness crossed his arms. Ah yes, the famous dragon and your conveniently resurrected soldier. Garanon's jaw tightened. He wasn't undead. He was a good man who suffered because of me. My uncle cut in. No, he died because of Jackoven. Never forget that. Haverness held up a hand. My apologies. I only had Alizen's version. I didn't realize you knew him. I wouldn't have joked if I'd understood. Tizala finally spoke, still avoiding Oreg's gaze. The dragon's real father, so is the Bane. Haverness raised an eyebrow. Have you seen it? Jackoven could have forged some relic to scare people. Farsinsbane would be the perfect choice, terrifying, legendary. I met his gaze. I felt its power. No one would fake the Bane unless they wanted to be overthrown by their own men. Haverness threw up his hands. Fine. Are you planning to summon a dragon to prove it? Before Dura could answer, the hall doors swung open, flooding the room with sunlight and the scent of rain. A weary woman stepped inside, clutching a small child against her hip. Alisain of Beryl stepped into the room flanked by a small group of weary guards, their armor scuffed and their faces as exhausted as hers. Garanon abandoned his relaxed stance and hurried toward her as she blinked, adjusting to the dim candlelight. Lady Alisain, one of the guards announced, just as Garanon breathed, lies. I studied her, comparing the composed noblewoman I remembered to this pale, strained figure. We'd only met briefly before, and both times chaos had stolen my attention. Garanon, she whispered, her voice thick with relief, enough to tell me whatever drove her here was dire. My gut twisted. Farsonsbane's lingering magic still clung to the air, bitter on my tongue. Garanon reached her and she sagged against him. Even her guards exhaled, their tension easing. Strange, I thought, how much faith they placed in a man rarely home. Havernus shifted as if to rise but halted. Give her a moment, he muttered. She won't make sense until she's steadied. Let's hope it wasn't bandits. I thought we'd cleared the roads. Garanon went rigid at whatever his armsman murmured, too low to hear over Tostin's quiet lute. He bent, speaking softly to his wife before lifting the sleeping child from her arms. She wiped her eyes, then took his elbow with practiced grace as they approached. My lords, Garanon said, his voice flat, court-trained. Jackovan has unleashed the bane. No more dragons or corpses needed to prove its danger. Orenstone will rise now. Havernus frowned. What happened? Yesterday, Garanon said, my wife rode out to inspect the farms. When they returned, the keep was silent. Every guard on the walls, every servant in the halls, every horse in its stall, Alisain recited, the sing-song rhythm making my skin prickle. Her grip on Garanon's arm tightened. Even the crops blackened, dead. Alisain glanced at Havernus, who rubbed his temples, skepticism warring with grim acceptance. Gods, Dura muttered. Garanon, I'm sorry. I turned to Oreg. How much power could Jackovan draw from that slaughter? Oreg hugged himself like a man bracing for a blow. I don't know, he admitted. The blood's tainted. It might take more or less. His voice wavered, and I wondered. Had the Bane's first ruin haunted him this way, Garanon might have discovered another descendant of Hurog to exploit. As for the rest, death magic couldn't fuel the stone, but it could certainly strengthen him. Though I doubted it here, rituals like that usually required preparation, bodies gathered over days, not hours. Garanon spun toward Oreg, his face eerily blank except for the fury burning in his eyes. How near would he need to be to activate it? Oreg hesitated, shaking his head. I wish I knew. I was just a boy when the Empire fell and my memories aren't complete. That time wasn't something I like revisiting. Alisain and Havernus exchanged glances, their attention locked on Oreg. At this point, I muttered, half the 5 kingdoms will know Hurog's secrets before dawn. Oreg flinched, his gaze distant, voice hollow in a way I hadn't heard in years. Forgive me, my lord. I waved it off. Your past is yours to share or not. I shot Alisain a sharp look, and that's final. If you want answers, you'll have to ask him yourself later. Garanon whirled on Alisain, his voice tight. Now you've got the justification you wanted to rally Orenstone. I hope my people's deaths are worth Jackovan's downfall. Kellen won't let it be for nothing, Alisain assured him. All the while, Alisain stood beside Garanon, arms wrapped around herself, whispering under her breath. When he pulled her close and guided her away, I caught the words, so many children. Gods, the children. My stomach twisted. I need air, I muttered, turning sharply and striding out behind them. My father always said revenge was pointless. Survival was the only victory. Unseen, I trailed Garanon through the winding corridors toward the guest quarters. Unlike me, he didn't hesitate, slipping into his room 3 doors from mine. I kept walking, shutting my own door behind me. A cold dread settled in my bones, not just from Beryl's fate, though that gnawed at me, and not from fear, though what I was planning turned my mouth dry. While the others argued below, I'd been thinking. Jackovan's first strikes had targeted Garanon, revenge for his betrayal, yes, but also tests. Experiments with the Bane, and if those worked, he wouldn't waste his last reserves of Tichize's blood without a true purpose. My aunt's voice echoed in my head, only use a weapon in battle if it's proven. Jackovan wasn't reckless. He'd aim for Hurog next, because like my uncle, he understood the weight of its hold over Shavig. Seizing Hurog now, before the first clash of battle, would shatter Shavig's fragile alliance against Jackovan. The presence of dragon-blooded people at Hurog only made it a more tempting prize, more fuel for his cursed bane, and by now he'd have learned we were sheltering Kellen there. We'd relied on winter's harsh grip to buy us time, trusting the snows to shield Hurog until we reinforced the gates and walls. But we'd overlooked one critical factor, the bane itself. Jackovan wouldn't need siege engines or an army to crush Hurog, not when he could slaughter an entire village like Beryl in mere hours. If I were in his place, I'd strike at Hurog next. But since I was the Hurugmet, it fell to me to stop him, and Garanon had just handed me the key. His question about the Bane's distance from Beryl had sparked an idea. Magic weakens over long stretches, something I knew all too well from the agony I felt whenever I left Hurog. Jackovan hadn't needed to be present when his monster attacked. Agesh had done the work for him. There were other tricks, of course, runes, enchanted jewels, spells that lingered for centuries. Oreg had once crossed a day's ride in an instant, but only because the magic binding him to me outweighed the pull of his own body. Exceptions existed, but Beryl wasn't one of them. No, I was certain Jackovan had carried Farsonsbane there himself. I sat on the edge of my bed and shut my eyes. Searching for Jackoven directly was too risky. Magic leaves traces, and a skilled wizard might sense my intrusion. So I focused on the Bane instead, picturing it as I'd last seen it. A crude bronze dragon, dull with age, its power humming beneath the surface, that eerie jewel floating in its maw. And there it was, less than half a day's ride north. My breath caught. This changed everything. Jackoven wasn't a fool. He wouldn't flaunt the Bane, not when his own men would revolt if they knew what he'd done at Beryl. He needed fear to do his work for him. Let Hurog's destruction be his grand announcement, something unforgettable. But for now, secrecy was his only shield. No army marched with him, just jade eyes lurking in the shadows. And that was his mistake. A shiver ran down my spine, not from fear but from the raw anticipation of finally facing Jade Eyes. The thought of driving my blade into his flesh sent a dark thrill through me, a hunger I'd inherited from my father, one I despised but couldn't deny. Still, that bloodlust was better than the paralyzing dread clawing at me. If I was going after Jackoven, I had to keep Kellen and the Orenstonians in the dark. The man who'd fought that cursed Gesh-driven creature in my hall would never stand aside if he knew my plan, and I couldn't let him risk himself. If I failed to take the Bane from Jackoven, Kellen was Shavig's last hope. Jackoven had the Bane. With it, he could slaughter an entire army if given enough warning, something the noise of marching troops would surely provide. A quiet strike was our only chance. If he was a half-day's ride from Callies, heading toward Estjon, we'd need 2 hard days to catch him. I couldn't do it alone. He wouldn't have an army, but his inner circle of mages and guards would be with him. Axiel would have to come. A soft knock interrupted my thoughts. "Who is it?" I called, still weighing my options. "Tizala," came her voice. "Are you all right, Ward? Come in." Part of me wanted to shield her from what was coming, but I knew better. If I tried too hard to protect her, I'd either break her spirit or push her away. So I was glad she'd come to me, because I might not have had the courage to ask. "You looked terrible earlier," she said, stepping inside. "But you seem better now. My father doesn't expect the nobles until the day after tomorrow, so I thought you might want to ride with me. Better than sitting here brooding." She avoided my gaze, pretending to study the window, as if boredom was the only reason I'd want to ride with her. "I'm glad you're here," I said. "There's something I need to tell you." She turned, her expression unreadable. Words had never come easily to me, and the guarded look in her eyes made it even harder. "Listen," I forced out. "I've been trying to give you space, but I can't wait any longer." It felt unfair, standing there with all this distance between us. Would it kill her to say it first, or to just cross the room and hold me like I wanted to hold her? But nothing was ever simple with Tizala. "I love you," I said, meeting her eyes so she could see the truth in them. When she opened her mouth to speak, I raised a hand. "I'm not saying it because I want something from you. You probably already knew how I felt. I'm not that hard to read, but I wanted to say it out loud. I plan to ask you to marry me, assuming we both make it through the next week. Don't answer now. I just needed you to hear it." The silence stretched between us, heavy and unreadable. Her expression gave nothing away. When she finally spoke, she dodged my confession entirely. "What's going on?" she asked. I laid it all out, Jackoven, the Bane, and what I had to do. She listened without interrupting, then cut straight to the point. "Who's going with you? You know this land better than I do," I said. "How many can we bring without tipping off the king's men?" she scoffed. "How many do you think Jackoven even has?" "Not many," I admitted. 10, maybe 20 at most. His trusted wizards, a few guards who know how to keep their mouths shut. Anyone else would be too much of a risk." She muttered something under her breath. "Damn it, Ward. A small group means they'll hear us coming from miles away. We'll need horses, but that'll make us louder. Keep it under 10. "Agreed," I said. "Axiel has to be there. He knows enough magic to keep us alive." She nodded. "I've seen him fight. I'll track him down and toss him too. He's not bad with a blade." "Garanon's another option," I said. "Not sure if he'll leave Lies now, but he deserves the chance to settle things for Beryl." "Lies is stronger than she looks," Tizala said. "She'll handle it if he needs to go." "If he won't, I'll have to ask Dura," I said, hating the thought. "If I don't make it back, Kellen and Beckram will need him. But we can't do this with just 4. Rosem would be useful, but I won't drag him into this without Kellen." "What about Oreg?" she asked. "No," my voice was firm. "You know his past. He was bound to Hurog for centuries, a slave not by choice, when I first met him." I hesitated, remembering the broken defiance in his eyes, the way he'd offered himself to me like a sacrifice. Some things were too heavy to share. He asked me a riddle once, standing over the bones of a dragon my ancestors had killed. Wanted to know if I'd have set it free, even if chaining it meant saving Hurog. I looked away, the memory of those rusted chains still sharp. I told him no, but he saw through me. In the end, I proved I'd sacrifice everything, Hurog, even him, to save the world. I met her gaze. "Not this time. This fight isn't his." I won't repeat my ancestors' mistake, that poor dragon who wasted away in chains. Trying to save the world alone again, Ward, Tizala said, her tone sharp. The truth of her words stung, but I met her gaze. I'm the Hurigmet. My duty is to protect the remaining dragons, not put them at risk. Even if Jacobin turns the bane against the world, Oreg will live. Will he? She murmured. I doubt he'd survive losing you. Everyone needs a purpose, Ward, even dragons. You didn't see him when you were trapped in the asylum, when he couldn't reach you. If you leave him behind, even if you win, he won't make it. Freedom isn't just about safety. I won't use him, I insisted, but the argument was already slipping away. The door creaked open and Oreg stepped inside, looking sheepish. I spent centuries, he said to Tizala, ignoring me, listening where I shouldn't. Lately, I've tried to break the habit. So when I leaned against Ward's door to catch my breath, I wasn't eavesdropping. Imagine my disappointment, no grand love confession, just my name. Naturally, Tizala said, grinning as he kissed her hand. It's refreshing to hear someone else call him out for smothering people under the guise of protection. Finally, Oreg turned to me, his eyes flashing. Ward, if I'd paid better attention when you were growing up, I wouldn't have needed that riddle. You've never demanded sacrifice from anyone but yourself. I apologized for forcing your hand with the bones. You bore the cost, and I gained my freedom. He exhaled, temper fading. There's a difference between using someone and asking for help. You can't shield everyone. I'm not a child, nor Syra or Tostin, who needed your protection. He gripped the back of my neck, pressing our foreheads together. I am the dragon who'd have devoured you if you'd marched off to fight Jacobin without me. I broke away, chuckling. Fine, with you there we might actually live. Good, he said. Now, why didn't I hear you proposing to Tizala when I practically handed you the words? You probably would have spooked her if you'd asked when you first wanted to, Oreg said, glancing at Tizala. Which, let's be honest, was about 5 seconds after watching her swing that sword of hers. He turned back to me with a smirk. But if you keep dancing around your feelings, she'll start thinking you've got less than noble intentions. Since when do you miss your shot? Wait too long and that rabbit's gonna bolt. Tizala giggled and mimicked rabbit ears with her fingers. Enough, Oreg, I muttered, though the heat in my face made it hard to sound stern. She waved me off, still laughing. First time anyone's called me a rabbit. But Oreg, if you'd eavesdropped a little sooner, you'd have caught Ward's side of the conversation. I just haven't got to mine yet. She gave him a pointed look. Why don't you go round up Axial and Tostin? Tell them we're heading to the stables. Say I suggested a hunting trip to keep Ward entertained. My father just heard the Southern Lords won't arrive till tomorrow. He'll assume I'm just keeping you occupied. As you wish, Oreg said with an exaggerated bow before spinning on his heel and shutting the door behind him. I exhaled. He could still be listening, you know. I'm older than you, she said bluntly. Then quieter, and I'll never be beautiful. I groaned. Should I be insulted you think I'm that shallow? Or should I remind you how you outshone every other woman in court the first time I saw you in formal dress? Or maybe mention how my pulse races every time you pick up a sword? She arched a brow. At least I don't strip my shirt off in the middle of winter sparring sessions. Did you really think I bought that I'm just hot excuse? There was snow on the ground. I couldn't help grinning, the nervous flutter in my chest easing. Oreg had been right. My awkward confession on the raft had changed things. You didn't have to stare, I teased. She snorted, sounding uncannily like her horse. You're derailing me, she accused. I shut up. The humor faded from her expression, replaced by something that made my breath catch. She stepped closer, her fingers brushing my cheek. I leaned into her touch before she pulled away. I fought so hard not to love you, she admitted softly. A Shavig barbarian, those winters are brutal. At least it's not constant rain, I rasped. Her gaze locked onto mine. Ward, I love you. If we survive this, I'll marry you. May the gods pity you if you'll still have me. My heart hammered. Yes, I barely contained my excitement, swallowing the shout of victory before it escaped, but I couldn't resist sweeping her up in my arms, lifting her high. Her laughter rang out as she clung to my shoulders, her eyes alight with the same joy I felt. I let her slide down slowly, savoring every inch, the strength of her thighs, the curve of her waist, the warmth of her body pressed against mine. When her lips met mine, the kiss was gentle at first, more relief than desire, though that didn't last. She wasn't used to being kissed like this, and the little gasps she made only made me want more. I might have been a little rough, accidentally catching her lip between my teeth, but instead of pulling away, she gave as good as she got. Finally, with a playful nip at the corner of my mouth, Tizala murmured, "You're going to drop me." I grinned, though part of me wished I could keep holding her forever. Instead, I set her down before things went too far. "We should move fast," I said. "Oreg won't stay gone long." Her fingers brushed my chest, leaving a trail of fire on my skin. "I'll tell my father we're going hunting." I rapped lightly on the door, and Garanon answered, surprise flickering in his eyes. "Ward, give me a minute," I said. "I've got an idea you might want to hear." Let him in, his wife called from inside. Garanon stepped aside, and I entered the cramped room, just big enough for the four of us if you counted their sleeping child. Alisain sat stiffly on the edge of the bed while Garanon leaned against the window, the distance between them colder than winter. You believe Jacobin has Farsinsbane, she said flatly, that he used it to slaughter our people. I do, I replied. Do you have a way to stop him? That's why I'm here. I laid out my plan as quickly as I could. When I finished, Garanon shook his head, regret plain on his face. I told my wife I won't leave again. He says he abandoned me too long, Alisain said, her voice hollow. Made me rule when I should have been a wife. Garanon's jaw tightened. Do you really think you could have saved your people where she couldn't? I asked. He scoffed. No, the only way to stop it would have been killing Jacobin in his sleep. And then you'd be dead, his wife snapped. Beryl would have been burned to the ground, our people left to starve. This isn't your fault, isn't it? No, she said fiercely. No more than it's mine. Garanon opened his mouth, probably to argue, but I cut in. Dwelling on the past won't help. My father cursed your name for years, but that doesn't change what we have to do now. He always claimed that without you, the king would have carved up Orenstone among his favorites, himself included. I'm not sure how much of that was true, but who knows how much he held back for your sake. Even you don't. Alisain stood and rested a hand on Garanon's tense shoulder. My father told me the king planned to slaughter the rebels' children to crush Orenstone's spirit. But after he walked through the cells and saw you among them, he changed his mind in an instant. Garanon gripped his wife's hand, his gaze locking onto mine. Jacobin won't be defenseless. What makes you think you can defeat him? Orig can counter any magic they throw at us, I replied. With you, Tizala, and Axial handling the blades, I'll face the bane. My blood woke it, maybe I can put it back to sleep. Alisain stretched up and pressed a kiss to Garanon's cheek. Go, she murmured. Finish this and return to me. His answering kiss wasn't gentle, it was a vow. By the time we reached the stables, Axial, Orig, and Tostin were already mounted, spare horses in tow. Tizala was deep in debate with a stable hand. Spotting us, she jabbed a finger in my direction, and the man scowled before vanishing into the stable. She passed 2 reins to Garanon and followed, emerging moments later with another pair. Struggling to find a horse that won't buckle under me, I eyed the slender, delicate mounts she led. Tizala smirked. These are mine. They could haul you to Hurog without breaking a sweat, she said, stroking one's arched neck. But you'd never live down riding a pony that leaves your boots scraping dirt. We've got something better for you. The stable hand reappeared with a tall, sturdy gray mare, her powerful hindquarters oddly familiar, though her angular head fit the local breed. I swung onto her back. She's no battle-hardened charger, Tizala warned. Just turned 4, still rough around the edges. I waited, letting the mare settle under my weight. When the stable hand brought out my second horse, I shot Tizala a look. The mare was Pansy's twin, minus the thick stallion's crest. Tizala burst out laughing. We had your stallion for weeks. Did you think I'd waste the opportunity? My father nearly had a fit when he found out I'd bred him without permission. The stable hand hesitated before handing over the dark mare's reins. Go easy with her, my lord. He muttered. She gets frustrated when she can't figure out what you're asking of her. Takes after her sire, I said, watching how his fingers lingered on her mane, clear she was special to him. Don't worry, she's in good hands. We rode out of Callies without trouble, keeping a steady pace. The young mare beneath me had a good head on her shoulders, settling quickly despite her dark companion's antics. I thought you called Pansy useless, I remarked. Tizala snorted. That was before I saw him fight. Still stings to see that name on her papers, though. Tostin, riding alongside, flashed a grin. Stygian's the name our father gave him. That's what's on the official records, if you'd rather use that. She shook her head. My father's stablemaster doesn't speak Shavig, and I never explained that Pansy was a flower. The rain came down hard, which was no surprise. Orenstone winters were just one endless downpour, but as dusk fell it turned into a deluge like some giant had appended a bucket over us. Orig, of course, had to comment. At least we won't freeze to death, Garanon shot back, clearly fed up with his griping. Orig just smirked, having spent the last 10 miles needling him. Snow you can bundle up against, the dragon in human form grumbled. This soaks right through, leaves you chilled to the bone, and the mud everything's coated in it. He's just trying to lighten Garanon's mood, I told Tizala as the debate devolved into petty comparisons between Orenstone and Shavig. She laughed and nudged her gelding forward, falling in beside Orig. How many Shavigmen does it take to saddle a horse? She teased. At least we ride proper horses, not ponies, Tostin shot back, joining the fray. Under the cover of their banter, Axial leaned in. You sure about this? He murmured. I shook my head. But if I don't act, Hurog falls next. The Bane feeds on Hurog blood. Orig and I might be the only ones who can stop it. I considered asking Haverness's mage for help, but if we fail, he's their last hope. Axial's expression darkened. If we fail, my father will step in. 1,000 years ago, that might have been enough. But now, dwarves could fall just like the Empire did. That hit me harder than I expected. I was just thinking about having allies I trust, I admitted. But I don't even know how many men Jackovan has with him. No way to scout his wizards without tipping them off. I met his gaze. If this risks your people, Axial, turn back now. He didn't hesitate. Not a chance. No, if the Bane outlives us, every able fighter must rise against it. At least this way my father won't waste time in council debates. If I fall, he'll have full authority to declare war without seeking approval. I forced a tight smile. Let's pray it doesn't come to that, all right. He gave a solemn nod. We rode through the night, pushing far beyond where Jackovan's group had stopped to rest. Only when Tizala warned that the murky swamp ahead was impassable in darkness did we finally halt. Axial, Tostin, and Oreg scrambled to set up a makeshift camp, while Garen and Tizala and I pored over her father's maps under the glow of my magic. Tizala pinpointed our location, aligning the map with the trail, while she and Garen pieced together Jackovan's likely path from my observations. Only 2 mountain passes led into Talvin, one the route I'd taken into Orenstone years ago, the other treacherous and rarely used. At our current pace, we'd intercept Jackovan deep in Talvin, still a day's ride from Estjen. But if we guessed right, we could cut him off sooner. His detours around the swamps would slow him, and Tizala knew shortcuts. A wrong choice, though, and he might slip past us entirely. Leaving Garen and Tizala debating the passes, I found Oreg wrestling with a stubborn tent flap. A quick tug fixed it. We need to talk, I said. He settled onto the gnarled root of an oak, and I crouched before him. Jackovan likely has his wizards with him. Farson's Bane, Jade Eyes, art, skilled, though not by your standards. You want me to handle them while you go for the Bane, he said flatly. I exhaled. There's a link between the Bane and me, and if I faced Jade Eyes, my old terror might cripple me before I could strike. Oreg's gaze sharpened. Ever think that link works both ways? It might leave you vulnerable. Exactly, I admitted. Thoughts. You said it recognized you. I nodded. Like Hurog's magic, but sharper, aware, like the echoes of Menog tied to dragon memory, I intrigued it. Oreg rubbed his palms together, restless. Did it feel singular or fragmented? I shut my eyes, recalling. Layered, not separate threads, but woven together like a tapestry. Then it knew you before your blood touched it, he mused. No, I corrected. Earlier, it's hard to describe. The Bane was never truly inactive, just weakened. The moment Jackovan pulled it from the enchanted bag concealing it, I sensed the dark energy seeping out, though neither he nor Jade Eyes appeared to notice. When that power brushed against me, it recognized something, maybe Hurog's magic, maybe me. Did it feel evil? I shook my head. No more than the ruins of Menog or the stones of Hurog. And after he used your blood, I hesitated, trying to recall the sensation. The stone turned blue, and magic surged through me wild, untamed. But there was something else. The blue energy felt tied to Jackovan, while the darkness was its own force. Oreg exhaled slowly. We'll follow your lead if we can. I'll handle Jackovan's wizards, you deal with the Bane. I shifted from crouching to sitting on a damp root, ignoring the slight chill. I was thinking, the spell binding the dragon's magic to the stone might be like the one your father used to tether you to the keep. Oreg nodded. Likely. When I broke your bond to Hurog, I said, the memory sharp as the blade I'd driven into his side, I felt the magic's weave. Maybe I could unravel this one too. That might not be the answer, Oreg countered. The Bane doesn't just hold magic, it traps the spirits of 3 dragons, none of whom are fond of humans. Farson tried wielding it like a staff, but all he could summon was destruction, and that was when the spell was fresh. So what do? He shrugged. You're the one who's touched it. Trust your instincts, just don't get reckless. We ate Axel's makeshift stew, hunger and cold making it taste better than it deserved. Tizala and Garen had deduced Jackovan would take the lesser-known pass. Never thought a Talvin would know these routes, Tizala muttered, blowing on her steaming bread bowl. Garen smirked. He's sharper than he acts. The main pass is still busy with merchants. He'll avoid them. Only hunters and bandits use the other one, and neither will risk tangling with armed wizards. Tizala grinned. I know a shortcut around the swamp. If Ward's right about Jackovan's position, we'll reach the pass first and ambush him. Later, Tostin strummed his harp by the fading fire. We sang along to familiar tunes, but he caught Axial off guard with a dwarven lament. Axial's deep voice joined in, adding verses none of us had heard before. Axial raised an eyebrow as the last notes faded. Didn't realize you spoke dwarven, Tostin. Tostin gave a half shrug. Not really. Your third cousin taught me that one when your family helped repair the keep. His fingers danced across the harp strings again, launching into a livelier tune, one of his Shavig ballads, smoother than I remembered from last winter. While Orig checked the horses and the others retreated to their tents, Tostin secured his harp, studying me with quiet intensity. Orig mentioned Tizala said yes. I nodded, kicking dirt over the fire. We're not likely to walk away from this, are we? He asked. I paused. No, he tightened the last lace on the case. We figured the big tent only fits four comfortably. Since you're the tallest, he jerked his chin toward the smaller tent where Tizala had vanished. You'll have to bunk with her. The corner of my mouth lifted, and for a second he almost smiled back. Then his grip tightened on my shoulder. Ward, he hesitated, throat working before settling on, glad you're my brother. Same, I said. After he disappeared into the tent, I muttered to the darkness, love you too. Orig materialized from the shadows, tossing me my bedroll. He knows. He took the shovel from my hands, finishing the fire. When I gripped his shoulder, he stilled, then patted my wrist. So do I, alone by the embers. I scanned the tree line. Jackoven hadn't moved, still keeping his distance, just out of smoke range. Inside Tizala's tent, I cleared my throat. They, ran out of space. Come in, she said, her back to me as she peeled off her tunic. The silk beneath clung to her skin, and a fresh scar glimmered near her shoulder. She folded her trousers with military precision, revealing shorts that left little to imagination. I can stay dressed, I rasped. Just for warmth. She turned, cheeks burning even in the low light. Is that what you want? Hell no, my brain shouted. I won't force you into anything, I told her, keeping my voice steady. She shook her head, fingers twisting in the hem of her shirt. That wasn't the question, she pointed out, then tugged the fabric over her head in one quick motion. The way her hands trembled as they clutched the discarded shirt made my decision for me. I stepped forward and drew her against me, her forehead resting on my collarbone. Just one thing first, I murmured near her ear, catching the faint scent of pine needles clinging to her hair. Have you ever done this before? The memory of those dark bruises on her legs made my stomach twist. I hoped to every god she'd known gentler hands before that monster. She exhaled against my shoulder. Once, she admitted, the words barely audible, and I swore I'd never let it happen again. But tonight feels different. The dry humor in her voice was a shield, one I recognized too well. She didn't realize I already knew about the assault. My palm skimmed down her spine, feeling the tension coiled there, then up into her hair. Listen, I said, sex is ridiculous and sacred all at once. There's no right or wrong here, just what feels good and what doesn't. If something hurts, you tell me. Promise? She nodded, jaw tight. I moved away to fix the blankets, my own nerves dulling the heat between us. The ground was uneven, the wool scratchy, hardly romantic. Our first time was hesitant, full of pauses and whispered directions. I caught the flicker of discomfort in her expression, though she never complained. The second time, she relaxed into me, her fingers tracing my ribs like she was memorizing them. Later, with Tizala asleep against my chest, I kept watch through half-lidded eyes, listening to the quiet shift of Orig taking his post. Tizala lay perfectly still, counting the rhythm of his breaths. He saw her as unbreakable, but the truth clawed at her throat, how close she'd come to bolting. Yet his hands had been patient, rewriting every terrible memory with slow, deliberate touches. The contrast still stunned her. The same act, but where one man had brought pain, this one coaxed warmth like sunlight through glass. His arm tightened around her, pulling her into an awkward tilt. She bit back a laugh, squirming back into place. Let him rest. If this was their only night, she'd spend every minute of it awake, etching the details into her bones. A heavy arm shifted from beneath her waist, sliding under her hip with a sudden lift that left her startled and sprawled on top of him. His drowsy gaze studied her, half-lidded and dark with more than just sleep. Still awake, he murmured, voice rough. That won't do. By the time he was done, exhaustion claimed her before she could fight it. Ward, some lessons are universal. Don't mess with fire, blades, or relics older than your great-grandfather's stories. We rose before dawn, scarfing down breakfast and packing up as the sky lightened. The rain had stopped, but the forest dripped around us. The trail Tizala chose barely wider than a game path. My taller horse suffered the worst, snagging on wet branches and undergrowth. Maps and repeated searches confirmed Jackoven was heading for the secondary pass. We reached the base by dusk, backtracking to set up camp. Jackoven had halted 6 miles ahead, likely bedding down for the night. As I helped Orig pitch the tents, I lowered my voice. Last time in Estion, Jade Eyes sensed you thought it was me. Can you mask your presence now? Like this. The familiar hum of his magic vanished, leaving an unexpected hollow in my chest. I hadn't realized how much I'd relied on that steady presence to soothe the ache of leaving Hurog. A focused search still revealed him, faint but there. Better, I said. Do I need to hide too? Orig shook his head. Your shields are too thick, always have been. That's why you struggled with magic for so long. Axel crouched beside us, voice grim. If we want surprise on our side, we move now. Leave the horses, hit them while they're asleep. I nodded. Part of me wanted to delay, but he was right. Surprise was our only advantage. We secured the horses where they'd be found if we didn't return, stripped off anything that might clink, and smeared mud on our faces before slipping into the dark. Night travel was slow. By the time the campfire scent reached us, the moon was high. Axiel, with his dwarven night vision, scouted ahead while the rest of us waited under a fir. Something cold brushed my arm to Zala's hand. I tucked it against my side, shielding it from the chill. Axiel returned too quickly. 12 men, he reported. At least that many horses with saddles. The camp was set up with 4 tents, each large enough to house 5 men. 3 sentries patrolled the perimeter, 2 armored soldiers wearing Jacobin's royal colors and a third cloaked in shadows, reeking of dark magic. Any idea which tent Jacobin's in? I asked. We needed to reach him before he could unleash the bane. Axiel shook his head. They all looked the same. Garanon cut in with certainty. He won't share a tent with jade eyes, doesn't trust him that far. The wizards will be grouped together in one, the guards in the other 2. His will be tucked in the middle, surrounded for protection. Axiel scooped up a handful of pebbles and silently arranged them to map the camp. Garanon studied the layout, hesitating over 2 central tents. One of these holds the wizards, the other is Jacobin's. Right, I said. We move in together, quiet as shadows. Orig takes this tent. I pointed to one of the marked ones. I'll handle the other. With luck, we'll neutralize the mages before they react. Axiel, Garanon, Tizala, and Tostin hold position here. I placed my hand between the guards' tents, blocking any reinforcements from reaching the wizards. Strike only when the mages are attacked or if the sentries raise an alarm. The quieter we are, the better our odds. Garanon's voice was grim. Kill them all. It'll look like an assassination, not justice, but we can't risk word of the bane spreading. Agreed, I said, having already reached the same conclusion. Any objections? Once we leave these trees, silence is the only thing keeping us alive. Tostin frowned. What about the sentry mage ward? I don't like the idea of him lurking around while we move. Neither do I admitted. But if we take him out first, we risk waking the whole camp. Axiel nodded. Even a muffled fall could give us away. Our priority is the bane, I reminded them. That means facing Jacobin. Remember, no wizard is safe until they're dead. Once Orig or I finish our targets, we'll deal with the sentry. The rest of you stay hidden. If the guards rush out, they might shield you from the mage's spells. Orig tilted his head. I could handle the sentry before we advance. I've done this kind of work before. No, I said flatly. He smirked and glanced at Tizala. It's the word used that bothers him. If I'd just said I knew how to kill quietly, he'd have agreed. Still no, I repeated, though he wasn't wrong. But there was more to it than that. If Axiel says it's impossible, I won't take the chance. Surprise is our best weapon right now. My brother frowned. So we abandon the wizard and pray he doesn't pick us off before you and Orig reach him. I gave a grim nod. No other choice. We moved like ghosts through the swampy undergrowth, the damp earth muffling our steps. The moisture was a blessing, keeping the fallen leaves silent, but a curse as it seeped through my boots and soaked my clothes. The thick foliage swallowed us whole, and soon Tostin was the only one I could still see as we circled Jacobin's camp. Then, without warning, a sentry stepped out of the shadows, so close his boot nearly brushed Tostin's outstretched fingers. Both of us held our breath, muscles locked, waiting for the inevitable shout of alarm, but the man just trudged on, oblivious. My aunt always preferred stationary sentries over patrols. Movement draws the eye, she'd say. Only tired troops need to walk just to stay awake. Once the danger passed, Tostin and I shared a quick, shaky grin before pressing forward. By the time I reached the clearing, mud-streaked and breathless, he'd vanished into the darkness. I reached out with my magic, searching for the bane, and found it exactly where I'd hoped. My tent. That meant Orig would be the one facing Jade Eyes. A mix of relief and dread twisted in my gut. The camp was eerily still, the overcast sky smothering any light except the dull glow of the dying fire. Shadows clung to everything, making it easy to slip unseen toward my target. Instead of fumbling with the tent flap, I drew my knife and sliced through the damp canvas. The blade cut clean, silent. Inside, the darkness was absolute. I crouched listening, but no breath, no rustle of fabric. Just the bane, pulsing with power, its presence thick in the air. I remembered the first summer after Orig returned to Hurog, when we'd stumbled upon a hidden stash beneath the ruins. A painted wand had caught my eye, humming with energy. Orig's grip had locked around my wrist before I could touch it. Never grab a wizard's toy when it calls to you, he'd warned. Especially the dangerous ones. That lesson echoed in my mind now. Jacobin wouldn't leave the bane unguarded, not unless it was a trap. I pulled back, jaw tight. Better to leave it untouched until Orig could examine it. First, I had to find Jackoven. I slid my knife back into its sheath and gripped my sword, scanning the trees for Jackoven. Even if he sensed me, it wouldn't matter. His mages would spot the dragon among them soon enough. Orig could take out one wizard quietly, but silencing all of them, unlikely. I spotted the High King near the tree line and cursed under my breath. Stealth was no longer an option. I bolted from the tent, branches whipping at my arms as I ran. Jackoven was the sentry mage. Axiel hadn't recognized him. Not surprising, given the darkness. Who'd expect a king to stand watch like a common soldier? Before I'd gone 5 steps, chaos erupted behind me. Orig's tent exploded in flames, the clash of steel ringing through the night. I kept my focus on Jackoven, making sure he wasn't near the bane. The glow of magic lit the camp ahead, flickering through the trees. I crashed through a thicket and nearly collided with a sentry reloading his crossbow. My sword took his head clean off before I even broke stride, trying not to imagine where his last bolt had landed. Jackoven was moving cautiously toward the fight, probably trying to distinguish friend from foe. I closed in, branches snagging my arms, then his voice split the air. Garanon, the raw fury in it sent a chill down my spine. Tostin used to sing this ridiculous ballad about a betrayed soldier, and I'd always mocked the line about a voice, trembling with disbelief. Now I understood. Magic crackled around Jackoven like a storm. Too close for a proper swing, I roared and barreled into him, slamming us both down the slope and into the clearing. His spell fizzled out mid-cast. I was up first, lashing out with my sword, but he parried with eerie precision, his style quick, shallow cuts instead of killing blows. Blood seeped from my arms, a deeper gash burning across my stomach. He fought like a man who enjoyed the game. His blade was shorter than mine, which should have put him at a disadvantage, but he stayed in close, making my own sword's length work against me. Still, I had strength on my side. One solid block sent him stumbling back, and from there, I kept him at bay with the reach of my weapon. My arms burned from the cuts, blood soaking through my sleeves, and the gash across my stomach had already soaked my pants down to the knees. Time wasn't on my side. I needed to end this before blood loss made me useless. Just as the thought crossed my mind, Garanon's voice cut through the chaos. "Fall back, Ward. I've got him. Patch yourself up before you collapse." We swapped places like we'd drilled it 100 times. The tents blocked my view of the rest of the fight, so I tore off my shirt and wrapped it tight around my waist, knotting the sleeves to hold it in place. It wouldn't last long, but it might slow the bleeding. As I worked, I couldn't help but watch Garanon and Jackoven. Their movements were almost hypnotic, a brutal dance of steel and fury. The way they matched each other, blow for blow, was terrifying and beautiful all at once. "Traitor," Jackoven hissed between strikes. "I saved you, spared your brother. Let you keep your lands when others lost everything for lesser crimes." Garanon's voice was ice to Jackoven's fire. "You didn't save me, you used me, and I let you because I couldn't protect my family with a sword, but I could with my silence." "You loved me," Jackoven insisted, his confidence unshaken. "Never," Garanon said flatly. "If I could have killed you without losing everything, I would have. Every night in your bed, I was gathering secrets for Elizan." Jackoven scoffed. "Liar. No one fakes passion like that." Garanon's blade flicked out, slicing through Jackoven's shirt. "Passion isn't love, and what we had, it meant nothing compared to what you've done." Jackoven faltered, his guard slipping. Garanon's sword found flesh, low and brutal. As Jackoven dropped to his knees, blood pooling in his hands, Garanon didn't hesitate. The final strike was swift, the spray of crimson painting his face like some grotesque mask. I looked away, giving him what little privacy the battlefield allowed, and focused on binding my own wounds. The fight was over. The reckoning had come. The pain etched across Garanon's face was so raw, I doubted he'd want witnesses. "Here," he muttered, tearing a strip from his shirt hem and wrapping it tightly around my bleeding arm, an injury I hadn't even noticed. "We should check on the others," he said. I gave a stiff nod but couldn't resist one final glance at Jackoven's motionless form. Battle had taught me how swiftly life could vanish. Just one misstep and it was over. Yet staring at the corpse of the man who'd caused so much suffering felt strangely hollow, as if death was too clean an ending. We moved through the camp, shoving past collapsed tents when I spotted Tazala still standing, just before the magelight above us snuffed out. Magic crackled through the air like a tidal wave, raising goosebumps along my skin. I staggered back into Garanon. "What was that?" he hissed. "Farson Bane," I breathed. "Orig," my shout echoed unanswered as my eyes adjusted, shadows resolving into tents and figures. Garanon lunged past me, intercepting an attacker mid-swing. I bolted toward the Bane's pull, its hunger gnawing at my senses. Orig, no response. Reaching out with magic, I recoiled. He was too close to the artifact. My boot caught on a charred corpse, and dread clenched my throat until I recognized Arten's distinctive brow. Another body lay nearby, engulfed in flames that carried Orig's signature. Jackoven's tent loomed dark, the entrance gaping. If Orig was using magic, the bane drowned it out. My mind raced. Had he triggered a trap, collapsed from exhaustion? I slipped inside and froze. Jade eyes grinned at me, that same chilling smile from my nightmares. My skin prickled with remembered agony. Then I saw Orig, motionless at his feet, ignoring Jade eyes. I moved closer to Orig and pressed my fingers against his throat, relieved to find a steady pulse. The swelling lump on the back of his skull worried me. Stala had drilled into us that knocking someone unconscious could easily turn fatal. "Welcome, Ward," Jade eyes murmured, his voice dripping with anticipation. "I've waited years for this moment, ever since I first laid eyes on the Bane. Fitting that you're here now, just like when it first whispered to me." Kneeling beside Orig, I glanced up and saw the wild gleam in Jade eyes' stare. Was he high on his own concoctions, or just plain insane? Either way, the sight of that slender staff, topped with a dragon clutching a pulsating ruby, sent a chill down my spine. The Bane's magic crackled around us, a searing red energy that whipped my hair back before slamming into my shoulder like a hammer. No warning, no tell, just raw force that sent me sprawling, reopening one of my half-healed wounds. A phantom breeze licked at the fresh blood. "Oh," Jade eyes breathed, delighted. "They like you. Can you hear them? They called to me night after night, but Jackoven's wards held, and then your wizard did all the hard work for me." A whisper threaded through my mind, so faint I almost missed it. "Who?" Then stronger. "Who are you?" "Hurog," I thought automatically. "We know you." This time the voices multiplied, layered and resonant. Behind my closed eyelids, 3 dragon shapes flickered to life. "Know us too," Jade eyes prattled on, oblivious. "Spent years crafting a spell to free them. Dragons are eternal. If I undo Farson's bindings, they'll rise again as they were meant to be. They'll serve me just as they served the Emperor." "Alizen was right," he hissed. "Jackoven is no true king." The ruby's violent glow darkened as inky tendrils seeped from its core, thick and slow, spilling down the staff like syrup. It pooled around my hands, creeping over Orig's still form, a magic separate from the Bane's red fury, heavier, older. It felt like dragon, though I'd never thought to recognize the scent of their power before. Orig, Hurog, the Bane, all threaded with the same essence. "It's nearly empty," Jade eyes declared, smug and wrong. The Bane was playing him, hiding its strength. A shudder ran through me as the truth clicked. Jackoven's bloody rituals had tied me to this thing, and now it was showing me its secrets. The red magic, just a leash for whoever held the staff. The real power was the shadow beneath, and it was wide awake. The Bane's dark energy pulsed with power, restrained only by Farson's ancient bindings. Jackoven unleashed most of that magic on Beryl, Jade eyes went on, oblivious to the silent exchange between the Bane and me. "Odd, isn't it? I assumed he was done with Garanon. He hasn't touched him since finding me last year, but I know something Jackoven never figured out." "What's that?" I asked, watching the creeping shadows lap at Jade eyes, boots like dark waves on a shore. "That your tears are the key," he said, eyes gleaming. "The dragons whispered it to me. Hurog means dragon, but they didn't tell you the rest, did they?" I dug deeper. "Hurogmet means guardian of dragons." He knelt, blind to the inky tendrils coiling around the tent. "Your sorrow will revive my immortal dragons, and they'll bow to me." He couldn't have been more wrong. The Bane held only echoes of dragons' shadows, not souls. "Dragons aren't immortal," I said, my fingers brushing Orig's scaled neck, his steady heartbeat thrumming beneath the unseen darkness. "They live centuries, longer than dwarves, but they still die." Jade eyes smirked. "You really don't understand, do you?" With a flick of his staff, agony seared through me, dropping me to the dirt. My face hit the ground, pain flaring in my nose. "Always so silent," he mused, tilting my chin up, tutting at the blood. "I prefer it this way. Screaming ruins the moment." His fingers swiped my tears, holding them up like a prize. "Pity you have to die, but if I don't kill you first, you might steal them from me." "A dragon serves no one," I gritted out. "You'll learn that the hard way, just like my father." "Your father had a dragon." His grip loosened, curiosity flickering. "Jackoven claimed Hurog's dragon was just an illusion." I sucked in a ragged breath. "Listen to me. Those dragons are gone. You can't resurrect them. Breaking Farson's bindings won't bring life, it'll unleash destruction." The Bane's crimson magic hissed, "Let me ruin." But it lacked the hunger of the black magic drinking my tears. This was just hollow fury. Jade eyes recoiled. "Did you hear that?" I pressed. "You won't have an empire left to rule if you set them free." His expression twisted into pure rage as he leaped up. "You always think you've got all the answers." The staff cracked against my ribs, knocking the air from my lungs. I doubled over, vision swimming, but then I heard my aunt's voice in my memory, sharp, unyielding. "Straighten up, boy, let your lungs do their job." Gritting my teeth, I forced my legs flat and sucked in a shallow breath. The next came easier. When my vision cleared, I saw him press his tear-streaked fingers to the gem. The swirling dark magic froze, tense, expectant. Useless thing, Jade Eyes muttered. Needs blood too. He flipped me onto my back, sliced away the bandage at my waist, and dug the bane into my reopened wound. Cold fire shot through me, pain and pleasure twisting together until I couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. Get up, ward, or I'll finish you right here. The mist brushed my face like winter wind, sharpening my thoughts. My aunt's voice echoed again, mixing with the chill. With every ounce of strength my father's training and her stubborn lessons had beaten into me, I grabbed the staff and tore it from his grip. The moment it left his hands, his body jerked violently, as if the magic had been holding him up, and he collapsed onto Oreg. Pulling the bane free took more effort than it should have. I used the staff to haul myself up, smacking my head against the tent pole in the process. Then it hit me. Jade Eyes had bound a death command into the staff before letting go. The magic, swollen with my blood, surged through me, trying to obey. I knew binding spells. Oreg had drilled them into me. You can't break what you don't understand, he'd always said. The threads of Jade Eyes' command glowed faintly around the gem. I fought them, but the magic resisted. Pain burned through my veins, stealing my breath. Then my fingers brushed Oreg's wound, real dragon's blood, or close enough. Heat exploded under my skin, then darkness, then a cold, blue power like frozen lightning. Blue for sorrow, I thought dimly, before the world vanished into silence, leaving only the sound of a dragon's breath in my ears. My hand fumbled blindly until it found the gem, its surface icy yet pulsing with raw energy. The staff and the bane were nowhere to be felt, but the moment my fingers closed around the stone, the suffocating pressure vanished. I gasped, vision flooding back as if the darkness had never been. The dragon's gem flickered with an eerie blue-violet glow, casting long shadows across the tent. No trace of the revenant's oppressive presence remained, no crimson threads of the bane's magic either. Leaning heavily on the staff, I fought to steady myself. The only magic left was the faint hum radiating from the gem, bathing everything in an otherworldly light. Exhaustion kept me from questioning its source, though I suspected it was residual energy from Farson's shattered spells, blood and tears. Oreg's words echoed in my mind, his sacrifice to break Hurog's curse. If he'd been willing to die for freedom, why wouldn't the dragons bound to the bane do the same? But now wasn't the time for philosophy. Outside, the clash of battle had dulled to scattered shouts. When had the fighting stopped? My focus snapped back as Jade Eyes groaned, rolling off Oreg, who sat up with a wince. Missed all the fun, did I? Oreg muttered, rubbing his temple. His gaze flicked to the bane, then to Jade Eyes. Can't believe I got ambushed like some green recruit. Join the club, I grunted, still clinging to the staff. We should check outside, but first, let's make sure our friend here doesn't wake up and stab us in the back. I scanned the tent for rope. Since I can barely stand, that honor falls to you. Oreg's fingers twitched toward his knife. Too late, I realized his intent. Stop, the blade flashed. Jade Eyes' throat opened before I could finish the warning. Oreg stood, his expression unreadable. I've listened to your nightmares, he said flatly. He deserved worse. He nudged the bane with his boot. So, what's your plan for this thing? Burn it, bury it. I don't care, I snapped, though my grip on the staff was the only thing keeping me upright. Hold your positions until they emerge, Havernus called from beyond the tent flaps, his voice carrying clearly. You never rush wizards at work. Oreg and I locked eyes. Whatever had happened to our group, reinforcements had arrived when we least expected them. Leaning heavily on the staff, I stepped back into the cool pre-dawn air. The faintest hint of light tinged the eastern horizon. Time had slipped away during my struggle with the bane. The gem pulsed like a cluster of dwarven firestones, casting an eerie glow over the scene. In its light, I saw Havernus hadn't come alone. A small army stood at his back. My gaze darted past Kellen, who stood sword-ready with Rosem beside him until I spotted Tazala. She was bruised but alive, wrists bound, standing beside Havernus. Shadows hid the rest, but their presence was unmistakable. They'd encircled the tent, waiting through the night for the battle's outcome. Kellen's expression tightened as he studied us. I wondered what he'd hoped to find instead. Your Majesty, I said, too drained to bow without risking collapse. Didn't expect you here. Clearly, he replied dryly. Garanon tipped us off. You didn't honestly think I'd buy that hunting story after Beryl was attacked. I shook my head. We needed time to reach Jacobin before he sensed you. Surprise was the only way to stop him from wielding the bane. The staff wobbled as I tilted my head. Did you? Kellen murmured. Or did you seize the moment for your own gain? Havernus cut in, tone measured. Kellen's concerned Jacobin's fall might revive old claims. The Hurogs are Shavig's last royal bloodline. Exhaustion made words clumsy. I tightened my grip on the staff, fighting to stay upright. Ward, Tizala's voice snapped my focus to her. The gemlight shifted with my gaze, unsettling but irrelevant next to the ropes on her wrists. Rage burned through my fatigue. Jacobin's men had left their marks, but these bonds, that was Kellen's doing. Is that the Bane? Kellen pressed, eyes urgent with some unspoken plea. My uncle stepped forward. It's not just him, he said. Once we guessed your path, Orenstonian lords who remembered your father started voicing concerns. A bitter laugh escaped me. Of course, because power vacuums breed paranoia. The gem flared as I gestured at Tizala. But if you're so worried about tyranny, why is she in chains? Standing there, I could feel the weight of his words meant to provoke, to accuse. If he were in my shoes, he'd have seized the Bane without hesitation, using it to claim the throne. But they didn't know me, didn't understand what I stood for. His accusations only fueled the fire inside me, burning hotter when I saw Tizala bound beside him. With a flick of my wrist, I summoned the staff's power, though a quiet voice in the back of my mind whispered, "What power is this?" And the ropes around her wrists fell away. Tossed an axial, Garanon, I called, my voice rough with barely contained fury. "Here, Ward," Garanon answered from behind me. "I'm all right," Axial echoed him. Tostin's response was sharper. "Nothing a little time won't fix, but watch yourself, Ward, stay sharp." I didn't even need to glance their way to free them, and Dura too. The staff's magic surged through me, sharpening my senses until I could pick out every man in the camp, strangers though most were. "Why bind my people?" I asked, keeping my tone deceptively calm. "They've done nothing wrong." With this, I shook the staff. Jacobin could have wiped out an army. They came in silence because they had to. "And this is how you repay their risk." Tizala moved to my side, unchallenged. "My love," she said, the endearment slipping out as if it were natural. "Listen to me. No one was harmed. Farrell and his lot think you planned to take the Bane all along. Enough of them believe it that Kellen had no choice but to face you." I kept my gaze locked on Kellen. She might claim he had no choice, but I knew better. The magic inside me seethed, whispering dark possibilities. What I could do to Kellen, to the Orenstonians who dared restrain my people. "Ward," Orig cut in, his voice steady. "Your eyes, they're glowing Hurog blue, like the staff." I turned to him, and the Bane's magic recognized him instantly, Dragon. Its fury eased at his presence, giving me a moment of clarity. The urge to strike down Farrell and Kellen faded, but it wasn't gone, just hidden, waiting. "Cyphern, save me," I muttered, my breath unsteady. I thought it was gone, but the Bane had only been biding its time, ready to drown me in its madness. Jade eyes had been right and wrong. Blood and tears had freed it, but not in the way anyone expected. Now it had no master, no restraint, and all it knew was destruction. "Orig, help me," I said, but the Bane acted first. It didn't attack me, it went for Tizala, who stood beside me, unprotected. I threw up a shield, shoving her back, but the Bane had been gathering power for centuries, steeped in dragon's blood. My barrier faltered, and Tizala crumpled to the ground. Orig's grip tightened on my shoulders as the barrier steadied, buying us precious seconds against the Bane's assault. "Get clear," I shouted, my voice raw. "It's breaking free," Kellen motioned urgently, and the gathered crowd retreated toward the tree line, all except Haverness, who scooped up Tizala despite her pained whimpers. Seeing her alive sent a wave of relief through me before the Bane's renewed struggles demanded my focus. The creature thrashed against our magic, testing the limits of our warding. "We can't just hold it forever," I muttered, sweat beading on my brow as I reinforced the spell. Orig exhaled sharply. "You were right, it responds to you. Take what strength I have left and do what must be done." I swallowed hard. I could rebind it. The moment the words left my lips, the Bane surged violently, as if it understood the threat. Shifting control of the barrier to Orig, I readied myself for the darker work ahead. My fingers fumbled with my knife, nicking my palm. Blood magic required sacrifice, and I had little choice. But as I began the incantation, the distant cries of dragons echoed in my mind, desperate and fearful. My hands stilled. Binding them again, even these twisted remnants, felt like repeating Farson's sin. Hadn't breaking Orig's chains begun to mend the world? The hesitation cost me. The Bane struck with terrifying force, shattering Orig's defenses like glass. He crumpled, drained. I barely caught the collapsing ward, my arms trembling as raw power seared through me. The Bane recoiled, gathering for another blow. I had nothing left. No tricks, no allies, just the cold certainty that if I failed, everything I loved would burn. My fault. My blood, my tears, had weakened the ancient spells. Sympathetic magic, of course. A guardian's grief was the key to the dragon's prison. Haverness's mage stood nearby, wide-eyed. I didn't ask. I reached out and took. He didn't resist, but his magic was a trickle next to Orig's flood, and neither was enough. I stretched my senses wider, searching nothing. A second scream tore from my throat, raw with pain and the crushing weight of failure. The Bane's presence surged, its voice slithering through my mind. Freedom at last. I will devour until only ashes remain. Then Hurog, 500 miles away, the land itself answered. Its magic slipped past my crumbling wards, cool and steady, taking control with effortless grace. It understood my purpose, weaving through the Bane's corruption, purging the rage and darkness until only stillness remained. The dragon magic withdrew, leaving behind a single, fragile thread tying me to home. A black gem, small as a pebble, clattered onto the rocks. Without thinking, I smashed it with the staff, watching the dust scatter on the wind. I lifted my head, meeting Kellen's hardened gaze. "My apologies, sire," I rasped. "The Bane was more than we bargained for." The staff slipped from my fingers as I knelt, bowing low. "Let it be known, Hurog's dragons stand with Kellen Talvin, High King of the Five Kingdoms." The ground lurched. Someone shouted, "My brother, maybe." Orig's voice hissed in my ear as he and Kellen dragged me upright. "Fool. What did I say about shattering enchanted objects? You nearly turned us all into cinders." Garanon's hands were suddenly at my side, needle flashing as he stitched my torn flesh. The world had jumped ahead, morning light now, not gemfire. "I thought you had this under control," he muttered. I blinked, disoriented. Last I remembered, it was still night. "Still captives?" I croaked. Tizala snorted. "Hardly. After that spectacle, Kellen crowned you a hero." No one dared argue, not after the fireworks. "Next time, maybe pick one life-threatening crisis. Kings, sorcerers, cursed relics, fine, but all at once makes it hard to watch your back." I realized then that the tree propping me up was Tizala herself, her knee digging into a bruise. Too exhausted to move, I let it be. Small price knowing she was safe. Garanon tugged another stitch tight, and Orig, sprawled beside me with his eyes squeezed shut, added, "At least you didn't get anyone killed." "Well, none of our people." "Orig, you okay?" Garanon muttered, pressing a cloth to the wound. "Stop squirming unless you want extra holes where they don't belong." "Just a headache," Orig groaned. "Axiel says I'll be back to normal in a week, right around the time I can conjure enough magic to light a match." Tosten's resting in one of the tents with Axiel, who's got a nasty gash on his leg someone stitched up. "My father handled that," Tizala said from behind me. "He also patched Tosten's back. Claims both of them will pull through. Says you're just drained from blood loss and whatever mess the Bane left in you. But since you're still breathing, odds are you'll stay that way unless infection gets you first." She sounded almost indifferent. "Speaking of near-death experiences," Orig cut in, "did I mention I'm not thrilled with you? Shattering the Bane's gem could have turned these mountains into a crater." Garanon's needle hesitated, then resumed its work. "Thought about that," I admitted, leaning into Tizala. But the magic was already gone, devoured by Hurog's dragons. Kellen stepped around Orig and crouched near Garanon. "You're blocking my light," Garanon grumbled, and Kellen shifted to my left. "What do you mean, eaten by Hurog?" Kellen pressed. "Magic's a strange beast," I said. Tizala chuckled against my shoulder. "Most folks would agree. Wizards treat it like weather, wild, untamed," I continued. "And usually they're right, but I've stood where magic breathes. Places like Menog, alive as the trees, maybe more." I winced as Garanon jabbed a tender spot. "I could cauterize it instead," he offered. "No, just keep going," I said through gritted teeth. "The Bane was trickier," I went on. "I think dragon spirits were woven into its making. Jade eyes," I trailed off. "Yeah," Kellen said. "We found him in Jacobin's tent. Orig said he reached the Bane first." "Jade eyes was mad," I muttered. "The spirits whispered freedom to him. He thought they'd rise as dragons again, but they were just hunger given form. If Hurog hadn't intervened, they'd have torn us apart." Garanon worked deeper than I'd expected, stitching muscle before skin. I focused on the tent flap, forcing words out. "Hurog's alive too. When I needed power to stop the Bane, it answered, swallowed the thing whole. Dragons do that with their dead." Kellen frowned. "Didn't know that. Ward." He started. I caught the regret in his tone and brushed it off with a wave. "A king who took every wandering Shavigman at their word wouldn't be much of a ruler," I pointed out. "But don't think I'll make a habit of smashing relics just to earn your trust." "Fair enough," he said with a chuckle before someone called him away. Garanon finished patching me up, using what looked like a torn strip from an old bedroll to bind my ribs. Once he stepped back, Tizala shifted until my head settled against her lap. From that angle, I could see the bruising around her eye and the bloodied bandage on her arm. Despite the mess, she was stunning, and I said so. She snorted, pressing a kiss to my forehead. "You're ridiculous," she muttered, but the warmth in her voice gave her away. I shut my eyes, letting the exhaustion settle in. The scheming and maneuvering would go on without me. Hurog was secure, its dragon curled beside me, unharmed. Sunlight broke through the storm clouds, and the steady heat of Tizala's leg beneath me was the last thing I felt before drifting off. Patricia Briggs spent her childhood lost in books, trading dull afternoons for dragon flights and quests for enchanted blades. When she wasn't daydreaming, she rode through the Rockies, soaking in the wild landscapes that later fueled her stories. After earning degrees in history and German from Montana State, she balanced teaching with writing, eventually settling in the Pacific Northwest, where she crafts her next tales.